items. Let's take a look. First, we can use the Stingray core to summon the new vehicle, the Gleaming Stingray. This is an amphibious vehicle that can even fly at low altitude. Additionally, it can launch bubbles that can trap enemies inside. Next is the Water Orb Grenade. When thrown, it will form a huge water orb at the location of impact, engulfing players caught in the explosion. Players must swim to the edge of the water orb to escape. Enemies inside the water orb have reduced speed, while you and your teammates can dash inside the water orb. Besides the Water Orb Grenade, we also have the Water Orb Blaster. Use it to shoot a water orb that lasts a while. You can also quickly pull yourself into the orb and quickly transfer to other water orbs, or perform a second dash. What kind of creative feats will you pull off? Make sure to try it out in the new version. Finally, we have a new relocation item. The Whale Escape Pod can transfer an entire team to the play zone. You can also change its route or get off midway. With these items, you have plenty of tactical options. Following the arrival of the Ocean Odyssey themed mode, World of Wonder has also been updated with related devices. The Environment Control device has new overcast and underwater weather. We have also added the Defensive Tower device, allowing for tower defense gameplay. Use the tower defense gameplay template and add defensive tower devices to build your own levels. Additionally, we've updated a bunch of other World of Wonder content. For more details, keep an eye out for World of Wonder update videos. That's it for this overview of the new content available in Ocean Odyssey. The secrets of the ocean await your exploration. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile World Cup at the ESPORTS World Cup. My name is the 7WG, and I'm happy to be joined by none other than Sir Tanny from Vampire Esports. How are you doing today?
Yeah, we're good today. Just waking up.
How were you guys feeling coming into the PMWC?
It's feeling great because it's just like a home tournament, you know. We came here this year is 3 times, and also we are the former champion of the season, and also feeling great because yeah, every single year have something different about the competition, the team, and also the prize pool. Yeah.
After the group stages, now that you guys have qualified to the main stage, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Which teams kind of surprised you a bit?
Oh, I think it's Alliance.
Alliance?
Yes, because I saw them a lot of year before, and they're just the kid that improve themselves every year because we are the same region on the Southeast Asia. And yeah, I'm really surprised that they really did it great so much. They dominate how in the lobby, how they play style. Like it feels like I see myself last 2 years.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just like that, you know. It's very impressive.
Yeah, the way they were playing, the splits they were holding, very certain positions that they were holding as well. It was really impressive out of Alliance. With that said, what Alliance have done, right? Going into the men's stage, what do you guys think you're going to be able to improve? Or what do you need to improve going into the main stage?
Honestly, it's the confidence that I talked before. Because, you know, when you came here and everyone talk like, oh, you're a former champion, you have to do this better. Yeah, it's a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
So that's why it's the confidence is very important. And also we are changing the IGL to from Ravenclaw to Stone.
Okay.
Yeah, former he's the support player, only support, right? And when he become the IGL, so many things to do. Yeah, you have so many jobs to handle, so that's why it's a lot of pressure to me.
The good thing about you guys is that pressure makes diamonds. And with you guys, it feels like every single time you guys are under pressure, you guys excel at it. You guys shine through that, right?
Yeah.
Wrap it up here, just a fun one, because you always tell us when we interview you on the English side, we give you good luck, right?
Yeah, sure.
So we've been wondering, okay, if this time you guys go back to back champions here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, do we finally get jerseys? Do we get Vampire Esports jerseys?
You want it?
Yes.
I will bring it to you.
You heard it here first.
Yeah,
Thank you so much, Sir
I
Tanny.
promise.
I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for watching.
Welcome back to the rankings. We're going to take a look back at what we did last time. We're going to look at the teams going into the finals, and we're going to be putting them in order. It went pretty well last time, right, guys?
I think we may have failed slightly.
I think we fumbled the bag, John.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a bag fumbling
I
situation.
think it was mostly your fault, though.
I accept the responsibility for this fumble.
But let's have a little rank, shall we? Let's have a little rank. I think you should start.
Okay, we're starting from the bottom.
I think you should go first.
You think? Twisted Minds, I think. 16th. I think I would take that back. I think...
He regrets it. He's
I do. I'll tell you what.
panicking.
What do you mean? No, I think Twisted Mind's a little bit higher than 16th. So maybe, are we ranking them from bottom to top? Is that what we're doing?
Down to up.
So we're going to have to, I will reserve Twisted Minds for a little bit later on because they did show some oomph over towards those stages. I think maybe we could start rejecting 16th. You don't want rejecting 16th.
Today?
I don't think that they're going to be able to make
You're
it
out of control.
You are out of control.
I don't
Pick
like
a good
them.
one.
But do a good one.
Do a good
Jesus,
pick.
What
Come on.
are you going to be? You do one.
No.
All right, I'll give you one. I'd put, probably, in my opinion, DRX in 16th place.
Okay.
I think that they got fairly lucky. If you look back, because I did my research,
Okay.
after we had that horrific approach to our first rankings,
To last
I
time.
decided that I would go back. I'm going to put DRX in a 16th place. It could change.
Okay. All right.
Caveat.
Jackie.
Following on from that, this is when I would say, actually, Twisted Minds. As much as I bully John, and I think they did have a good survival state, I give them that. They came back massively.
Yeah.
I actually felt like they really fixed a lot of the issues they did have. Like Ratto Boy was playing sick, the splits were nice.
Oh,
and I think they could do better than this, which I know defeats the point of a ranking.
Yeah.
Power Esports. It's either Power Esports or Reject comes in next. No, wait. I've just spotted Talon on the list. I think Talon comes in next. I think Talon comes in next at 14th place.
You think
and
so?
I think that the other two I mentioned, Power and Reject, would be my 13 and 12.
Vampire Esports, more likely to be in a 13th place position because Power, you're talking about them, but they had a big roster switch, right? You know, they decided that they would bring out one of the players, put back in Kante, and I think that's what they were playing with for the majority of their Super League, and it looked really good. And they felt like they just got back in the swing of things, and you know what, I like that dynamic a lot more. And once they were in that dynamic, they were killing it.
Now this might be out of left field.
You might be out of line.
It might be.
As a left fielder.
I don't know, man. I'm feeling like For Miracle vibes are going to be towards the lower end. And I know I told you that's out of left field.
That is out of line.
That's the leftist
I know I told you that's
fields.
out of left field.
Yeah.
But I really do feel like there's going to be some upsets.
I think I can accept this will be a really, really
risky
out of line pick.
You want this out of line
This
pick?
is an out of line pick.
That's what I go for, John.
It's definitely out of line, but you know what?
So are we.
So are we.
So are we.
Out of line right now.
4B, 12th place.
Unhinged. I'm putting DXavier next.
It's difficult because a lot of these teams are really good.
Yeah.
That's the issue. So I think that the rankings could really shift up. I do think for DXavier, maybe not here though. I would rather
You think they're higher up?
I'd rather put Alula X IHC.
You're fighting for DXavier, not fighting for Full Miracle vibes?
I'd probably put Alula X IHC, just because they're not playing with Alex, and that really frustrates me. Yeah. I think he's such a great player, and I think he was like one of the linchpins to their aggressive success last year. And the fact that they're not fielding him feels weird. So I feel like he didn't play badly with the team. Like he played very well to get through PMGC, take that title. So yeah, IHC, 11th place.
Next up.
Let's get to the main.
I still want to put Reject in there. I mean, I said their name earlier. I think put him in at 10, potentially, at least to start with.
There's always room for him to move up.
Yeah, leave him at 10. Leave him at 10.
I think that's actually kind of
I think
fair
10's
this
fair.
time around.
Yeah. I would actually no. I would put Reject to 9th.
Okay.
Reject to 9th, TJB in 10th.
TJB?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I mean, that is probably fair, actually.
You like that, don't you?
I mean, so as much as
You enjoy
TJB
that
looked
one?
really good.
I had a roller coaster in my mind.
That's fair enough, but I was kind of debating where we put TJB. Because I feel like I was very impressed with them during survival stage. I don't know if they're going to be making everyone bow down in the next
Maybe.
stage,
It's not
but
going to be a Tongia bow down.
No, it's not going to be as easy as it was.
I don't know if they'll wear the crown or not, but we'll see. We'll see. This is where I put probably Boom Esports. I probably put Boom Esports around about an 8th. Now it's DXavier in 7th.
Yeah, DXavier's up next.
I've fought for them for as long as possible. Okay.
I must give up the fight.
I must give up the fight now.
The quest has ended.
Yeah.
Your shield.
I have gone on a mighty little crusade on this little rankings here. So
This is the Black Power ranking.
This is. I'm going to have to stop.
Yeah.
All right. It's your turn now.
Okay, I think IWNRX and Power, these are the two I'm looking at next.
Yeah.
I do think you said that Alpha 7, Team Liquid didn't really have the greatest of performance so far. It doesn't look like they found their feet. I think Power comes in next for me.
Yeah, I like that.
That's fair.
You've impressed me.
Even with the Al-Haji
You mean
buff
I've
and how
impressed
they're
you?
playing.
You've impressed me there.
Okay, all right. You've impressed me too.
Man, I think this is where it really does get kind of tough, right? Because we're right up struggle street now. You've got teams that should be doing well. I think we've actually got quite a good top 4 left there in terms of the mix.
I would say so.
I think out of the mix that we have left, Team Liquid for me would be in 5th compared to the rest of them.
Yeah. So yeah, I'd say Team Liquid in 5th place. I mean, the fact that they're consistently playing with a man down in these games, there's definitely some miscommunication, and the scouting seems wrong right now. But you're right, I do think that the break would have helped them quite a lot, and I think it was very lucky that they got themselves into the main tournament from the top 12 in group stage.
Not in terms of the strength, just to be, as in to have that opportunity.
To have the opportunity to just reset, because they need a big reset.
I think I would put, this is where I would start to put Alliance. You said you wanted them in 1st place earlier on.
Yeah, I think they're a sick team.
I think that it's going to be really hard to carry that through against these other teams who have obviously picked up the pace, as was evidenced by IWNRX.
Well, you say that, but I think Alliance played in the hardest group in the group stage.
And they're going to be playing with most of them again in the finals.
Exactly, and they absolutely demolish all of them.
That's a good point.
Yeah, so your argument does not stand, sir.
Look, it's either Alliance or IWNRX in this spot for me.
Okay. I would put Alliance.
So you choose out of those two.
For this spot?
For the 4th place spot, IWNRX or Alliance?
No, IWNRX is top 3.
My name's blank and my rankings are correct.
I would have said IWNRX. I think they had a really sick survival stage, but I don't know, bud. I feel like out of what we've got left, if Alpha 7 plays, they should. Yeah, I would have said IWNRX, John.
I think so too.
All right, okay.
Now you can have your Tiamba.
Put my Tiamba there, yeah.
Put your Tiamba down.
Yeah.
Tiamba
So now,
man.
you think Alliance first over Alpha 7?
No, I think for the storyline, I would like Alliance to just pop off.
All right, okay. Alliance up in first then.
Yes.
I'll be overruled happily. And Alpha 7 slotting in second, which I think is probably quite a maverick.
I mean, storyline-wise, Alpha 7's always second, so...
That's true.
Yeah.
They need to be second.
Maybe this is how they come first.
All right, so there's our rankings. Reject in first, as always. I'm going to be...
In our hearts. In the
sending it
heart
back
of PUBG Mobile.
to cooler minds. Hopefully they'll prevail. We'll see you guys on the show.
The world was waiting for a champion. There were others like me. 1 billion PUBG Mobile players all hoping to be the one. There can only be one winner, and I never stopped aiming higher. Aiming to become a pro, the best in my country. Aiming to win a world championship and be the best in the region. Aiming to step on the world stage and bring home glory. We are all here for the original, the first, the best Battle Royale. We're all here to witness a champion in the making. Anyone can be the one. Now is the time to aim high and shine bright.
Welcome to the PMWC at the ESPORTS World Cup main tournament. I can't wait to see what the group stage team and their survival teams are going to be doing. But Jeannie, I got to go inside.
Don't worry, I got you. Say less because we have so much competition over the next 3 days. $400,000 on the line for the first place on top of the trophy and an incredible title. So make sure you guys stick around to see which teams are going to be coming out on top.
Time to kick off what we've been here for over a week waiting for. It's the main event here at the PUBG Mobile World Cup. You can tell we practiced this hands down. I'm your host, Jason Kaplan. We got Maxman, Summer Rules Gaming, and Kolaris, the Bicep Master, which also is his birthday today.
Oh,
Congratulations and happy birthday, Kolaris. And what a wonderful way to spend your birthday watching some awesome PUBG Mobile action.
That's right, I get to watch the very best go head-to-head to figure out who's going to be our PMWC champion here in the main event. I'm happy for it. Don't reference it anymore. Happy birthday?
It's my birthday today. Wait a minute. It's birthday
Feliz
Lawrence.
cumpleaños. Go away, go away.
Okay, that's the last
If you
one. No
okay,
more.
you know what, James? We'll reference it one more time. For your birthday, what would you like to see today in the show?
I'd like to see my prediction to win.
They're not here.
No. The new prediction
new
win.
prediction.
My
Yeah,
new
prediction.
prediction
Ah.
win.
We've
Good
had
old
first
Tiamba.
prediction.
I don't think he ever picked Falcon.
What about second predictions?
I think
Throw
he
me an
picked
apple.
Tiamba before the tournament started, actually.
Ah.
I did like Tiamba.
Yeah, he did like Tiamba. He
He
did.
gets a mulligan. He gets a mulligan.
Like for real, he did pick. Like he did like Tiamba before. So.
Yeah. He's looking out for me. That's
Lies.
nice.
Absolute lies.
Just got your beta by
I did
Max
prep with
the Falcons pick. But for you guys at home who missed out, of course, on our group stage and our survival stage.
What are you doing?
Quickly recap. Well, yeah, what are you doing?
What?
I
Were you with Max?
want to be nice for now.
I was sick.
This is how the
great
whole format's
segment,
been going
guys.
so far. You can see we have our 16 teams who have been able to make it through the group stage and survival, all competing now here today over the course of the next 3 days. And this is where things get extremely tough. This is where I'm actually really excited to see, because we have kind of weeded out. It's weird to say the weak teams, because honestly, we have such a stacked event here, but now it's truly the best of the best, all going head-to-head for that $1.5 million.
Yeah, I don't know if we can call them weak teams, the ones that left already. It's like, I do believe this has been
Falcons.
stacked.
What are the weak teams? Like, what? Who would have ever
Okay.
expected that?
Are we just gonna rip on Falcons?
This doesn't have to be a whole bit, okay? We don't have to keep referencing it every 2 seconds, okay? Yes?
Max
They
cursed
got
him.
cursed a little bit.
They got
Just a little-
You cursed him. What do
Just a
you
little
mean?
bit. Hey, Alpha 7's gonna get second. Shut up.
Hey, well, second's still a lot of money with $1.5 million here in this event. Not to mention the player awards as well, which we'll get to in a little bit of time here. But 400 grand for first place. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of potential Rolexes. And that's, as we said before, and I think, Colaris, you said this last year, even the first year, that's life-changing money.
Yeah, no, for sure. And for all these teams that have fallen out of here, they're not going to get an opportunity at this. It's a bit bittersweet for them. Yes, they got a little bit of money under the board because of the survival stage and things like that, but you want to be here in the main event. And even for some of these teams, for some of them, even the money is not really that important. They just want to be the champion, that kind of competitive drive,
Alpha
that competitive edge.
Well,
yeah.
the same thing. Alpha 7 is like, yeah, we like the money, but we definitely don't want to be in second place again.
Be the champion.
Yes.
I mean, they got to meet Neymar.
They
Maybe
technically won.
And I've heard that they're going to be, Alpha 7 is going to be using a special jersey today. So
Really?
Yeah, we'll see though. We'll see.
Second
That's-
place.
Spoilers.
Right.
Alpha second. The
Alpha
new
second, that
team
kinda works.
Of Alpha 7. Well, obviously here at the PUBG Mobile World Cup, we are part of the ESPORTS World Cup, and we do have our club championship going on during this entire event. And of course, if you're not familiar with what it is, because to be fair, we haven't mentioned it all during the show, this will get you caught up to date with how teams can win $7 million.
Such a...
Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever ESPORTS World Cup Club Champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money.
$7 million for first place is insane. If I'm not mistaken, we do have the ability to check in with where our clubs currently do stand as well. And, well, maybe not able to get to the main event here, but Falcons have been able to get #1 somewhere, Max.
Yep, that was it. Okay.
2 times.
Well, call me off guard on that one. Hey, the Team Liquid, right?
Oh.
Hey, that looking at them in the initial start of this tournament, right, in the group stage, they have an opportunity to maybe not overtake Falcons. That's going to be really hard.
Very
okay?
difficult, yeah.
But at least closing that gap a little bit and remaining in second place, which is still a decent amount of money.
I mean, for what was the equivalent of Club Championship last year, Team Liquid actually did very well.
Yep.
Actually, throughout all of that. But yeah, it will be hard for all these other teams to compete with Falcons, even though they're not going to get any points here. Elsewhere, I'm sure that they're going to be doing just fine.
Don't worry, boys. We'll see Alpha 7 at the end of this tournament in that.
Who have a partnership,
Right,
actually.
Max?
Yeah, definitely.
They have a partnership with AG to Alpha 7.
Hater.
So.
Well, for you all watching at home, I think one of my favorite parts of this event here is actually we do have these milestones, these record-breaking moments, and we have been keeping track over the last 2 years, going to now our 3rd year, to take a look at how teams and players individually can be earning a lot more money. We're going to get an idea of where our current records stand, and some of these are kind of intense. For instance, one of them that always going to stand out, Tony K, most eliminations in the finals, 53. I don't know if we're going to see someone break that, especially with how competitive this event is.
Doc is going to do it with nades alone, Jason.
That would be crazy.
Nading out full teams with one grenade, but it is going to be tough, right, when you look at it, because like Top, I think, was a very heavy contender to go for that.
Sure.
Here this time around, so I mean, who's going to be able to beat that record set by Tony K? It is going to be hard.
I think it'll be very difficult. I mean, Vampire across the board in mid-season has been able to dominate a lot of it. Total winner-winner chicken dinners, most in a day, for example, as well. Well, technically they're tied.
Too. We got 4 in the event, 2 in a day.
Yes.
Just beat Vampire.
Yeah. I mean, out of, let me count this. 1, 2, 3, 4,
I want to see if
5,
anybody
6,
breaks
7.
the longest Ilum.
Out of the 8 milestones we have to break,
you've got 2 meters wiggle room.
6 of them are owned by Vampire.
I barely see him.
So, I mean, the interesting thing about it as well, Jason, is that it will be difficult for people to break these records because as years go on in PUBG Mobile, the competition becomes more and more fierce. So in theory, the teams get closer and closer together and things get spread out even more. That being said, we've already seen potential challenges to people like Tony K, people like Vampire and their winner-winner chicken dinners.
Yeah.
So it could occur. It could.
I do like how Schweppes also has got the most rescues last year.
Yes.
Like Tony K is always fighting, get knocked. I'm bringing you back on, boys, okay?
I'm earning another 10K for us, boys. Let me keep doing
personal
this.
medic of Tony K.
I want to see if anybody will break the 24 Ilums for one match for a team.
That is
I feel like that's more doable than anybody breaking the record from Tony K, because 53 Ilums. I mean, QCC has been performing well, but as you guys are mentioning, like there's just so much good talent this year that is going to be really, really hard.
I think beating the 2 winner-winner chicken dinners 4 days is the most achievable one. Yeah.
Really? I was going to say top 3 finishes because Vampire have 10. Xavier had how many in PMSL SEA?
Not here, though.
Well, yeah, not here, though.
Wow.
So we are taking a look here at the teams participating. Of course, the survival stage did finish off 2 days ago where we saw IWNRX come out of nowhere, dominating the lobby. DRX also make it through, TJB, and of course Twisted Minds, which I think if we were to ask each other who is the dark horse of this event, me personally, Twisted Minds hands down, because they have shown to be such the best newcomer team of this year.
Yeah, and now they can play at this stage against like the teams that were above them in their region for the longest time. You got your Team Liquid, you got your Alpha 7. This is their one time to claim glory and say we are one of the best teams in Brazil and we can compete with the best of our home region. So this is a really big opportunity for Twisted Minds that they might never have again.
TJB. I feel like TJB might be the dark horse for me. Are you in the same boat?
I was going to say the same thing.
Yeah, I feel like the fragging is there. This team just needs to get down their early fights. That's the main issue, and then it's consistency too. I mean, they do end up fighting early. They usually end up losing them, but with the rotations that we saw out of them and with the fragging power that we know that they can have, they just need to narrow down those early fights.
Dark horse, yes, TJB, but I still do think they're going to get trumped by the teams that I think should be the favorites. As you say, for TJB, some of their compound control into later games to be able to swing and play edge was very, very strong from, I would say, especially the survival stage. So we'll see if that can continue. That could be their key to victory. But again, you're going to need a little circle favor in order to be able to make that work.
Yeah, well, you know what? One of my favorite things about being able to do these offline events again, because keep in mind, for like 2 years straight where we're doing online only, is seeing the reactions out of these players. We do have our Pepsi top reactions from the event so far, though I hope one of them's not top, because it's going to be a very sad reaction.
Oh, is he crying?
See how sad it is, unfortunately, for some of those teams to not get through, but of course, how excited and elated some of those teams are to be able to make it through and play for that $1.5 million. Seeing their Zed there happy, you know, it hits home, but you know what? They got PMSL to look forward to. They got PMGC to potentially look forward to come back even stronger.
I didn't see Top break his entire desk in two. That was my favorite moment.
He tried. He was definitely trying.
That's why he didn't qualify. He broke his hand. Oh, that explains. Yeah.
I'm expecting a roster change.
That is a lie.
Maybe. Yeah.
That is a lie. PMPL updates. It's not true. They'll probably tweet it out.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking about all the years where you just say something completely off topic and some news outlets run away with it completely. Max,
Max
be very careful. And Max has confirmed Falcons are completely changing their roster.
I did not say that.
Thanks,
Big
really,
scoop
Max? From Max there. Big scoop.
Leaking it already. Let's take a look at our overalls, though, from, I believe, our group stage to remind you guys about how the teams actually got here today. Now, I think one of the biggest surprises for me was, actually, no, we're going to see the key breaking.
Sorry, guys.
That's Falcon's key. Max, look away.
L plus ratio.
This key's still intact, of course, as they were able to qualify, moving on through, and they get to crush other teams' keys, basically.
Hey, if whoever wins, you have to put Alpha 7's key, like just second place in.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. You're really doubling down on this today.
Absolutely. That's amazing.
I'm kind of liking that you're doing this because it might be like the reverse Maxman curse. You're saying that they're going to end up in second place. Yeah, they might actually end up in first place.
That doesn't exist. Oh, okay.
A little off topic, but I feel like the hydraulic press guy really missed out on an opportunity here quite heavily if you guys have caught him out. But yeah, our teams. Alliance. Did any of you expect them to come out first in group stage?
Biggest surprise for me, clearly. Are they going to get away with it again in the finals, though? I feel like teams are going to adapt to some extent. Like, there's no way they get these, like, massive 50% controls on, like, late-game circles. No, it's not happening.
I would be surprised if they're able to get away with these huge splits again, as Max is saying here. I think that teams will have looked back at that, said to themselves, okay, well, if they are willing to go for these kinds of things, we should be more proficient about our scouting, about who's in these certain locations, and identifying quickly how many people are in locations to be able to crash certain priority positions. It's going to be extremely important in the main event here to be proactive about that scouting, proactive about those moves.
I feel like with the research some of these teams have done, they're going to probably end up doing what you guys are saying. If they do end up seeing a player from Alliance, they end up eliminating them and realize that that's Alliance, they're going to be like, okay, this team was really spread out.
They're divided
during group stages. They're not going to be able to regroup in time. Let's hunt them down.
Did I knock Leon's? Full send it. Let's get it. Confirmed, yes. He's gone.
Gotta make sure to confirm it. You guys watching at home, though, we'd love to hear your thoughts and predictions about who you think's going to win. You can head over to stcplay.gg and get those in and compare about our predictions. Remember, just don't put Falcons there because they're not playing. Thank you, Maxman, for that one. Clara's going for Tiambos. If you want to curse him, make sure to put them in. Stay away from 4MV, Maxman. That's my pick, and I sure as a hope they play well. Let's head down to the stage so we can kick off our main event here at PMWC.
I've said a million things and I swear I didn't mean it. Maybe I'm scratching at the surface of some empathy. If I live 1,000 lives and each one I always die in, I guess my mind arrives that I stay right here right by your side. I'm running out of things to lose. up, it's part of growing up. It's each day I'm someone different. Allah show me where to run. I'm running out in the open. You've always been where I belong. Store will never be closed. Taking me home with open arms. Nothing I can say, nothing I can take. You would always say it's all okay, baby. Running out in the open. You've always been where I belong. You've always been where I belong. Shukran. Man, it feels good to be home. You know, as a Saudi artist, and this I'd like to say to the world, things are changing back home. Everything's changing. And I wonder, wonderful guy, I don't need you for nothing, won't please you for nothing. No. I wear my armor, a champion ignite. I don't need you for nothing, won't please you for nothing. Calling for a lighter judgment, tell me that you've done your best. Crushing all my favorite ice, I crush it on your cigarette. Calling for a thing more punching, give me all that you can get. Rushing all my sacred moments, rushing with my cigarette. Ain't I a wonderful guy? I don't need you for nothing, won't please you for nothing. No. I wear my armor, a champion ignite. I don't need you for nothing, won't please you for nothing. Wait, stand up. Know you bad, know you take me too young. Little puff ass action. And the years go by, cool sana. Wait, it's the time now. Wait, know you mine now. Got you in my hand, just wanna be your man. Ain't I a wonderful guy? I don't need you for nothing, won't please you for nothing. I wear my armor, a champion ignite. I don't need you for nothing, won't please you for nothing. Ain't I a wonderful guy? I don't need you for nothing, won't please you for nothing. I wear my armor, a champion ignite. I don't need you for nothing, won't please you for nothing. Yeah. So home is changing, everything is changing, and Saudis, we have art now. We have amazing things happening here now. We don't need the outside thing for nothing. We have everything right here. We do, yeah. It's gonna hurt, diving in head first. Don't close your eyes. We're heading for a painful paradise. I wanna know, how deep does the deep go? Will the air chokes out, your stomach fills, it hurts sometimes, remember still. Feel it now, but feelings go. You'll be just right, it's rain and snow. Keep your head high like snow here, oh. The pain will go before you know. Come on, give me love. Oh, won't you show me how? Come and say I'm enough. sure that you come first. Don't close your eyes. We're heading for a painful paradise. Yeah, yeah. Does the deep go? Don't close your eyes. We're heading for a painful paradise. I love you too. Keep it up. You know this one? Tell me fine when you're feeling down. I tell you telling a lie. I see it in your frown. So you don't have to speak. Oh please, I can tell from a mile. No, you don't have to speak. Oh please, I can tell from a mile. Does it get you high to know you're on my mind? Does it make you cry to know we had our time? So you don't have to speak. Oh please, I can tell from a mile. No, you don't have to speak. Oh please, I can tell from a mile. Keep it up. So freaking loud. I'll play my pain like a flute. Now play it freaking loud. 'Cause I never bend the rules. I turn them upside down. I'm never playing the fool. I'm only playing around. Sing it with me. You always tell me apart when you're feeling down. I tell you telling a lie. I see it in your frown. Thank you so much, I love you. I have one last song. Winner, winner. shine. Every bitch I could mold. You got nowhere to hide, and you got nowhere to go. You're falling far behind. The circle's getting slow. You got nowhere to hide. I'm gonna get mine. With it, she can do it. With it, she can do it. With it, she can do it. With it.
Teams from around the world embarked on a journey to become champion. And we are now down to just 16. And with $1.5 million on the line, the stage is set. My name is Barney Banks and I am your host alongside Sandstorm. And welcome to the PUBG Mobile World Cup at the ESPORTS World Cup.
Yes, Barney, we have had the grueling group stage, the strenuous survival stage, and now it is finally time for the main tournament. 16 of the best teams in the world are ready to go toe-to-toe, face-to-face. 18 maps, 18 matches, and we will finally crown our champion.
Confidence, adaptability, and chemistry are all elements that our teams have been focusing on for the past 10 days. And now it is time for those elements to be put to good use.
The stage is set. So it is finally time to meet our competitors for the PUBG Mobile World Cup main tournament here at the ESPORTS World Cup, starting with Power Esports!
Talon Esports!
Alpha 7 Esports!
the amber.
For Miracle Vibes!
D. Xavier.
Istanbul Wildcats. Next, Ruya!
Twisted Minds.
To attack, cut them out, run a marathon, we're ready for the challenge.
Boom! Esports!
Pushing through the limits, boundless energy, rulers of the city,
Vampire Esports.
we are unstoppable.
Reject!
TJB Esports.
Team Liquid!
Alola IHC. Whether you're watching at home or right here in the STC Arena, this is going to be a showdown like you've never seen before. Every elimination, every placement point, and every decision matters.
Keep your eyes peeled for your favorite players. Grab your popcorn because it's time to pop off. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get the show on the road. The PUBG Mobile World Cup main tournament begins now!
The group stage was just a lot of uncertainty.
There was like, what, 5 or 6 teams that could have possibly made it into the top 4.
There's so many good teams here at PMWC that we just didn't know which teams were actually going to be the ones that made it to the main stage. I mean, you had teams like Team Falcons.
Falcons. Team Falcons. Them not making it just blew my mind, everybody's mind. As a matter of fact, I was talking to all the coaches before and they said they could not believe it, and I can't either.
So it was just a lot of uncertainty.
Acho que outro time a ser eliminado muito cedo além da Falcons, acho que foi a BF. Eu não acho que seja um time tão forte, mas eu queria trocar tiro com eles em Alpuz.
Bizi şaşırtan aslında kendi oyunumuzdu ilk grup stage'de. Bu aşamada da team spirit bayağı bir çok şaşırttı beni.
The team that surprised me the most was actually Tiamba. I was expecting them to do good, but I was not expecting them to do that good. They didn't end up getting any chicken dinners throughout the group stage. That was a massive surprise.
It had to be IWNRX. I mean, they crushed it in the survival stage. During the group stage, we didn't even know what the heck they were doing that whole time. But then come survival stage, they just absolutely dominated.
The group stage for us is really tough because we have to compete with the other team that are really strong. And also we qualify in the 11th place. It's not something that I didn't expect, but yeah, at least we qualify to the final because yeah, I really hope we can do it on the main stage.
The survival stage and the finals are totally different levels of competition. So everybody needs to go back to the drawing board and change their strategies. Edge style play, I don't think it's gonna work at all because these teams are all insane. So find a central position and hope for the best.
Acho que eles têm que ter medo da gente porque a gente é um time muito consistente, um time muito agressivo.
Ben Türkiye'nin en yetenekli 3 oyuncusuyla oynadığımı düşünüyorum. Ve ben bu takımla PMGC'de dünya şampiyonu olmak istiyorum.
The stakes are very high in this tournament. I mean, you have so many teams trying to fight for that championship. trying to be the first PMWC champion. You don't know if it's going to be Alpha 7, you don't know if it's going to be Team Liquid, or if it's going to be Al Ula IHC, a team that is a previous PMGC champion. On top of that, you have Alliance, you have Vampire Esports. There's just so many teams that can take the championship.
And we are that much closer, folks, to kicking this one off. Oh boy, I'm Hot Jukes here with John Allen. 16 teams. You can see them all ready to go and get ready to drop into Sanhok in just a few moments.
We are kicking it off here. There is not a lot of time for these teams to make their mark in Riyadh, but they are certainly going to be giving it their all. The first battle will commence on Sanhok, which tends to be a little bit chaotic. It was the demise of the Falcons and Team Spirit, that hot drop came on through, but that trophy's looking all the sweeter with those keys crumbling beneath it.
Oh man, I mean, it's so crazy to see this whole key factor being introduced to us. I love it. You know, it is amazing. You can see these teams walking in with them ready to go, and hopefully they'll remain intact at the end of this one right here, because we can only have one champion.
Absolutely. Only one of those keys will not go down to the pneumatic press.
That's right.
It is going to be a race for that top spot. Big question, of course, is always whose keys are you going to take with you to put in your trophy? If the analyst desk is correct, you know, you always take Alpha 7s, no matter what, because obviously Alpha 7 can't win. They only ever get second. We'll have to wait and see, though, just what they're able to do here. Looks like our players are getting ready. Alpha 7, by the way, on their walkout, looking pretty fresh in their racing driver get-ups. I don't know what you call them, the jumpsuits?
Well, they're ready to hit that accelerator here in just a few moments, and they're going to need to put that pedal to the metal, because this is a whole different lobby than we've seen before. And when it comes to Alpha 7 in particular, for those of you guys that don't know them, they are one of the big favorites coming all the way from Brazil in the Americas region, and they have that curse looming over them, the second place curse, John. So many times these guys have performed so well, but come just that short to actually putting that belt around their waist. So I was talking to their coach, I was talking to the players. They're looking to break that curse today, and it all starts right now.
But the thing is with Alpha 7 is there is that choke factor, right? That is what has really, really held them back. Unquestionably, mechanically, strategically, this is a team that wins tournaments. Unfortunately, mentally, they have a little bit of a boom sometimes going on in those final days. We saw it back in Turkey at the end of last year. Are we going to see it here in Riyadh to once again deny them that opening, not only for their first win, chicken dinner, I suppose, of the tournament, but also for Brazil's first win at a global stage?
And hopefully we could see it. I think they're by far the biggest favorite coming out of Brazil, but you also got Team Liquid in the mix. They did really well. They were actually our PMSL Americas champions. So, you know, they're coming in hot. And it was kind of funny as we were in the player lounge before this. I could just see all the players standing there nervous. I was talking to them and I'd be like, hey, how you feel? Oh, I'm not nervous. I'm ready to go. And I asked,
why would you say that?
What are you talking about? I'm not nervous at all. I'm ready to win this one.
Actually, I'm really calm, actually.
And I'll tell you what, I asked each majority of the teams, right? Hey, what do you expect on your day one? And almost every single one of them told me, we're going to get at least 50 points today.
Okay.
Mathematically, though.
I believe all of them.
Yeah.
All of them can do it. Actually, I don't know. How many points are earned on a... Okay, I'm going to have to figure this out later. Because you've given me
I don't think there's enough enough points to go around.
It
for
depends
all
how
of them
many
to get
points
50.
you earn per match, right?
That's right.
That's what you're looking for. Because you've got 63 potential eliminations. I'd have to add up the placement points. Yeah, I don't think there's enough. There'd have to be like way over 100 points a map to be able to get 16 teams to get 50 points. So yeah, you're definitely lying. Pack in the fibbing, get to playing.
Well, you know what? You got to have your hopes high, that's for sure, because that trophy is too gorgeous. You know, one of these teams is looking to put their hands on it and become the ESPORTS World Cup champion here. The PUBG Mobile World Cup champions at the ESPORTS World Cup here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. So, you know, I got a chance to, hear some of the boys talking about some of their dark horse picks. As a matter of fact, when I talked, I heard Seven say, like TJB. Who do you think is your dark horse coming into this one?
Dark horses, I think... Probably. Oh, this is okay. This is difficult. I don't think Okay, let me start again. Vampire. I think they count as a dark horse, and I'll tell you for why.
Okay.
They haven't been playing to the best of their ability. They haven't had the best of years leading up to this either. They have come through on that special invite. And so therefore, I think that, in my estimation, I think they are a dark horse. We always see them somehow just randomly pull it out the bag here in Riyadh. That's what I'm hoping to see from this roster.
Yeah,
I think realistically, it would be very unexpected for that to happen, but I definitely believe in this roster.
Okay, I believe in them too. I mean, talking to Sertani, you know, he's excited, he's ready to go. We saw a quote there from Tony K say that, you know, they didn't have the group stage performance that they were hoping for, but they're looking to kind of retain that title once again. And I actually got to talk to Twisted Minds. That's going to be my dark horse pick. Okay. You know, they've been putting in quite a bit of work here, but guys, it is time. 16 teams, 64 players have traveled all over the world to the beautiful Riyadh, Saudi Arabia to attempt to become the first ever PUBG Mobile World Cup champions. And that path starts right now.
And it starts with the Infinix GT20 Pro with dual gaming chipsets and 144Hz AMOLED screen. The GT20 Pro will equip teams with up to 120 FPS, which is also the first batch of supported devices, offering esports level performance and visually stunning experiences in the 2024 PMWC, a Western plane path to kick things off on Sanhok. It is going to cut around the side, maybe a little bit long to get towards Kampong and Lakawi and docks, but again, it's Sanhok. It's basically never impossible to get where you want to go.
That's a fact. And right now, I'm always looking at the center of the map because, actually,
wow.
We're going to go ahead and mix it all up over there. You're in a hot 10. Talent Esports. We got a hot drop, folks, and it's between Power and Talent. And we have a 1v1 situation. Trade out. Let's see who's going to get the better of this one. This could mean one of your teammates getting eliminated. Actually, two of them getting eliminated. Oh, and Power comes in with the help right at the right time.
Talon versus Power. I think, mentioning dark horses, I feel like Power might have that sort of strength to be able to take things down if it goes their way. But they're losing Fadan now, and they are down to just 3 players. All of them alive, but that's a cut across on the door frame. Yoru able to hold it down for Talon. Look for another as well. Jumping across. The UMP will be able to pop the reload here. Push Kante into the corner. And with a Tommy gun, it's not enough. Power goes down early in Hatin. It is Talent to take them down, and they're going to push forwards with 3 players remaining.
Unbelievable. So I think we were going to see Talent drop a little bit further south and kind of do some split looting in this situation, but instead they opted to hot drop against Power in Hatin. They win that fight, and that is going to be huge for them because now they're going to worry about split looting. They got 4 points off the rip, and Power is going to have to worry about them in the next couple Sanhoks we see the next few days.
Early lead for Talon, 4 points on the cards already. Losing a player for it, though, potentially difficult to move through what is probably going to be quite a difficult set of rotations now. With the circle pushing up north, they're playing in Hatin. Currently, no one holds that northern bridge, which is potentially a position for Tiamba to regroup towards. They might try and go for a 2-2 split. There's that beautiful compound that sits just to the south of that north bridge, which I'm expecting Tiamba to at least think about taking to regroup in, but it's a bit more centered over towards Paradise Resort.
Yeah, I mean, the zone is a perfect situation for them. Alula IHC are off on that island on the north left side of the map, so they're going to have to get going pretty quickly here. But one thing we didn't get a chance to talk about, right, is boot camp.
It's true.
Because now that we do not see Team Falcons here.
Or Team Spirit.
That's right. Yeah, that left boot camp wide open. So Team Liquid are the squad to take that position, and they're going to be looted up to the teeth. So a very fortunate situation for them when it comes to Sanhok.
Playing in the middle as well. This is a decent position. You always need to be careful about your northern flank from boot camp as we take a look at a bit of the replay between Talon and Power. Moving out from boot camp is always one of the more dangerous rotations that you see on Sanhok. Team Liquid, they've actually put, I believe that's Cardozen, out on the east side, and they're currently now regrouping out of there. So they managed to make that position work for them. They left that one player out wide, gave them that route out, and secured a safe path to leave from the boot camp. They transitioned to the hills to the east. It's very well principled. It's a pretty standard early maneuver, but they've made it work.
Yeah, and that's what you want to do, especially when a zone like this happens. You want to be able to get even more central. And I said it in the interview I had earlier, right? You want to get in a central position with this kind of lobby. Edge style play is so much more difficult. You know, in earlier tournaments, it's easy, but
Ooh,
Mythic.
He's over the ridge.
Okay, he was able to get there just in time. One little tree hit like that could spell disaster, but he is able to get away with it for now.
Yeah, no one close enough just yet to be able to take them down. And this is that rotation now that Team Liquid have gone for. All IHC have got oversight onto the Talon position, and actually Tianba are currently watching out on the northern point of the east coast, which means that this crossing for Talon and Alola IHC is going to be a little bit tricky, right? Especially if they want to go on its north side. Tianba looking for boats moving around on the northern side, trying to protect their coastline from naval assaults on that northern edge. So currently playing on a 2-1-1 split, securing their rotations further south as well.
Yeah, I think Alola IHC needs to play this a little bit more quietly right now. I mean, they still need to find a way into the circle, so I don't think they should be trying to make too much noise in this position. Yeah, Talon is a little bit pinched in between them and Tianba, and you could already see some teams on the rotation. Looking at TJB, this is Seven's dark horse pick for the tournament, and they've done pretty well. So I think I'm not shocked to hear that that's going to be his pick for this one.
I mean, they had a pretty decent time back in the group stages, finishing up in second, 106 points. I'm on the fence as to whether or not they are a dark horse, as to whether they would sort of count in that category. But I think that, you know, they may be not in the conversation of a lot of people talking about first place teams. But we have had to chuck most of those conversations out the windows, with Falcons going down, with Spirit going down, with some of the favorite teams not really picking up the pace in the group stages, like Alpha 7.
Yeah, and Alpha 7 in particular is definitely going to be a huge favorite for this one. And you can just see them on the move right now, moving just a little bit away from Bond, trying to find that solid position here. Almost every single squad is going to be in this spot. Alola IHC and Talon still need to find a way in, and that's the hard part about that island. If the zone does go there, it's like almost guaranteed a chicken dinner, double-digit elimination points. If the zone doesn't go there, you're gonna have a hard time in there. So they took that gamble, and unfortunately, it's not gonna pay off for this one. But let's see, they had to have that contingency plan on how to be able to get into this island. I'm very interested in seeing how they decide to execute that, though.
Alpha 7 playing close together near Barn. Looking for a little peek over those ridge lines. Twisted Minds find Alliance. This is on the northeast side of the main pack. Twisted Minds trying to hold out their ground. Alliance take a knock. They haven't been flushed just yet, and I think they've got a player close enough to just go for this res if they've got the cover. Yeah, you can see they are going to be able to manage that. Twisted Minds playing across that valley with the shots, not really going to send on it, not going to confirm that flush. Now the Northwest Island is still occupied. Alola IHC and Talon still over there. They're going to need to cross fairly soon.
For those of you guys that have been watching from the beginning of this tournament, you could already tell that the level of play here has increased dramatically. You know, no crazy fights off the rip. Everybody's just moving inch by inch, trying to get a good position, and then you're going to hear those shots ring out a little bit further. Of course, excluding the hot drop we saw from Power, actually not Power, but from Talon, right? Talon did hot drop on a Power, and we're able to take full advantage of it. You can see Revel putting some shots onto Alliance across the way. And we're going to see some of these pop shots here and there, but all these teams, for the most part, are avoiding a fight at all costs. Because if a fight does ring out now, your chances of getting third party are practically 100%.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very quick as a response. Although from the teams in the middle, it's less likely they leave those locations to go for a third party, right? Currently, we have IWNRX slap bang middle of this next circle. And if they push out, they're going to leave a vacuum. Someone else is going to fill that. So they're going to be left, unless they win that fight that they go for, it's basically, they're basically done for. And in general, that ring that sits around them is also going to be pretty difficult to leave. The first person to make a move has a little bit of a mark placed above them.
I will say, though, there is one team in particular who is not afraid to do that, to leave a central position, to go off to the edge and try to take you out. And that is for PMV.
Okay.
Right? These guys are ultra aggressive. Now, I think that is one of their strengths, because if they do go to that edge, wipe out that team, they get a ton of points, third-party loot, and then they can get back. But that could also spell and be their weakness, because if they do, like you mentioned, go out to that edge, now the zone may hard shift away from you. You lose a player to that fight. It could really spell disaster. So I'm interested to see if 4MV will take those risks in a lobby like this, because it's really difficult, especially when you're in a nice central position. Sometimes you're like, hey, let's just win this game from here.
Can be pretty tempting to try and do that. And at the moment, IWNRX sit in one of those junction compounds, which is a focal point on a lot of Sanhok circles. You get those compounds that just sort of sit in this valley where the roads join, a couple of buildings, some nice hard cover, some decent sight lines. Difficult to leave, though. Difficult to approach and difficult to leave.
I'll say this.
If the position's right for it. But
I'll
there
say
are
it's
some
even
hills
difficult to
around some.
defend sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah, because right now they're in that central position. I hope they have some vehicles, though, just positioned. Because if we see a hard shift to the north or south, they may have to use them because it's very, very difficult to walk away from those houses. But we'll see if it ends up paying off for them. If the zone centers up multiple times, they're going to be solid.
Looks like 4MV find DRX. DRX, by the way, blanks assertion that they're going to be 16th place. And to be honest, I can't disagree too much with it. I think that this is a team that they just found something completely different in the survival stage, right? They did place second there, but they were dead last in the group stages. They're going to be coming back into the fight with those top 12 teams that they just couldn't do anything against. And it looks like 4 Miracle Vibes are going to remind them just what it's like to be playing in this lobby.
Yeah, you know, that's kind of a, it's kind of a double-edged sword, right? When you do so well during a survival stage, because sometimes you can get a little bit of false confidence, just thinking, oh man, we figured out what the problem was. All we gotta do is play like this during the main stage and we'll be top 2. No, sir. It's a totally different lobby. So I hope that they understand that. They went home, you know, been back to the drawing board and made some changes here. All right, next zone does pop on up, and it is gonna head on over to the east side here. So Alula, IHC, Vampire, even Tiamba are gonna have to start pushing on in.
And they are going to push straight on in. At the moment, Vampire looking to regroup. Nuzi and Schwepp disparate from these front two, and it looks like they're going to have to take the fight. Alolex IHC, not 4 players, though, just yet. Demo's still on the swim, staying on that island on the crossing, and Vampire still just trying to fall back, trying to disengage. You can see 2 of their players posting up on that high ground, but Stoned, I think he's locked into this fight now. Godless wants to move forwards, but he's nading, retreating, staggering his retreat. Keeping it under control. Tony K gets a little bit of high ground.
Nice
and
shot.
Goes down. Goes for the spray with the M4. Gets the flush almost immediately. A 1-2 punch from the players on the inside. Vampire still playing 2-2. Tony K back behind the rock, but Godless has to slow things down as damage goes his way. Alex moving forwards and Stones holding nerve.
Oh, she should have known that there was going to be a player coming from that angle. It's a super common position to play, but they got circumvented and taken out. So now they're going to have to make it happen. Godless especially is going to have to try and find a shot on a Tony K, but there's not going to be a really angle from there. I think at this point, they're just going to have to try and brute force their way through.
Something the Vampire were doing previously, and it's something that you said you don't think is going to work, is that edge style. Oh, there's Demo. It comes in, the third-party angle. I think they're going to know where it's from. Does Tony K have cover? That's the question. Nuzi is looking for it as well. In the meantime, Talon are moving in behind this, and Demo is vulnerable to it. Stoned is taking a 1 versus 2. He's already struck first blow and will take down Alex. Godless now with a nade as he puts one to the back of the warehouse. Tries to find the second player from Alolex IHC on the angle, and there's the Talon third party I was talking about on the northern side. That's the off-angle removed. Dispatched and flushed. Stone with Godless stepping out. He's got the DBS, and Vampire hold strong. Tony K is down. Can they get the res? No. There's the flush.
Let's see what happens. Here comes that third party real quick. Team Liquid, they knew this fight was here. They know this area so well. They did drop into boot camp in the first place, so you can see them run over here, and I like this. They get a quick elimination, and they leave. They don't stay in the blue zone any longer than they need to. Take the money and run.
Getting on out of there, but they got to push through reject. They are in the way right now of Team Liquid's approach from the western edge. I'm surprised we're not seeing more fights popping off now because the north side is starting to get very, very crowded. Tiamba are going to be looking for their way in on the eastern edge. They rotate around the top, past Camp Bravo, and pushing on the east near Twisted Minds, but Reject still holding out Team Liquid. An opening, though, found by Cardozin as he nails the headshot.
You can see Team Liquid, they are under pressure now. This is zone 3. You can see they sent 2 players out in a vehicle to try and get a good angle onto Team Reject. They are starting to crowd on them. Team Reject's gonna have to hit a brutal nade. Oh, and he just misses it. You can see him go up with the up, though. Gonna get that quick thirst, secure that point. Team Liquid is now in trouble.
They've already taken casualties. Sara is down for reject, but they still stand stalwart in the way. Chief, though, has other ideas. The SK-12 able to find first strike on the engagement, but the off angle, it's Talon. They're still pushing it behind, and this is disaster for Team Liquid, and apparently disaster for reject, as Talon just start to sweep on through. 7 eliminations now on the match. They lost one early to the hot drop, and they want more. They want the rest of reject.
Talon, so fortunate, timing being perfect for them. 7 eliminations, that is a great start no matter how they end this game. And in Sanhok, if you can get away with 7 points, you'll be more than happy. Make that 8 points just like that. And they're looking to soak up some more. Right now, they're just playing cleanup duty. Just, hey, waiting for a fight to happen on the edge, come in right at the right time, steal some elimination points. That's huge.
They were able to get that 4 points off the rip on the hot drop, that third party over towards the boot camp fight against Vampires, now sweeping through Liquid and the rest of Reject, who have, by the way, managed to res up to 3 players alive. It looked a lot shakier than it did, but the Reject team can start to strike in towards the IWNRX compound, which is going to be tough. Sara, though, wants to clear out the back, wants to try and get rid of Talon as an annoyance. And there's the spray down, but the off angle is there and able to take care of Sara. Reject not going to go down without a fight, but a second knock sent their way makes it all the harder. 1 player now to stand in the way, but Talon are down to 2, a sliver of HP on one of their players, and Yoru and Axel need to try and make it work.
That nade barely missing. Here comes Dwella running up front close and personal. Yoru with the M4. Oh, he's going to go down just like that, but Dwella gets caught from IWNRX. It's third party after third party, and that's Team Reject out. 12 teams remaining, and we're going to see a whole lot more get dominated as we look at Tianba putting some pressure on the Twisted Minds. That Molly looks good.
Over the top of the rock, and there's the knock you're looking for. Will be able to find one. Tianba have suffered casualties, but so have Twisted Minds. 2 versus 3 as Tianba try and crawl their way forwards. Another knock found, and Twisted Minds holding as much as they can on the east with the 2 players. 4 MV, they're moving around that barn basin over on the east side, and they want to try and take control of this. Go for a third-party flex out.
And Talon get another couple of eliminations. They've been hanging out in the blues so far deep that they're watching these fights happen, and they've been stealing point after point after point. That's 10 already for them. And they might be able to sneak 1 more away, but they only have 1 player alive, and he's getting chunked down by the blue zone. Now we see Alpha 7, 2 players down, 2 remaining. Let's see if they're going to be able to get these reses off, because all the pressure's on them. Everybody wants their position.
Yeah, with that western shift on the circle, it gives them a massive slice of things. And that hilltop is going to be all important. That vantage point it will afford them, if they can hold on to it, will be invaluable. But so many teams, you're right, just going to put pressure on, not least of which is TJB on the southwest side.
This timing is so perfect for Alpha 7 because they're able to get these reses off. They need to be able to do it so quickly, and it's going to work out for them. They're going to have all 4 up in this zone, so I don't think these teams that were right close to them realized just how hurt Alpha 7 was. And that one little mistake could wreak disaster for their squads. You can see Boom Esports starting to produce some shenanigans, driving around. Now going to be able to apply some pressure to Xavier. Let's see if Rezi's able to get that crucial first knock.
Lamborghini trying to hold the off angle. Rezi gets the shot. Actually, no, it's a spray down from the off angle. The 2 players moving on forwards. They've split Xavier on their hold, and now Boom look to open the door. Paragin on the inside looks to hold with the spray down, but it's not there. And now Lamborghini, last hope for Xavier, has a challenge from a DPS, and he is not up to the task. Yummy able to put him in the dirt. A Xavier fall to Boom.
Boom Esports with a critical finish right there. That's 4 points for them. Now they're starting to get warmed up here. We still see a couple squads that need to get moving. I'm looking at you, 4MV, Tianba as well. Twisted Minds with a beautiful couple knocks right there, but he's going to go out just like that. Still, points being spread pretty much across the majority of these teams.
Boom with 4 players. They're now starting to extend their presence against Alliance on the northern side. Not too much to worry about. I'll take that back actually as Bombit goes down. Gets flushed as well for Boom. Playing on as 3. Alpha 7 and TJB currently, the 2 teams with 4 players alive. Take that back. 4 Miracle Vibes still have 4 on the eastern side. But 4MV, only the 1 elimination. Taking a knock as well. Trying to carry themselves forwards. Move up from the cover of barn.
Here goes Rebel. Now it's just play keep away. I mean, they are gifted this circle. This is Alpha 7 at their best right here, where they don't got to worry about a single thing, just shoot at everything that moves, and they do it better than anybody else. Now you look at TJB on this edge here, trying to get some points on the boom. They are hurting. Only one player up left, and they need to finish this rather quickly because this zone is gonna hurt.
Alpha 7 holding still in the buildings, but they've only got one elimination so far. Actually, no, they've got two now. Trying to take care of a couple more if they can to get those chicken dinners in with a decent elimination count. That's what you're looking for. DRX are alive quite late in this one, but they're trying to push in from the southeast side. They've only got 2 players now standing, and it's going to be difficult. Next to 4MV. TJB just keep things going though. 3 eliminations, and they are going to take a lot of wind out the sails of Alpha 7 if they keep taking these points.
They're just trying to soak up as many as they possibly can because they know getting in this next zone is going to be pretty difficult here. So if they can get some of these elimination points just to kind of hedge their bets, that's going to work out perfectly. And right now you see Alliance with a beautiful shot onto 4MV. He's going to go start sending it. 4MV are completely trapped. There's no way they make out of this alive.
Apex tries to withstand the nade and will be able to do so. Not going to be falling victim to it just yet. An Alliance are eating lead from the off angle as well. Might just slow things down. That's DRX actually having a shout into it. And Flower with the first over towards Boom. Only one player now remaining. 5 eliminations on Boom's tally. And Frenzy looks for the cross, but he's cut down. Cut straight on through. And that is another off angle coming through from TJB. 5 eliminations now towards the top. And it looks like Alpha 7's challengers are going to be them. They've been just circling them for a while.
Great teamwork right there from TJB. Not to mention that looked like to be an offensive smoke from Flower. We're going to make all those players on that edge have to just run blindly on in. They were able to take them out and clear that side completely. Now, all they got to worry about is what's right in front of them, and that is Alpha 7. How are they going to approach this fight? That's the big question. Now they took out Alliance, so this area is completely clean. It's one big fight, and I guarantee you, Alpha 7 and TJB, whoever wins this one should win this match.
Alpha 7 need to figure out how they're going to leave their buildings now. If they allow TJB to control the outside terrain, this game is over for them. But they have started to move down this hillside. This valley that sits in the middle is such a fight catalyst for these next few moments, and it's what's keeping TJB at bay. It's what's stopping Alpha 7 from fully flexing out, as well as DRX and 4MV's last remnants on the other side.
Yeah, Alpha 7 has to make a decision, right? Do we just stay and try to get these points that are pretty easy right now against DRX, or do we just try to turn around and take out TJB? Because if they decide to get into that fight a little too early with TJB, oh, and it's going to happen. This zone lands right here. These are definitely going to be your winners, folks.
4MV out. DRX trapped behind a rock. It's all waiting for it, but GK first goes down. DRX able to keep suppression going. Alpha 7 yet to really fully leave. I mean, they pushed 2 players down to the tree. There's the first knock to DRX. Nade's starting to come up from Alpha 7, and 2 players from TJB down now. There's DRX finally falling, but Alpha 7 need to capitalize on the disarray as it stands. A super low HP player at the back. They can't let this heal go through, and now with 1 player remaining, Alpha 7 look to move across the hillside, but Flower is going to stay alive for just a moment longer. First knock over to Revo behind the tree. It's not going to happen. TJB fall, and Alpha 7 claim the first. The chicken dinner over on Sanhok will be theirs. They stood in that compound. They allowed no one any quarter. And it will be an Alpha 7 chicken dinner.
Who was it that said that Alpha 7 was overrated? That is my question, because if you said that, oh, you got another thing coming, because Alpha 7 started this one off so strong. Now, it's up to see them finish this, right? Consistency is key here. If they're able to play like this and the rest of the matches, they're going to be able to get it done. I will admit, though, this game was handed to them on a silver platter, right? They had that zone. They were supposed to win that game, and they did it with some solid elimination points.
You can't take it away from them, though. They held their nerve. They did what they needed to do, and that's the question we've had about Alpha 7, is choking in those important moments. They kick things off well. It looks like they're pretty chill about it, too. They are not taking it for granted. Those racing suits tied up around the waist, keeping cool, making sure they're not over-perspiring, staying hydrated. You love to see it.
That's right. Oh man, we take a look at this replay right here. Flower was doing so great this match.
Oh, yeah.
He had that choke point down, and he did a great job of just defending it with the rest of his squad. Another great performance for TJB, and this was 7's dark horse pick. So they really worked this one really well. 8 eliminations in total. definitely not something you should shake your head at, that's for sure.
Another big story for me in this match is Talon. 10 eliminations that they were able to get, taking down Power Esports over in Hatin early, then moving through and being a third-party demon on that western side. That was really their legacy within that match. And I think, you know, Talon, I don't really think that they've got too much of a hope of taking the title, but if they keep doing things like that, they could certainly at least ruin other teams' days, if not get up on that podium themselves.
Well, Talon was a perfect name because they were like vultures, just cleaning up everything around the edge. They'll take that all day long. Guys, we got a whole lot more coming your way. Don't go anywhere.
4,000 of years, my wrath has burned in the waters of the deep. Its power awakens me. The kingdom will fall once more. The sea will consume all yet again.
Alpha 7, they are out for blood. They are out to get themselves a trophy and out to get themselves a victory here at PMWC. Maxman, that was a fantastic first game here.
Alpha 7!
Get away! Where's our security?
Was that Ratto boy?
Ratto boy. I was really hoping he would trip and fall, to be honest.
I should have, like, just get him.
Yeah, that would have been good. It could have fixed his face. But Alpha 7, they come out really strong here, Maxman. A victory on Sanhok, get themselves up in first place off the bat. And Afioso, we were very satisfied with our first day. We know that we could have finished at the top. We fixed our mistakes and we're confident that we can be #1. Well, right now, they are #1.
That's a weird way to say second place. Yeah, I'm doing that too much, I feel like.
Well, currently not the case. They've got
You just
themselves
wanna
a good compound.
You just want to get haters from everyone.
I got so much already. I'm like, oh, what's a little few more DMs?
Lean
like,
into it.
I mean,
you know.
look, Alpha 7, this position, you get the good compound on the good mountain. Ooh, what's going to happen? I wonder.
Yeah, it was going to be difficult for any team to really dislodge them from that position, right? The one team that could have potentially done it would have been TJB. They seized the high ground above that compound, which is technically the biggest vulnerability of that compound, but they weren't keen on trying to push against it. And I understand why, because teams over in the east side, southeast side, etc., would have had line of sight on them if you're going to push. So you've got to be very careful. A lot of smokes are required to make that kind of push if you're going to do it.
So looking at the stats right now, I mean, you were talking about it during the game, right, Jason? Like, elimination heavy towards the top. There's a very big discrepancy between the top teams and the bottom teams in this match. And man, Talon, what the hell is going on? 0 placement points, 10 eliminations on one of the worst rotations. And I think the mindset for them is like, we're not winning this game. We're just going to like shoot everything that moves in this game, and it actually worked out. 10 points for like a 0 placement game is a big win.
Well, especially since they started out with the hot drop against Power, right? True. Up in Heartin, and then from there, yeah, you win the hot drop, but you lose one. Normally, that does cause problems. And as you say, Max, I think that even from there, if you're just 3, maybe there is that mind shift from just then on and just shoot at everything. And actually, it was very successful. So I got to say, that's a big success from a Sanhok game where you lose one early on. That's really, really big.
Yeah, something they should be very proud of, but also another team that should be proud a little bit here is Vampire taking on Alula IHC, taking them down, get 4 elimination points for themselves, but unfortunately that's all they do get from this game because there's a lot of questions around Vampire. How are they going to perform in this event considering they're the back-to-back champions? But this event is the most stacked event they've had to compete in these mid-season competitions. But, I mean, it is Sanhok to start things off with, right? We're not really going to judge teams too heavily about that. However, with 3 Erangels coming up, that's where we're really going to start to get them under the microscope.
Yeah, I mean, we had that hot drop, right? So I'm like, oh, maybe we're going to see something on Erangel. Hopefully not, because that is going to become a real major issue for teams that are involved in those. I mean, we were talking about Military Island in particular. Are we going to have something happening there? It should just be Team Liquid and 4MB. They should be fine.
Sure.
But otherwise, looking at this game, right, Kalaris, I think that despite this being a really tough game in terms of circle and like the terrain that was at play, we saw a lot of great plays, and especially Tiamba, the team that you're looking at, that wide wrap. Sure, they don't win the game, but I think it's one of the best plays based on a really tough scenario that was ahead of them.
Yeah, they were waiting until Circle 2 really popped to see how they were going to approach what would be the later stages of the mid-game. I thought maybe they were going to try and camp out Talon for quite a while. They decided to sit there for a little bit too long and then managed to go for that wide wrap. Now, I do think Twisted Minds was slightly caught off guard by them coming in from that angle, because by the time it comes to, what, end of third circle, you're like, okay, surely people shouldn't be coming in from here. But Tiamba has shown these tendencies in the past of going for that wide wrap onto the east side with a circle like this. So, I mean, Twisted Minds lose out on that fight, but Tiamba takes a lot of casualties. It's difficult to make that work when you've left it so late.
Yeah, for sure. And looking at also Alpha 7, we were talking about their position. So, sure, TJB did play it really well at like playing the high ground position on their spot. I feel like if they did go for the 2-2 split you mentioned, they could have got way more eliminations this game. I really feel like all the teams are trying to scramble away from Paradise Resort, from all the terrain around that spot. They're trying to cross the road, make it back uphill. I think they could have got maybe double-digit elimination game for Alpha 7, but they were just, we have a good spot. We're going to be a little bit more relaxed this match.
And I get it. I get it. If you've got a compound like that and the circle's coming your way, why not? But you're right. I mean, in terms of what is the vulnerability of that compound, like I was mentioning before, usually it's the high ground. So having a 2-2 split above there to be able to see elsewhere, because if you're just in the compound, all you can see is towards the east, southeast, east, and things like that. But hey, I mean, TJB overall, going for the wide wrap north to try and, because they did not want to push onto Alpha 7. I get why they did that, especially with some of those last circle shifts here. I feel like we're just, if you let us keep going, we're going to talk for ages.
Hey, we got time. Keep going. Okay. I don't get paid by the word, okay?
Yeah, you should that. But the fact that TJB went for that, I get it, but it's not the winning play. It's like almost a consolation play of like, okay, we know we're not going to push onto Alpha 7. It's difficult to make this work with the circle the way it
I also really like the idea of like they're trying to avoid Alpha 7, but they got themselves in the position where they can see Apex from 4MV, they can see DRX, so even if though they don't go for the win, they get second place like pretty much 100% of the time because they're just clearing the little like solos that are just remaining in the grass.
Maybe if we were at a different stage of this event, maybe if we're into the last day,
maybe they're a bit
and Alpha 7 or TJB need the points, maybe we'll see more of an aggressive play.
Yeah,
no, I would agree with that, and that's a fair assessment of it, because for the start, and again, it's Sanhok, you've only got 3 of them out of the 18 matches that you're going to be playing. What better to do than to just guarantee yourself double digits? I mean, that's what we saw from Talon, right? Okay, with the frag potential from them on the west side. Guarantee yourself double digits on, I would say, the most difficult to navigate battleground that we play. Because it's very volatile as Sanhok.
Especially Paradise Resort terrain.
Yeah,
it's like you have nothing all around it. It's just like uphill, downhill, roads to cross, and teams are already in position. If you were over to the western side this game, you had a horrible time making those moves, except for Chamba that went for that wide wrap, right? But otherwise, this was a bad Sanhok for these guys. Going into Erangel, we might see like some different teams be at the top this time around.
Well, one thing I'm curious about, and we noticed in this last match, is we did have a couple of roster changes in the match, right? For instance, IHC putting Alex in over Rogue, which Rogue played the entire group stage. Alex didn't play a single match until now. And also Shadows in over Chua for the Xavier, which again, same situation. Didn't play in group stage and now is playing in finals? I don't understand it.
They just do rock, paper, scissors, who plays, and like whoever wins, like you won this game, I guess. Like there's no logic to it, right?
There's none.
I feel like there's a little bit of logic to the 4-1v1 with Baron and Aero. Like they would do a rotation every few days, and like if you were a little bit tired, just like go to bed and just don't play don't play on that day. But, like here's just super random. And Alex in particular, I feel like he's one of the better players on the team. Shadow, also known as Levi's in the past, he was just incredible when playing for his team back in PMGC. So like, why are you putting that player on the bench until the finals? Did you want to give him a break when you could have maybe not qualified? It's weird. I don't get the logic.
Experience, man. Like the best way to learn how these lobbies are playing is literally firsthand.
So I don't know. That's my answer. I have no idea.
Yeah. Okay, well, as we do get into Erangel, what are your expectations going into Erangel in particular? I know we saw a lot of Alliance, like spread positions, like spread out. We did see a little bit of it here in Sanhok on the northeast side, but they eventually did get punished. Is there anything in particular you're keeping an eye out on, Maxman?
Oof, I don't know on this one. I mean, Erangel, I think, is going to be... We're going to have faster rotations, hopefully, from teams, right? And not giving the space to the True Alliance like we saw in the group stage. So that's what I'm expecting. Teams not getting away with these big splits. But the last game was very weird, so like I'm not using as a real expectation for the rest of the day.
No, as we say, usually Sanhok plays very differently to Erangel and Miramar. I think one thing I was almost like, oh, teacher, me, because we'd only gone to talk really about 1 or 2 teams in the pre-show, but I do still want to talk about Tiamba and kind of why I picked them as a whole, because let's look at their group stage, right? Tiamba, obviously China has a lineage of excellence, and in the group stage, no chicken dinners. Somebody think, why are you picking them if they've got no chicken dinners? 5 podium finishes. If there is just a slight tweak in some of those games, they get wins. They could have been #1 in group stage. I think they get wins here in the main event, and I think they take #1 spot eventually.
Well, we will find out. Obviously, we still have a lot of matches to go today, but to remind you guys once again at home who are watching, make sure you're checking out the Violet Thunder set based off the design by Ailu in the PDP X Esports Outfit Design Contest, which of course incorporates aspects of that PMWC trophy, which looks so sick. Honestly, as you saw a performer at the start of the day, I would wear those pants for sure. The little purple flames looking fantastic, but also is looking fantastic. Our commentators, let's head back to them so we can finally kick off our back-to-back-to-back Erangels.
You two.
That back-to-back-to-back. First Erangel of the finals about to happen in just a few moments, folks. Alpha 7 starting off so strong. And at the same time, one of the big surprises for me was that hot drop, right? Talon taking the hot drop onto Power, getting it done. Let's see if we're going to see any other surprises as we get into the first Erangel of the finals.
The best way to get it done, Hot Jukes, as we all know, is with the Infinix GT20 Pro. With dual gaming chipsets and 144Hz AMOLED screen, the GT20 Pro will equip teams with up to 120 FPS, which is the first batch of supported devices, offering esports level performance and visually stunning experiences in the 2024 PMWC. The plane path, North George over to Milta. It's going to cut Primorsk a little bit far away, but you can drop west coast, grab some vehicles, rotate down. Military base potentially a little bit difficult to get to here.
Yes, it's going to be for sure. And one of the teams that likes to drop into military base is going to be none other than 4MV. So let's see where they decide to go. They should have a couple of secondary drop locations, but we also know where a few of these teams are definitely going to drop. Alpha 7 already out the plane in North George, where they're just nice and happy.
I'm looking right now at the South George drop, Alolex IHC, and I think, yeah, that's Wait, who else is that? That's Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds, yeah.
Over towards South George.
Great.
They are entangled right now with Demo sort of in the middle of that Twisted Minds split. Potential for danger here. Playing that crates position for Twisted Minds. They'll have sightlines out to the east. They should have seen this parachute happen with a West Coast rotation potential in this circle. It could get dangerous for them.
Yes, it can. And, you know, one team it could definitely get dangerous for is going to be Vampire, because Vampire normally likes to take Primorsk, but unfortunately, just due to this plane path, they decided to go their secondary drop location all the way towards Milta. So I'm looking to see them just loot up very, very quickly here, get some vehicles, and try to head to Prim as fast as they can.
Could be on the cards for them, but they've got a lot of teams in their way. Going to be pretty tricky. We did see Reiji as well move out and take a vehicle for Reject near that outpost for Twisted Minds, so potential slow down on that angle. A lot of teams dropping out to the east side of this island are going to have to make their way west, which makes the exit for Pachinki pretty important to get done timely, in a timely fashion. DXavier going to be playing up in that angle for MV. They are actually heading out further east, so they want to grab... Okay, they were just heading towards the buggy to get an extra vehicle. They're going to turn around. I was going to be surprised if they were going to go further east, but no, they were just grabbing the vehicle, sending back out west towards IWNRX, who generally play that very pier West Bridge split. It looks like they're going to take up that mantle once more. 4MV could go even further, could actually go over towards Primorsk, like you were talking about potential for Vampire to do later on.
Yeah, let's see what they decide to do. And another thing that I'm noticing right now is Power. Power, we normally see them try to take that Gatka area, kind of try to, you know, land kind of near DRX, take some loot, and then hopefully get that position. But I think after that hot drop, they decided to go to their secondary location over near Yasnaya. So everybody trying to play it very carefully right now. You can see 4MV on the road. And no, yeah, it looks like 4MV are deciding to go to their main drop spot. So they got a vehicle and are heading all the way down to military base.
Interesting. Yeah, they are actually going to commit to it and go all the way there. It would be interesting to see how easy it is for them to get back off of this one. You could potentially grab a boat and try and play for that west coast if you grab the south side, but I'm not too sure about this from 4MV, actually. I feel like they will get loot because of it, but that bridge is going to get packed because you've got that hard west shift. I guess teams are going to prioritize more having a foothold into these next circles.
Yeah, you can see there the picture. We see a gentleman in the stands. That is none other than Papa Mythic. That's right. Mythic's dad traveling all the way over here to see his son make it happen. So I love to see that there from Team Liquid. They're going to be over near that shelter area, which is a very dominant position, especially if we see a zone head towards that side. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen in this game, so they're going to have to make that travel pretty quickly. They're already in vehicles and on the move.
There we go.
You can see him. Look at him.
Hey, away from the camera. Supporting his kid, man. What can you do? Watching his kid become a man here in Riyadh in the PMWC. Hopefully getting a couple more points than they did last match, though, because they only got one. Don't bring it up to him. I'm sure it's a sore spot. But over on the east side, with Power behind them, Team Liquid gonna have to rotate past. Looks like they're doing that now. Boom as well. A little bit closer to the center now, heading towards that Gatka Fields area. DXavier having left Pachinki in that central area. You can see they're going to be scouting one another out. They're going to be aware of each other's presence now. Twisted Minds trying to move south from that South George. They extracted themselves successfully from their entanglement with Alolex IHC over on the north side.
If I know Mythic like I know Mythic, I know why his dad's there.
Okay.
I'll tell you that right now. I guarantee you Mama Mythic was like, nah, no way my mijo is going all the way across the world by himself. Dad, you better go with him. So it's good to be able to see him traveling over here with the son and watching him play against some of the best players on the planet here.
Oh, wow.
For a crazy prize pool, and we're going to see who's going to try to get that biggest chunk of it here real soon as we're starting to see some shots spring out due to these early rotations.
We've got approximately 15 million teams right now in the center of the circle. It seems to have gotten real packed real quick. Twisted Minds, DRX, I think, who else is in there? We've got DXavier trying to poke their noses in, Boomer in the middle. Everybody has tried to get very central, and we are starting to see a little bit of a rebound off of that. I think everyone basically wanted the same two compounds.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, everyone's just trying to get the most central they possibly can. They saw how that edge style play worked out in Sanhok, and it didn't work out that well.
Hey, Talon did it quite well.
Except for Talon, right? But Talon's strategy was just hanging so far back in the blue and just, like I said, like vultures, just cleaning up everything that was left, and it worked out great. 10 eliminations. They're in 3rd place so far, so hopefully they can kind of make a normal match of this one here. Now, they are going to be in that one of my favorite places, just south of Everest, as we watch OLES go for the backflip.
Hits the one rotation.
Got it!
Front tire into the dirt as we're back on board with him.
Front flip? No way.
Yeah. I mean, you had to do it to him. What was that? An excellent replay, a clean backflip, followed by an engagement. After tumbling off the bike, he loses speed and goes down. That tumble off the bike just cost him his life. TJP lose a player to a misplay on a bike that should not have happened.
OLES in the biggest tournament of the year so far decides to go for the front flip. Hey, you know what?
The first one was great.
They should give him at least 1 point for that.
I mean, the first one was great, right?
Yeah.
That front flip, clean, landed it, no risk. The second one, you can't just be randomly jumping off the bike. At this level, you know, people like Maxman, people like Kalaris, you know, those guys can take the dive and say, oh, accidents happen, guys, you know, right, on their drive arounds. I'm pretty prone to doing that myself as well. Right. But at this level, that should never be happening. You should never be jumping off that bike because you've just, for some reason, decided to go for a flip in the middle of the game.
It's like the old high school basketball days, you know? You're in the wide open court. All you got to do is go for the layup, but instead you stop early and try to go for the 3. You hear that whistle, instantly benched after that one. Right? Well, let's see how TJP is going to deal with that one. I'm sure OLES is going to get an earful after that because that's a critical one, especially considering that, you know, they were in 2nd place going to this match. Hopefully the remaining 3 make it up for him, right? Just to have a great game regardless to kind of help mitigate some of that damage.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Bad news. TJP, 15 points right now, playing on his 3. We've seen what 3 players can do from Talon, but on this circle, it's going to get hairy. Next circle, just about to come through, Jukes. It's a hard southwest shift. That puts Primorsk in play, that puts Quarry in play.
Right now, I'm looking at 4MV. How are they going to decide to get into this next zone? Do they go on the edge of Sosnovka, try to get a boat, maybe try to head into the water here? Because the bridge is going to be extremely, extremely dangerous. You can see Tianba already over there near Primorsk. They're in a good spot. Team Liquid find a nice central position, but they're going to be mighty close to Boom Esports. And, Ayala, you got to get moving. And unfortunately, not able to make it away in time.
Goes down. Boom, able to extract what is most likely going to be a point from Team Liquid on this rotation. As they try and punch through the middle. Actually run down by Razy there, so that is going to sting. Team Liquid, 3 players.
Little hesitation there from Team Liquid, if I'll be honest right there. I mean, they could have just taken that position and committed to it, but you could just see, I think they got a little bit too greedy, tried to head a little bit more central, or maybe they were worried that there was some players hiding in that building, so they kind of just waited it out a little longer, either or. Fortunately, not working out for the best. They do end up losing 1, but they do have a good solid spot, so we'll give that to them.
I'm looking at the West Coast Road right now. Alpha 7 are leading the charge down south, but Alolex IHC very, very close behind them. Probably Alpha 7 going to be able to swing in a little bit quicker than Alolex IHC. I wouldn't expect them to clash immediately, but potential for it to get a little bit hotter on that western edge. Not too much contestation, but power is swinging in on that north side as well. So it could be pretty spicy in the time being. Twisted Minds holding a compound that's surrounded by hilltops. A lot of teams are going to be looking to take up position on those hilltops. Reject goes down, and Mythic able to take a scalp for himself.
Taking out one of the MVPs that we saw last year, Ragey from Team Reject. The beautiful knock from Mythic. You can see that focus, trying to be able to soak up some more points for his team and make up for that loss that they had on that rotation. That'll help for sure. You can see 4MV, they do make their way through the bridge and onto the pier side of things, but they are on the edge, and you can see they have their eyes on IWNRX.
A trade back and forth. The 2 players are down, 1 on each side. 4MV's player a little bit lower. Zebwolf should be pick-upable, but they have to get there first. Swain needs to establish a perimeter. Doc going to be suppressed by the nades coming on through. Potential for this to get a little bit nasty. As Doc has another nade in hand. 3 more in the pocket as well. Pops it out. Wary behind the building. The healing come through. Both teams have got their reses on.
They're mighty close, mighty close. You see they got that Molotov. The mollies do break down doors. So he's going to go ahead and use that. Next zone does pop. So 4MV, if the zone goes away from them, you're going to see a little bit more urgency from them to get this fight done a little bit quicker rather than later. But they do have one of their players on that front line position knocked. That's going to make things much more difficult.
Yeah, Doc went down on that forward position. Look at frozen side angle. That's what we're going to be looking at for the remaining parts of this fight. The circle popped as well, and it's over towards Primorsk. A hard south shift on this one. We're going to that southwest point, and as time goes on, Vampire are more and more unhappy that they didn't drop there.
That is right, and unfortunately 4MV do lose that player, and with this zone being further towards Primorsk, they're going to be out of it. So yeah, 4MV has to take that fight sooner rather than later, but the Istanbul Wildcats next Ruya said, nah, you know what? You guys can go ahead and we'll fight a little bit later on. Let's get in the zone first.
Frozen's off angle for them was so impactful on IWNRX. Alliance trying to make their way through. They have lost a player. I think DX Xavier was the team to pick that one up. And on that south side, it's getting more and more close range. That ridgeline that sits populated mostly by trees just to the north and northeast of Primorsk. It runs along the north side of this circle. Just south of Quarry is such a difficult part of terrain to navigate when teams start to take up residency here. You could see Alula XIHC on that western edge right now trying to push on in. And they've had a lot of contestation, but I'm more interested in Alpha 7. They've sent all the way into Primorsk now.
Yeah, they decided to go very hard central. Normally we see them very comfortable on the edge, but I think you could tell that they have had a different change of heart when it comes to this stage. They've been putting in that homework, and it is paying off. It paid off already inside of Sanhok as we watch the replay of that beautiful shot from Mythic, busting out Reggie out the vehicle and taking him down. Now we're watching Demo with the knock on the Mafioso, catches him slipping, and he's gonna get the thirst.
Yeah, that was that replay on the approach for Alula XIHC. I said they were both on that western road. Alpha 7 managed to get into Primorsk, but at the cost of one of their players, right? Mafioso going down. And now, in Primorsk, they're kind of locked in on the south side, right? I mean, we've got about a 40% water circle right now, which means that any territory is good territory, but with the next circle most likely going to be pushing them out of Primorsk, it's a really dangerous position for them to hold right now.
I think they're very comfortable there, though. I mean, there are 3 players right now. They lost 1, so you know what they say? Let's go ahead and err on the side of safety. Let's get towards the buildings and, you know, hold it down for now. If the zone does go to them, they're going to be in an excellent position, right? If it does end up going north, they have a lot of coverage and a lot of buildings to kind of leapfrog their way through. And I'll tell you what, if any team could do that, it's Alpha 7. They'd rather depend on their gun skill than just driving in a vehicle to a better position.
Vampire are trying to make their bid for the northwestern side. They've gone for a long rotate over the north of Quarry, and they're going to push in behind just Godless for Alula XIHC if they spot him. Take a look at that northwest side. That's what I'm talking about here. Godless into the vehicle and has to evacuate. Alula XIHC going to push Demo backwards as well. Tony K leading the charge for Vampire. Quarry scraps going on in the meantime, and that's what you were talking about. Down towards Primorsk, the circle goes as Vampire clash on the northwestern side. First player to go down to Godless is Tony K. That leading charge, and a second as well goes their way. Nades ringing out. Wow. And Team Liquid in the meantime on the northeast side going to be taking names. Alula XIHC holding strong against Vampires, and they meet a brick wall as they try and move in.
And there they go, looking to just punish Vampire on the late rotation, down to just 1 single player. IHC doing a great job of just holding that ridge line. Now they should be able to get into the zone relatively easy. Let's take a look though up north. Quarry, Talon, and Power getting into it once again. This is Power's opportunity to get some revenge for Sanhok.
2 players remain for Power. Talon have 2 as well. A 2 versus 2 on the southwest point of Quarry, up on that high ground. Nobody else is nearby. They're locked in the cage match. Kante and Fidan playing on for Power. Linux and Misery for Talon. They might look to just disengage it, actually. Try and break the shackles of the fight.
I don't think they are doing that at all. Power knows exactly who they're fighting against, and they want that revenge. As we watch, look at that. Tianba putting in some work. And now we're going to look at Twisted Mind. So Team Liquid do make it on over to Primorsk, and they are going to be playing neighbors with quite a few teams.
They have 6 eliminations, though. They have been a nuisance in the neighborhood. Nobody too happy with them on their road, and another knock goes their way, adding up to 7 now total on the boards. This is brilliant for Team Liquid. There's a knock sent their way. Mythic is down, but that's going to be rezzed up by Chief. In the meantime, DXavier trying to hold out. This is northeast side, close towards Ferry Pier. The nades from Tianba. There is no way you get your player out of that one. And now the remnants of DXavier, 2 players down to the right-hand side of Shan, maybe actually caught unawares as IWNRX back up on the beach side.
Yeah, IWNRX, they heard those shots. They said, let's try to third-party this action, but they know they're in a very, very bad position right now, so they just can't push needlessly. They need a good opportunity in order to make that push. DXavier are completely stuck on the bottom of this hill. If IWNRX weren't in that position, they would have already been gone.
Power finally loses another. Easy is there, by the way, for Power, but only 2 of them really in this scrap, and a knock over towards a Power player. Kante is down. Misery trying to descend now. They didn't go for the full-out brawl. They have just been on. Oh! Misery wedges the buggy, steps out into the blue, and a hail of bullets from Fidan. That's going to take him down. There's no 2 ways about it. Can Linux get anything done? I don't think so. He's just going to turn tail straight into the fire.
He is out of there. And meanwhile, IWNRX now, man, on the push, punishing Tianba. That's 5 eliminations for them so far. Frozen throwing some smokes up there. That's going to eliminate their sight lines and allow them to push. And here comes Swain, looking to punish them at the vehicle. Popped out just a little too early.
Shan was able to get some miraculous plays under his belt during those group stages, but he's under fire from Swain now, and there's a bit of pressure on the back. A lot of smoke billowing from under the hood of XC's vehicle, and they're going to have to draw up short. They have to take control here and try and see what they can do. 3 players alive. Shan needs to heal. They've not got a lot of time to play with. Last player for Talon in the meantime as Easy bears down upon him.
Easy's got that nade locked and loaded. He's cooking it. He's cooking it. And it's good! Oh. Goodbye, Talon. Power getting a little taste of that sweet Sanhok revenge.
Look at the circle, and again, Alpha 7 get blessed on this south shift. TJB as well with a brilliant position. These are our top 2 teams in the top 2 positions in this circle.
That's right
now. This could be a really fast opening for these guys.
Alpha 7 making that gamble towards Primorse, paying off great. The zone just went to them, and they are holding it down there. They have plenty of coverage with those buildings, and it's going to be very difficult for any team to just push up on them for free. And you can see Carrillo is doing exactly what he's supposed to. Just play keep away. You don't want a team just to be able to push up on you. So Alpha 7 are in a great spot here, and I'll be honest, Alula IHC, beautiful rotation.
Yeah, going along that beach side, trying to use that terrain cover against Alpha 7. Only 1 player was stepping out towards them as Power finally lose their final member. Tianba pick up the point. Yeah, Alula IHC able to find that south point of Primorsk under the watchful eyes of Alpha 7. And that probably mostly comes down to the fact that Demo was able to get that pick on Mafioso, right? If you have 4 players of Alpha 7, you make that rotation under so much more pressure.
That's right, and Alpha 7 picked the right buildings to hold, because if they were holding that edge where Alula IHC landed, then they could have just cut it in the corner, and now they would have been circumvented by them. So a great decision for them right now. I'm looking at IWNRX, though. They're still north of the zone, and they're going to have to find their way down pretty quickly as Twisted Minds finally are out of this match. Only 1 elimination, unfortunately, for them.
Boom, looking for the res. 2 players left on the north side as Alolex IHC actually trying to wend their way through the streets here towards TJB, who have taken a knock over towards the beach warehouses. Team Liquid a little bit beyond them. TJB really have been suffering here. And I mean, it's all thanks to Alolex IHC, right? That rotation in, that strip up the east side, they have managed to take ground.
I love this from them, though. They are playing this very aggressive. They could have been happy to just play there in the south and just wait out for the next zone, but they do realize if the zone goes away from them, then all eyes are going to be on them. So they said, let's not waste time. Let's start pushing up little by little right now, apply some pressure, and put ourselves in a better position for this next circle. Big heads-up play from Alula IHC.
You can see the angles that are currently held by IWNRX. That third-party information comes down. They try and descend. The high ground suppression as they try and stop the knocks going through, but Kind is found, Swain is low, and there's another torn out of the vehicles on the descent. TJB catch IWNRX sleeping.
Oh, I mean, IWNRX, I think, just pushed a little too early. They happened to push when it was completely silent. So the second they go, all eyes are on them and like, ooh, free points over here. Let's take some of that. So they got punished. Just unfortunate timing on that rotation.
Tianpa pushing it on the northwest side, DRX trying to slow them down, and they'll do just that. Drawn back, and DRX keeping up the points tally now. 6 eliminations on the northwestern side. Not too many neighbors either. And they're going to push towards the central glut. Next circle comes in now.
Let's see where it goes. Who's going to have the advantage in this one? Is he going to send her up? Oh, no, it doesn't. It does go a little bit to that eastern side. So now Alpha 7 have to make a decision here. Do we just try to push up a little bit early, try to get a more central spot? I don't think so. I think they're just going to hold it now, force to play, clear out their backs, and then deal what's up front a little bit later on.
Team Liquid as well with a decent position on this, but they are going to be having to be the break point for the waves of teams coming in from the western side. Alpha 7 potentially turning their attention there, but DRX is the main threat to Alpha 7 right now. You cannot move if you're Alpha 7 until they're gone, or until they make their move first.
And yeah, I think even bigger threat's going to be Alula IHC. They were so smart to push up more central a little earlier on, especially with this rotation, and you can see them putting pressure onto teams all over the place. Boom Esports down to their final player, gets another confirmation there. And let's see, actually, I don't even think he's going to be able to get this res off. Nope, he goes to heal himself first. And his teammate goes down.
See what you can do as a solo. Alpha 7, they are making their push. They're trying to hold DRX out. They're staying where they are. They know they have a little bit more to step forwards, but they're going to deal with this backfill first. Knock over towards the backlines of DRX means that that 2 minutes for the circle to close is going to be eaten up a little bit, but the rest has already come through, and a little bit more time now for DRX to try and play around this one. Alolex IHC going to be fully aware that this fight's scrapping on.
And this is a really tough fight for Alpha 7 because they're down a man, and Carrillo's so far in the backlines, I'm not sure he's in a position to help, so it's going to be most likely a 4v2 between DRX and Revo and McGrellin from Alpha 7. Let's see if those two players are going to be able to hold it down. Actually, no, Carrillo is able to find a position in this fight, so it is a pure 4v3. One nade from DRX on the Alpha 7 could be so punishing, though.
Same both ways, though. Nade towards the back, doesn't find Revo. He sits, he lies in wait. Behind the smoke, steps up with the shot, but doesn't connect. Stands in the fire and goes down through the window. McGrellin as well. Carrillo now is the last hope for Alpha 7 to try and keep this train going. DRX crossing, though, and they are getting scythed straight on through. The off-angle shots from Team Liquid to keep their countrymen in this match.
Woo, Carrillo saying, thank you, my Brazilian brothers, because that helped out a whole lot. But this nade from QZ could spell disaster. And it does. It gets the finish on the McGrellin, and Carrillo is out of there. That's Alpha 7 done for.
Vengeance, though, on the minds of Team Liquid. Brazilian teams, you don't want to mess with them, and they got to spray you down. Woo! You try and take that fight, and DRX fall. A lot of eliminations found, and they're up into 3rd place on the match, but TJP still have legs. Alolex IHC looking interminable right now.
Looking too good. I mean, these guys have been pushing all the way from the edge. This game was definitely not given to them. They have worked very hard for this one. They're in a solid position. They still have their entire team up. They're the only squad with 4. Let's see where this next zone goes, though. It could definitely make things tricky.
Demo spreading out wide, looking for a rotation on towards the beach side for Alolex IHC. Demo gets around that headland, and that could be pretty valuable, if not just for the information on that break, but also for the angle he can provide. You can see exactly what he's trying to do here. Try to light up those teams on the coastline, try to slow down TJB. Alex already with a breach over towards Team Liquid, a little bit further north out there, and another chunk of damage taken out. Team Liquid suffering on that northern side. Boom, gonna be giving them trouble as well. Yummy, last player standing for them, but he's not going down just yet.
Alula IHC just putting in work, just causing chaos on everybody else. As you see everybody just holding their position, trying to defend, Alula IHC is on the move right now. Mythic making a nice shot onto Alex. That's gonna slow him down a little bit. And you can see him up close and personal. Tries to throw that nade to get that confirmation. Does he get it? In the meanwhile, his teammate Chief gets knocked. But Alula IHC are focusing on so many different squads. They definitely need to start narrowing that focus on one team at a time.
They're not going for a full push just yet, which is why they haven't regrouped and gone as a full fist, because they are the only team with 4 players alive right now. Everybody else on 2 players or less. Yummy moving in to try and handle Team Liquid, but around the door frame. The shot connects just in time. Can Chief get this res onto Mythic?
Woo! And you can see his dad is staring right now, seeing what his son could do in this position. It's just Mythic and Chief. Mythic, man, he's got the dad buff right now. He's got 7 eliminations. He's crushing it.
Oh yeah, what a time to do it. Kind for IWNRX leading the charge on the coastline. Mythic does go down again. I think that was actually the flush. Paragin not going to last too much longer out in that water. He's gone for a swim. I don't think he's going to be able to get out. Don't even need a towel for that one. Alula IHC, though, just surrounding this lobby, trying to choke the life out of it, and so far, doing so successfully.
Yo, a legend in PUBG Mobile Esports. 8 eliminations for the squad. Godless crushing it right now for the team with a whole bunch of those. Make that 6, as a matter of fact. You can see Demo doing a great job. Trying to apply pressure to IWNRX. That knock, though, couldn't have been at a worse time.
This 2-2 split right now seems to be working out. They are able to just find this cover, hold these positions, and go for the 1-2 rezzing. You only need one player to get knocked to make that outpost really difficult to play. But because no other teams have more than 2 players alive, you can hold this for a lot longer than otherwise you would be able to.
Yeah, and IWNRX are just stuck regardless, right? Because there's still so many other players that are looking right at them. You got TJB looking in this direction. You got Paragin down to like half an HP, still hanging out in the water right now. Gonna have to make sure he breathes for air, though.
I think he's got that boat as cover from the north side and the terrain as cover from the buildings.
Perfect position for him. Now you can see how IHC started to throw out some smokes. They're trying to be able to group up together. If they're able to get that group, they're going to be practically unstoppable here.
They need to get back across that road. That smoke train needs to be cut through by Longs. Waiting for that crossing. It's all that's going to matter. If you can take 1 or 2 players down, it is huge news for TJB. Alex making the dash. Goes over for Alolex IHC. Godless holding the angle, waiting to regroup. Now he makes his move, and Alolex IHC moving those vehicles around, repositioning. The smoke trains has allowed Godless to get through, but one phase just at the end. It's not going to matter, though. Nobody's peeking the angle, and they are as one unit. They've been split for a while, but back together. Are they going to have the success they're looking for?
Let's see. Right now, the only thing that's going against them is Pop-Up Blue, the blue zone. Ooh. If that blue zone decides to go north, they're going to be in big trouble. Other than that, they're looking pretty unstoppable right here. 8 eliminations, and they've just been non-stop pushing here. Let's see what's going to happen here in the next few moments. Because right now, TJB, they are the most central. And honestly, they have the best chance of this game, considering that there are so many fights going on, unless Alula IHC is able to get that knock. Team Liquid finally go down. This is stage 9, folks. The zone's about to go into nothing. Alula IHC needs to start throwing those smokes out. That's exactly what they're doing here, because they need to find a way to be able to get into a fair fight with TJB.
That pickup onto the Team Liquid player out in the west is huge. It allows them a clean flank on their position to be able to push up towards TJB. The smokes on the door frame push TJB out the back and into the sightlines of IWNRX. They need this fight now. IWNRX going to crunch on in as well. Let's see where Alolex IHC go. And Demo straight into the mouth of the fight. Around to the outside of the warehouse now. They've got it surrounded.
That was the definition of offensive smokes. And now we're going to watch Alula IHC starting to press onto IWNRX. They're stuck in the water. There's nothing they can do. The only team that can stop them is TJB, but they're on the back foot as well. That nade could be good, though. Ooh. Oh, just short of the rock.
Not going to quite make it. Paragin for DX Xavier as well. Could potentially have a say in this fight if he's able to find something. Swain goes down, and with it, IWNRX. They fall out of this one, so it is only now Paragin in the water. Alex goes down. Demo as well, moving in to look for the backup here. TJB holds strong for the time being. And Alolex IHC don't know that Paragin's there.
Oh, so smart of them, though. They're just going to get that reset. Ah, they caught him, so now there's no worries. They're just going to go for a quick reset here. Oh, that vehicle, if it would have gone a little further, would have knocked him. Ooh. Nice shots there from Flower. TJB are putting in work. Only 2 more.
One player now stands. It's just Zio. Flower behind the vehicle, trying to step out wide. Zio behind is on the shoreline. He's closer to the edge, and it's a 1 versus 1. Zio needs to hold his nerve with a PP Bison. Trying to play off against Longs now for TJB. A nade in hand. It's cooking. Goes Long, steps back in. No damage done. Zio breaks wide. Doesn't have as much HP as Longs, and he takes it. TJB with a 2 versus 4 hold. Out of nowhere.
Are you kidding me? I mean, it looked like Alula IHC were unstoppable, but TJB said, nah, not today. Some critical knocks were able to finish that out. A massive game for TJB Esports.
And then yet again, it is Seven's Dark Horse who started to step up. That survival stage has hardened this team into carbon steel. And they are scything through these first 2 matches.
Man, I got to give it to Alula IHC. They had those beautiful offensive smokes onto that warehouse. It allowed them to be able to push up relatively for free. And I think at a certain point, you could tell they wanted just to commit to the warehouse, kind of go for that 4v2. But with how powerful shotguns are, they say, you know what, let's just wait it out. We should be able to get these knocks and win the game no matter what. And TJB said, we're going to get some critical knocks right back to back at the perfect time. I mean, you couldn't have played it any better.
I feel like right up into the last moment, though, Alula IHC just had this lobby completely red. They downloaded everything, right?
Right.
And they pushed around. They managed to get a sneaky little rotation down on that south side, and then they just spread out from that south edge. I do think they fumbled pretty hard here.
Oh, I mean, real hard.
Not really able to do too much. I don't know if they had too many nades in the back pocket, but that could have changed things. Bringing it into a 1 versus 1 is absolutely crazy for TJB. They did so much work. So, I mean, all credit to them. They definitely deserved that chicken dinner off that fight. But I think Alula IHC still really, really impressive for the majority of that game.
And I think what happened was they were just so stuck in that split vision because they were split fighting for so long. We saw them kind of try to go 2v1, 2v1. Huge play from Flower, said, hey, you know what? We're going to take this chicken dinner for now. Guys, one more match from us. 4 more left to go. We'll be right back.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نو ترى نو.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
لا يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
The first 2 matches of the main stage have just been done and dusted. I think it's time to have a little bit of an update in terms of how the teams have been performing. A7 Esports are the ones that go away with the first chicken dinner of the main tournament, hitting the ground running, getting a couple of limbs on top of that as well, and they are sitting pretty comfortably towards the top. TJB, however, is a team that has both on the first match gotten really close to that chicken dinner, but on the second match going up against Ula in those last few moments of the game, managed to get themselves chicken dinner as well, and they are now doing incredibly great. I'm looking forward to see which other teams are going to be performing incredibly well throughout the rest of the day, so make sure you guys tune in and stick around for the action.
China #1, TJB, a fantastic, you can't shake your head about this. You can't nod because you're about Tian, but not about TJB.
I said they were my dark horse. Keep going.
I don't want to.
Just go to PEL at this point.
Yeah,
what are you doing?
But
China's
TJB,
back.
The would love to cover that. I know that.
I would love
you would love that.
Yeah, that'd be great.
A fantastic 2 games. You heard Genie talk about their placing extremely high in match 1, doing extremely well here in match 2. And that was a phenomenal finish. I am honestly surprised that they were able to peek both sides of that warehouse onto IHC and not get punished and be able to pick up that many knocks from it.
Yeah, to be honest, man, these finals are great. Like 2 matches in, like, oh, there's so much happening gameplay-wise. It's fantastic. But TJB went for a very quick move here, right? Kalaris talking about their rotation. They were holding a compound, a few buildings you really liked in this game. But I was like, you can just reach the late game with very minimal effort, going for those warehouses and just stay in put. And that's what they do. I didn't think it was going to result in a win. That was like, went way further and beyond than I initially expected. But a bunch of eliminations off the back of that. They are looking great for the start of this main tournament.
Depends what you want, right? If you're taking, so the corner that they were initially in that eventually Team Liquid went to is a great staging point to be able to take eliminations, maybe not the chicken dinner. It really depends on how that circle ends up faring for them. And Team Liquid was okay for that. 3 players alive, they have the 3-story, they have the building next to it, which gives them a great opportunity to fire at every team coming in here, does Team Liquid. So 10 elims on the board for them. They might not have taken the #1 spot in this game, but it's enough points and enough of a strong position to give them a good claim on this game.
Yeah, I thought like to win the game, this is going to be a tough position for them to play, but to pick up eliminations, all the teams that are rotating late to enter into Primorsk from the northern side, that you're just having a field day at that point. It's like point, all over the place, having a good time.
I mean, the fact is, even Kalaris was saying he's not really ever seen a zone on warehouses in Primorsk that far south. Like, that was really hard to predict, but it seems like one team in particular did have a decent time predicting it. IHC able to actually sweep in from that west-hand side and immediately go straight towards the south side, seeing the zone constantly shift in that direction, knowing no one was going to be there. And they kind of set themselves up for the second place that they got.
They read the script. They knew what was going to happen there. I mean, their hold, especially once they go for that wide rotation over to the southern western side of Primorsk, they have this like the line, which is a very original name.
The line.
The line formation.
It's like the spot.
The spot.
They're building something here called the line, I think. Anyway, continue.
and all of the teams are trying to enter from the western side, like you had DRX, you had Alpha 7, were going to hit that wall that was IHC at that point in time. And then even sending Demo on the beaches was a really good angle to get some early information to initiate later rotations. So, like, IHC were really on point in gathering information and making what I think were the most optimal moves in a tough circle ready for these teams.
They saw that a TJB was at least 2 in this warehouse that we're just seeing kind of play out here. Now, what they needed to do was gain information as to what was going on the other warehouse. Sometimes teams would take both warehouses, 2-2 split across them, but so they needed to identify quickly what was going on, and that was what that beach rotation was for. That being said, smokes. Pivotal in late games.
Yeah.
Not only for the cross across the road. If you do not have 7 smokes to do that, you're not going to get across without being shot. And then the single smoke to block off TJB's line of sight, to be able to approach forwards, and then deal with what effectively was the beach contingent, and then kind of divide and conquer. It was great by Alula IHC. It just turns out that, well, I mean, TJB took a phenomenal fight against them. Really gave... I'm trying to think about it. There was a lot of 1v1 scenarios that they kind of gave to TJB, and because of that, TJB won out.
I mean, the reason why TJB will also losing players is that you only have 2 positions you can really peek from, so you're very predictable.
Yeah.
Like, if you're just Alula IHC, you're just peeking that angle, you're ready to spray. The moment you see 1 pixel move, you're spraying it down, you get the knock right. So it is tough to hold on to, but at the end, TJB take the win for a very early rotation and just had a very chill game, I would say.
Well, as you were talking about the importance of smokes, I think we need to even wind it back a little bit. One team we were extremely harsh on when it came to group stage was DRX, and pulled off a major upset, a major surprise when it came to survival stage. But we saw them use smokes to their advantage to take on a team of Alpha 7's caliber, which kind of, for me, gives some hope to the team.
You've been astute there, Jason, because I think one thing that was important was not only the smokes on the low ground of this one story, but also a smoke on top of the one story to block off Carrillo's vision. DRX, the finals are already high octane. Everyone's playing so well to start off this tournament. And again, seeing the kind of smoke usage into the double nades on the top, because that's one of the only ways you dislodge up at the top, right? The double nade up at exactly the same time to cover as much of that second story as possible. I love it.
Kalaris, I feel like we're vindicated. We've said it for like years now. Hold on to your utility for the late game. It's very important. It wins you games. And now DRX able to get himself some really good fights onto Alpha 7 thanks to that utility you just mentioned. But until Team Liquid had the angle, then it got a bit tricky.
The really impressive part that Seven brought up while we're watching is the fact that we heavily criticize this team as being super passive and losing advantageous positions. But we saw in survival stage, and we're seeing here that they can be aggressive, and they can be aggressive successfully, which is important.
They have a handle on how to play Primorsk, that's for sure. We saw them being able to take a victory in Primorsk in this tournament itself, and then transitioning from building to building. It's very clear that they know how they're going to do it and when they're going to do it. I'm very excited for this finals, because already we're nerding out about way too many cool players. Way too many cool players.
Already having some games of the year already happen here at PMWC, but also PUBG has been nominated for the Mobile Esports Game Day, which you guys can go vote for yourself with the sweet little QR code down that way. I'm gonna actually point to the correct position here. But also, while you're there voting,
don't forget,
you can vote for the Esport Analyst of the Year. Seven Worlds Gaming laying back in his chair with his blankie on, waiting for all those votes to come through. In the meantime, we're gonna be heading out to the stage with Banks with an interview with the team we've been talking about a ton of today, Alula IHC.
From Alula IHC, what an amazing performance so far. Really nice and strong. But talk us through those final moments in that first Erangel map 2. That was a pretty tough pill to swallow. What happened?
Тэгэхээр саяын тэмцээн бол маш сэтгэл хөдлөсөн тэмцээн байлаа. Тэгэхээр яг энэ Erangel газрын зураг дээр яг эцсийн мөчүүдэд юу болоод өнгөрвөө?
За саяны матч гэвэл яг сүүлийн зоонд бид жоохон коммуникейшны алдаа гаргаад чекний алдчихлаа. Тэрнээс биш багаараа сайн тоглосон.
So regarding this game and the last moments, we made some mistakes in regards to communication. So that's led us to lose some chicken.
Okay, losing that chicken dinner. Unfortunate, but you know what? Let's talk about when you came into this tournament. You've come in here as world champions. Do you feel like that brings some additional pressure? Do you feel pressure up here on the main stage?
Тэгэхээр энэ тэмцээнд бол одоо аваргын төлөө тэмцээн байгаа шүү дээ. Тэгэхээр яг энэ тэмцээнд бэлтгэлийн хувьд бол мэдээж тодорхой хэмжээнд бас одоо скиллцэн бас дарамт байсан байж магадгүй. Тэрэн дээр одоо давж гарахын тулд ямар одоо бэлтгэл дээр анхаарал хандуулж байсан бэ?
За одоогоор бол тийм дарамт ерөөсөө мэдрэхгүй байгаа.
So far I haven't been feeling any pressure.
Okay, well, that's good to know, because you need to stay composed here on the main stage. Finally, I just want to ask, what's the focus been of your training as a team leading into this tournament specifically?
Тэгвэл маш тогтвортой сэтгэл санаа тайван байгаа гэдгийг сонсгоцоо таатай байна. Тэгэхээр яг багийн хувьд бол яг энэ тэмцээний хувьд бол ямар зүйл дээр та бүхэн анхаарч байна?
За манай багийн хувьд бол communication дээр маш сайн анхаарч тоглож байгаа. Тэгээд
Our main focus is communication.
Communication seems to be key. Everyone's up here trying to get that consistency, that communication and adaptability. Remember, there's a lot of regions competing here at PMWC, but thank you so much for joining me in your post-match interview. Best of luck in the rest of the day. And with that, we're going to throw it back to the studio so that we can carry on day one of the main tournament.
Okay, if he's not feeling pressure right now, when does he ever feel pressure?
When you don't know which, I don't know, brand of soft drink to buy with your meal deal at a supermarket, that's a lot of pressure.
That's a lot of pressure. What's the perfect one? What's the perfect beverage? Of course, you gotta have Pepsi. That's how you get it done right there.
Is it gonna go with my chicken wrap properly? I don't know.
You gotta be able to make those decisions real quick, and it's unfortunate that they weren't able to make that decision to push TJB a little bit earlier in that last one, but still an excellent performance from that spot. And it happens, you know, it happens where you make that 50-50 decision, right? Hey, let's play it back, let's play it safe, try to make it happen, or send it on in and try to get it done. Let's see if they're gonna be able to do it here in our second Erangel of the finals. And who is gonna win this one? We're about to find out.
With dual gaming chipsets and a 144Hz AMOLED screen, the GT20 Pro will equip teams with up to 120 FPS, which is also the first batch of supported devices, offering esports level performance and visually stunning experiences in the 2024 PMWC. Ooh, this plane path, it's pretty spicy. Out from Georgopol down to the military base. We've had a little bit more east preference on the plane path in the first match. This time we're going for a heavy west preference.
Yeah, heavy western preference. This is going to be a very, very difficult one for a lot of squads. You normally like to see teams like, you know, Talon head on over to that Yasnaya area. They're going to have a difficult time being able to get there. I'm looking to try to see what Team Liquid is going to do because, you know, they like to drop near that shelter area, but their secondary drop location is going to be on the edge of military base, so it looks like they are going to be doing some split looting, but every single one of these teams knows that this is their secondary spot with their plane path, so they're going to have to be very, very careful of their rotation.
I'm looking at TJB and Power right now. Both looked like they might want to go to Zaki on a backup drop, but I think TJB diverted, grabbed some vehicles, likely to see them head potentially towards Severny.
That's right.
They might have some company there. I mean, that's their standard drop spot, right? So they don't want to get too close to Power if they can help it. Zaki, not ideal. And the plane path was on the west this time, so the circle goes on the east. You know, that's just how it worked. Seems to be anyway. TJB, if they can get over to Severny, they have a lot of rotational paths across Stalba at their disposal. 2 teams on the military base, a couple of teams in the middle, but no one taking a full fight just yet. Talon may be close by to it.
I'm still looking at TJB. They're spending quite a bit of time near Power. Maybe they were just trying to go back to pick up their teammates, and it looks like that is what is happening. So they are going to be able to drive on over to Severny. Power looking not to challenge DRX at all in Gatka. That's very, very interesting. Instead, they say, you know what, forget it. We don't want to be dealing with any more hot drops, especially after that Sanhok. They decide to hold on to Zarki. Everything else looking very normal right now. We're going to see Team Reject go on over to Roshawk. That is where they like to loot. And everything seems pretty standard. Most squads avoiding an engagement early on. And that's very, very impressive, especially considering with how rough that plane path was.
Currently, there's 3 teams on the military island as well, with the plane path sort of ending up there. More likely for that sort of thing to happen. Novo, I think, is the goal for Tiamba. To head out to the eastern side of that military island, but 2 players from Team Liquid are mirroring that rotation. Chief and Cardozin taking up residency. No, hang on a minute, I'll take that back. Diversion. Tiamba move up and go through Cardozin towards the east bridge. I mean, I don't know how that happened. I don't know how Team Liquid allowed that to happen.
I don't know how that happened either. It must have been an insane shot there because Tiamba, we know they'd like to go towards Milta, and Milta is that place that they're heading towards. And Team Liquid, we're trying to find a way through towards that shelter area. That's the place they want to go. That's comfortable for them, especially with a zone like this. And it's super unfortunate when you get the perfect circle for your drop location, but the plane path just makes it that much more difficult.
The other duo from Team Liquid, they're completely split right now. I'm mildly baffled. Mythic and Ayala decide that they're playing on a different team from Chief and Cardozin, and they could be going completely the other direction. They're right in the middle. They're just southeast of Pachinki right now, and going to be moving a bit further out east. Olex IHC will be clashing with Twisted Minds. That's over towards Everest. In the meantime, looks like they've got 1 and 2 knocks as well, but they are split. Demo and Godless on a split from the other 2 as they managed to get a flush, and actually another knock. 3 of Twisted Minds now down.
Igor going down, that's their IGL hurt there, and we like to know that, you know, LIHC goes towards that South George drop. They know Twisted Minds are hanging out in crates, and it looks like they decided to take that fight a little bit early on, or at least try to punish them, and they punished them big time. Demo did, actually. He got all 3 of those eliminations, so Twisted Minds are going to have a rough one here, as a little IHC are happy to just take those 3 points and start heading into the next zone. The only team they really have to worry about is Alpha 7 if they decide to go and take a path on that bridge right above them.
Be interested to see where Alpha 7 try and dip down below the river, because it's very likely that the circle ends up down there. It's almost certain, in fact. But they are going to have to find a crossing. Reject currently controlling a crossing to the east side of Roshawk. That central island crossing, much more treacherous in general. If you don't know any scouting information towards Sunken City, let's take a look at the replay. That Demo was just lighting them up. Ratto Boy going to be taken down, getting the sprays in, nicely done. Alpha 7 trying to slow Reject down, but they're already across. There is still a presence on their northern side though. Divine might be in danger if Alpha 7 find him.
Let's see if they do, though. It's going to be pretty difficult because they're going to have to find a way into this next zone. It looks like they're going to probably try to go through the Yasnaya side of things. Yeah, they're going to try to go extra safe here, and I can't blame them. They have to watch out, though, because TJB is starting to make that path from Severny. They could definitely run into them. I think Alpha 7 trying to play it as safe as possible. They got those gas cans good to go. Uh-oh, now we're going to see Alliance make some pop shots. This is what I'm talking about. It's a great opportunity for teams to try to get some extra points, some extra loot as well, if we can catch a couple of these big players on rotation.
IWNRX also trying to make their way in close to Team Liquid on these shelter entrances. They're going to take up residency here. That ridge line to their south side, going to give them a bit of cover, but teams can occupy those hillsides and be a real nuisance to them on that angle. But they've got a lot of sight lines open for them to control the ground around them for the time being. Alpha 7, they managed to go all the way on the north side of Yasnaya now. And you're right, TJB potentially harrying the back foot of their rotation. I think it's Revo potentially bringing up the rear for Alpha 7, but it looks like he's just managed to slip the net of TJB and rejoin with the 3 teammates on the east side.
Well, here's a big opportunity for teams to start catching up on the leaderboards. We're already starting to see some good, solid leaders. TJB with 30 points right now, sitting pretty. Still a lot of matches left to be played in this finals, but how you start really sets the pace for the rest of the tournament here, because things only get only more difficult every game as we go. So if you could start off with a nice, strong lead, maybe you get a bad zone on day 2, it kind of helps mitigate some of that damage.
At the moment, first place in both group stage and survival stage has been a 10-point average, Hot Duke. So the fact that we've currently got only the one team technically on a 10-point average, because this is the 3rd match played, but really what we're looking at is 2 matches played, means that we've got 3 teams up on that record and DRX close by. A lot of early power being displayed, but that's generally quite typical, having only played 2 matches, to have 2 or 3 teams at that sort of level, because you have those chicken dinners being a lot more impactful overall. It unbalances things a little bit. But TJB on 30 means that they've already put the results up for this 3rd match as well to make a statement towards a 3-match 10-point average.
And let's see how they're going to do it. So they're going to head towards Yasnaya Fields. This is a very interesting spot. There's actually a lot of areas they could take. Yeah, you can see GK First is going to be holding that ridge line right there. Actually, it's a tree line. It's a beautiful, beautiful location in a zone like this. But it's still very, very early. We're still at stage 1. It just goes to show you how fast these teams rotate, folks. I mean, we haven't even popped stage 2, and pretty much everybody except 2 teams are already all set up.
They're looking to try and get in as well. Vampire pushing in from the southwest side. Haven't really had an impact so far. Their Sanhok looked okay. Their first Erangel, not so much. We'll see if they can have a 3rd match resurgence. Central Circle looks like a donut on the screens right now. Hopefully, not too many teams going to be taking the dunk, though. And over on the east side, Alpha 7 looking to push in. TJB actually skirting the south edge of Yasnaya under the view angles of power. So potential danger there. Crossing those Yasnaya fields is always going to be treacherous.
Yes, it is. There's not a lot of coverage there. There are plenty of hay bales, but that's not a place you want to get stuck, especially so early in the match. The zone could go anywhere. You want to be able to put yourself in a nice, confident position with your vehicles nice and safe.
Ooh.
Uh-oh, let's go ahead and see what happens here as Boom Esports trying to catch Reject slipping as 3 of their teammates are driving. Uh-oh. Duello getting pieced up quite a bit.
Hang on a minute.
Oh, actually Obscure from Twisted Minds. From downtown, gets the knock with the Mini 14.
Last player alive for Twisted Minds as well. They're only down to 1, remember, with their scrap earlier.
That's
with
right.
Alula AHC. They are going to be not really going to be able to go for that push, not going to be able to try and get this flush, but that stops Reject from most likely actually getting Duello back up. With Boom's position on the hillside, going for that rescue is going to be deadly.
You can see Sarah just punching the air right now, frustrated because they lost that player to a 3rd party that they did not see coming. And that could be an extra point on the board for Twisted Minds. That's what it's looking like for sure. Next zone, of course, it did center on up. So a very, very common position for all of these teams. They all know this side of the map like the back of their hands. Team Liquid were able to get to their shelter area. They're not in the spot where they normally like to hold for the most part. And not to mention, they do end up being there with one player down. So let's see how they're able to continue on here. Meanwhile, we've always got to take a look at where TJB is. They are on top of the leaderboards right now, and they are holding that Yasnaya field position. And more often than not, we see a lot of circles go there. So very kind of smart play for them.
Looks like Reject are going to get that res with Boom moving up north to take control of a compound a little bit further away. The door got opened for Reject to make that rotation to pick up their player, and it looks like they're going to take that opportunity on the northern side. Now 2-2 for Reject. Boom a little bit further to the northwest. Alliance, they haven't really done too much so far in these first two matches, but on the south side, there's potential for them to have a pretty heavy scrap. But the same story is true for Vampire. They're starting to poke their noses in. And with the hills that they're occupying, it's going to be dangerous. Vampire trying to find the western side of this 2-2 split from Alliance.
Yeah, let's see where this next zone's going to go. By the way, folks, you see Alpha 7 all the way on the right side of the map. They got there all the way from North George. So they had one heck of a rotation to get here, and they were still able to find a position, and the zone goes towards them. So that crazy rotation paying off for now, but it looks like they may have to hold off Tiamba. I thought they were going to bite off more than they could chew. No, they said, you know what, turn back around. We're going to all group together and fight for our lives right now, because we're going to see teams on a hurry trying to get in a better position for this next circle.
This elimination feed is about to pack real full right now. This south side is so congested. With Reject, they're just going to get out of there. They don't want to be involved. Obscure's going to try and keep his head down and keep Twisted Minds in this match. DRX currently holding this really powerful dip, but the compound that Tiamba are in right now, I'm looking at as being such an important linchpin position. Team Liquid, I think, a little bit closer to it as well. Sorry, they're in the compound I was thinking about. Going to be holding in such an important position to break those waves of teams approaching them from that southwest side. DX Xavier going to be a little bit short, and that IWNRX going to find their way in potentially, and the fights are going to start to pop off. That's Reject in the center, but this south edge just going to get more dangerous. Vampire, Alliance, 4MV, IWNRX all vying for the position to the west of Prison.
Oh, and they're going to battle it out right here the next few moments, folks. You can see Vampire Esports vehicle smoking, and they're able to pop out one tire. He'd be done for, but 4MV aren't able to get those shots off in time. Newsy full sending it on in, desperately trying to find a spot into this next zone, and it's going to be a tough one. They're going to have to find just a random shack or building here, or possibly even set up a car wall. And it looks like Tony K is going to just say, hey, this dip is where we're going to have to go. Unfortunately, they do end up making a sacrifice of stone.
Tiamba able to take that one down, playing in that central position. Team Liquid that forefront, but Tiamba that backup turret just taking shots across the way. Vampire lose a player to it. Boom. They're in their crater. That just funnels nades towards you, and with Alula AHC right next to you, it is so dangerous to be in this position. On the west side, no one's really close by. This is the south side of Yasnaya Fields in these craters. And in goes Demo. He's just getting that scouting information. Nearly goes down. That would have been curtains for him, but diverts, gets to safety.
Alula, you have to time this perfectly here. You know, if you're going to try to drive up with the car, you have to have some other teammates to help support fire. And unfortunately, that timing was a little off. That nade, though, was way too close for comfort. Francie said, nah, I think I'm good. I'm going to go ahead and head back over here, guys. The smokes are starting to ring out, and I think Boom said, yeah, let's get out of here. This is not a fight we want to take.
These South Yaz craters can be treacherous, especially given that they're right on the western side of this circle. Means that you can take the fight, you can defend them, sure. You need to expend so much utility, which is what we saw come back to bite TJB in the last match, right? Sorry, Alula XIHC in the last match. So they don't really want to be spending this much utility to get rid of Boom. Boom are going to give ground. They don't want to spend the utility either, because it's not a prior position in this circle.
Next zone goes on up. Centers right down the middle. Talon looking really good. Another great shift for Alpha 7 as well. All they got to do is clear out their backs. Meanwhile, Reject are going to start popping some shots onto Boom. And yeah, I think he said, you know what, I'll take those shots and run, because we need to find a better position in this circle. But they may already be too late. They should have been in their vehicles already.
Is this curtains for Obscure? Yummy's going to roll on over the rear axle, right to the skull. That's dangerous, that's deadly. And Twisted Minds are out.
Twisted Minds getting taken out mighty early on this one. The rough start for them. Only five 5 points on the board so far. And that's going to hold on until the next match here. About to reach the second half of day 1. IWNRX on the push.
Ooh,
here come
1-2.
out the shotguns and starting to punish 4MV one by one.
Apex goes down next, and it's just Doc who's wondering what the hell just happened. This tower was supposed to be their sanctuary, but Doc has the spray down. 1, 2, maybe a third onto Kain. He's low, might just be able to pick it back together, get some healing done, but Doc is still so low. He can't risk this push. There's Swain on the off angle, goes for the third party peek, but Doc's still the challenge. No, not quite. 2 players down for IWNRX. This is all the way on the south. They need these reses now and fast to be able to get into this next circle. Alliance are going to have heard this, looking for the third party. The remnants of Vampire are going to be holding them in place for now, but everybody else around is going to know that IWNRX are looking pretty shaky.
Everybody knows that Wizard Tower and IWNRX try to hold it on. Let's see what is going to happen, though, as Alliance are going to have to get in some vehicles here and get moving. They still have their entire team up, but they're in a very tough position. They can either decide to try and hug this and brisk it towards Mansion and head towards Alpha 7, or push right into Vampire, and that's exactly what is happening. They get one finish there, and Vampire are on the run.
Vampire keep expending players to get into positions further forward. Swept goes down. Tony K's making the dash to these vehicles that they've been able to actually get into a little bit of a ditch. But he's not going to last it out. Vampires go down, the vehicle goes up in flames, and so do they. Knocks over now towards IWNRX as DRX try and flow on through this position, and they might have finally gone down here. Swain is the last to stand. DXavier not having a good time either.
DXavier in a terrible spot here. They're just holding that edge, and it's nothing but open field right in front of them. So they're going to have to be able to do it with the M4s on their back. Swain has a great angle, but those smokes completely eliminated his sight lines. And right now, he's just trying to apply pressure, trying to pretend to be a whole squad. And it looks like it works because DRX go in the other direction.
I've got so many teammates right now, you don't even understand. I've got probably like 7 or 8.
That's right.
You can't push through that. DXavier going to be taking shots to try and clear their way through, but they roll up and out into the open. You just can't do that. Tiamba are going to spin you for 7 all the way to the 6 line. And they are going to add up 5 now eliminations.
Tiamba holding down this little mini Alamo right here, and it's working well for them. Now we see DRX Soez trying to drive away from this one. Team Reject pushing in little by little. They are in this zone for now, and that is DXavier out of there. Next zone about to pop. Will it center up once again? It does.
Talon pretty happy right now. They are chilling right at this moment in such a powerful compound. This Heaven compound currently held by Talon and Power. It's a 2-team compound, one on the high ground, which is currently on the south side for Talon, overlooking so much open terrain. And Power going to be stopping anyone from approaching. It's so difficult. We are probably looking at a top 2 finish for both of these teams. It is going to be so hard to make these moves.
It definitely is, because there's just so much open terrain. Every team is just in a position where they can just hold on to even the slightest bit of cover. And these trees are definitely not big enough to feel comfortable at all. You can see Ayala start to throw some smokes out. The vehicles are starting to ring out, and they're going to have to make a very bold push. Looks like Mythic will lead the charge for his team.
I said it might be a top 2 for Power. I might have to eat my words there, because TJB are running them through from an approach on the northern side. This western edge getting dangerous now as Team Liquid try and stretch their legs through it, but it's open ground, and again, just sprayed down from every angle. Boom are taking them to task as well, and they are just getting cut through. Ayala and Chief now 2 players remaining. DRX holding on the road, somehow able to keep all 4 players alive, but they're going to have to move.
Yeah, I would have liked to see Mythic just kind of leapfrog there. Even though the position was tough, just head up to that little ridge line, get some information, and decide what to go from there. A full send at this zone is almost guaranteed destruction, and that's exactly what happened. You can see Team Reject, Divine, finding some angles on the DRX, and this will be a battle that'll ring out. But DRX has to decide what to do. Do we take this fight or hold on for now? Because the zone is going to start pushing in the next few seconds, and that's exactly what is happening. Tiamba ringing out some nades, trying to punish Boom.
Boom need to dig their heels in here.
There's one.
They are in the zone, and one of the very few teams on this western edge to be so. But these nades are going to tear through the health bars very quickly. The spray down from Frenzy only finds one, and Tiamba are looking to try and push them back. It seems to be going successfully for now. A nade over the top, can't find it. Into the smoke with a DBS. Now just Pondbit for Boom remains. And in the meantime, DRX are trying to move over the north side, but that's not going well. Everybody over in the Heaven compound with a third party. Yummy goes low. Pondbit gets the heal. Tiamba up into the fight through the smoke. Out wide goes for one. Look for another as well, but they have to be worried about his left flank. Can he find it? He's switching it up, but no. QC handles business. And now it's Tiamba into the ditch. DRX looking to move on through because they've still got 4 players alive. And in for the third party they go. There's the crash. The vehicle goes on in, and it goes huge. They stay alive with 4. And on this western side, they might have just done enough to get to the top 3.
Beautiful timing there from DRX. Perfect third-party scenario to take out a monster squad. Now we look on over towards Heaven. You can see Talon holding it down in the middle of this zone, but they have to be careful because all eyes are on them. Alpha 7 have been lurking in the shadows right there near Mansion, waiting to strike. And that time may happen in the next few moments, but they're gonna have to do it quickly, especially if that zone shifts towards the center of the map. Mafioso trying to pop some shots onto Alliance, possibly make their rotation a little bit easier, and the zone does center up once again.
Tell me you want Talon to win without telling me you want Talon to win this match. Oh my goodness. The position that they hold right now, the fact that they're not third-partying this is interesting though. They don't have too much control over towards Alpha 7, they do, but getting rid of, or at least depowering these two teams to their south, or north, sorry, could be huge.
TJB has to make a decision here because you know that they wouldn't mind sharing this position, but I think they're just outside of the circle. So they have to make a push onto Power here with not a lot of information. Power has to do a good job of holding down this position because I will give the advantage to TJB. They know every single angle that Power could peek from, and one nade could spell disaster for both of these teams. But I am not sure. Is TJB right on the edge of that zone? If so, they may just be fine holding it out for now.
I think they are just outside, unfortunately, so they're going to have to be forced to take the fight or figure something else out. And quite frankly, there really isn't that much else to do for them. It is just a question of go, win, or you don't. It's a coin toss fight for them.
Watch this replay as Yummy gets the run over onto Obscure. I'm going to go ahead and get that loot, or he got that loot very, very quickly. Talon Esports just trying to do a good job of holding everybody off, and I think they realize, yep, we have to take this fight. You can see Power trying to throw some of those pre-nades out, maybe get lucky with a nice land, but it'll have to be perfectly placed and cooked. It's very difficult to hit a nade from their position.
Through the windows, Power trying to fend off TJB, current tournament leaders, 5 eliminations already. Talon still not going. Alpha 7 making their move. They're making the cross over the open ground, and they've made it to the ridgeline, and Talon not going to push them back too hard. Do they have nades in the back pocket? Do they still have anything left?
Talon couldn't see a thing. There was just nothing they could do. Alpha 7 are able to make it up for free. The only team that could have possibly made it more difficult for them was Alliance, and look at that, Rebel picking up those eliminations. Team Liquid bust them out the vehicle. Alpha 7 cleans them right up.
Just the one player from Team Liquid, actually, is Chief. Going to be looking to hold down the southwestern side of what is potentially a really strong spot for him. But the nades are going to start to pile on in from Alpha 7, and you've got to think if they're expending this much, they just want to get rid of this.
That's a lot, though. That's a lot of utility to waste there. Yep, and here we go. Here comes the push from TJB Esports on the push. And we do see Team Liquid go down, but we can just see Power trying to hold it down there with the DBS. A beautiful knock.
Only one player now remains for TJB, and it is GK first with the SK-12 from the bottom of the stairs, able to cut the ankles out from underneath El Hadji. Now it's a 1 versus 1 as they're both just cleaning up the points either way. Talon, they're just hiding. They're just chilling right now. They haven't had to go for a third party because these two teams are dismantling each other. GK first in through the door, or certainly wants to think he can, but Fadan, 3, 2, 1 shell left in the back pocket for the DBS. It's getting a little bit more hairy.
He's got to
GK
reload.
First doesn't have the reload. No ammo, what are you doing? You need to get the ammo in the clip. It's just not going to work like that. And GK first goes down. Power, stay alive.
Click, click, click. The worst sound that you could hear in a position like that. But who's going to win this match? That's the question. Talon, only 13 points on the board so far. 10 of those being from Sanhok, that cleanup crew that we saw earlier. So they're very happy to play it safe, to try to get some points here. But maybe they played it a little too safe because Alpha 7 is trying to hunt them down. But does Alpha 7 decide to take this fight right here, right now? That's very risky.
Talon have 0 eliminations from the strongest spot in this entire game. They have just been
What is
so
Axel
quiet.
doing? What is he looking at? Like, Axel has no position, no business there because he has no sight lines. He cannot get any information from that spot at all.
DRX are allowed to move in. This is what happens when you're quiet. You now have 3 teams looking your way. Obviously, Fidan only a solo, DRX only a duo, but you can't move out the back of this building now. Alpha 7 have free fire onto your entire position from this ridgeline on the east side. You're now trapped in what once was a castle is now a prison.
That's exactly right. I mean, when you just lay down and allow teams to push up on you for free, there's a certain time to play ultra passive, and there's a time to play ultra aggressive. And Talon, from their position, you want to play that aggression. They could have decided to hold this side out and hold that ridge line and not let Alpha 7 drive there at all. But instead, they hold that building, let Alpha 7 push to them for free, and now they're just getting picked apart little by little.
DRX, 2 players. Fidan, the only one, but he's got the MG3 in the pocket. Going to be trying to lay down the law with the LMG, but nades are ringing out. They've heard this rotation. DRX know what's up here. As Alpha 7 try and surmount their position. Talon still holding on the inside, and the nade takes down Power. Last player to fall.
Here we go. 3 teams remaining, folks. It is Talon. Mighty quiet right now, just hanging in what was the best position in the map.
Stop it, Alpha 7. Don't be mean. Talon are trying to sleep. They've been asleep for the last 20 minutes.
Hello, anybody in there? Rebels, you can see him leading side to side. How about over there, guys? Where are you? Where are you? DRX on the other side, very happy to just hang back because they're hoping this fight rings out and they can come in third party it.
Your Talon have a point? That's crazy, dude.
Take it to the bank.
Unbelievable.
They're going to get some placement points here, but with how this all goes down, it's all about those elimination points. And when you had a position like that, it is risky to leave that nice little comfort safety building, right? But you got to leave it eventually. And now they are completely hard stuck. Like you mentioned, a castle has become a prison for them. This is stage 8. The zone's about to go into nothing.
It is just so tight now. DRX as well, though, alive with 2. Able to get into this game late. This is, again, afforded to them by the fact that Talon have been so quiet, right? Because at the moment, they've just been dropping people into the oubliette, not remembering them one bit. DRX have put the pressure on. They played on that western side, and they've made the crossing. Credit to them.
Let's see what they decide to do here, because Talon Esports, again, just playing it so quietly, not moving a muscle. You can see Yoru there. He does have a little bit of angles there. And look at this, Linux, he's just staring inside the building. He has no information at all. He's just saying, all right, guys, come and get it. Because guess what? I know this zone is about to go into nothing, so I'm just going to hope for that. And if you try to enter this door, I'm taking you out.
I'm pretty certain that Alpha 7 have the inside of this circle right now. When it starts to close, it's just going to close and close and close onto the outside. Going to be pretty happy to just hold Talon out in the meantime. And they don't need to move a muscle. They're taking a leaf out of Talon's book. Why would you go for a push when you know that they're going to need to jump into your fire?
Hey, and you know what this does? This cools down all the rest of the players in this tournament because they're just sitting, waiting for this match to end. So I think Alpha 7 said, you know what? We're just going to leave it down to the last moment here and wait it out and hope for the best. This is going to be really tough, though, because Alpha 7 know we cannot push this fight. If we do, DRX is going to come and third party us. So we're just going to wait for it to happen and hope for the best, and that's what's about to happen, folks. This is the last stage. This zone is closing. You can see the smoke start to ring out. Talon is trying to prepare their defenses for this onslaught that's about to come their way.
I love this. The smoke's being pushed right up to Talon, forcing them to go for really wide peaks if they want to step out and challenge, because they need to. Linux trying to get those nades up on this high ground. This could be the most important position. But is he exposed to DRX here? A nade over the top. The cook is there. It's right on top of Mafioso, but for some reason, looks like there was some terrain cover there.
He's got one more nade. One more nade, he has to throw it. Actually, he should be throwing smokes on that ridgeline. Throw some offensive smokes, cut off the sight lines from Alpha 7, make them have to push through the smoke blind.
Nade in.
But you have to be able to place it just perfectly on the edge. Linux gets that last nade thrown, and it does hit one of the monster players of Alpha 7, being their IGL, Carrillo.
Another nade as well down to the low ground. They're trying to hurt this one. over the back. There's another knock.
That's
Linux
huge.
is able to do so much from this rooftop.
DRX.
Mafioso down, Carrillo going low as well. More nades coming in, and DRX in for the third party. 3 players up for Alpha 7 to try and hold. There's Talon, Flow over the top, but the 2 of them are down. Misery's there. Revo traded off Carrillo and McGrellan, trying to stand tall, but Alpha 7 swept aside. Talon have managed to make it work. The high ground from Linux is so impactful. But now, is it going to be DRX upsetting?
Oh, DRX just a little too late. They were on the move to third party it, but Talon wiped that one real quick. DRX, you have to push. You have no choice. You know they're hurt. Don't let them get these resets. Actually, they can't get up this hill.
There's no way up.
Put on your climbing shoes. Linux is on his way. Oh, they get the knock. But that is gonna be it. It's gonna be a Talon chicken dinner. That heaven position just proving too powerful for the rest of the lobby.
Talon, I mean, they won it.
They did.
They really win it.
Oh, they really won it.
I mean, but they really, I feel, okay, they won the fight with Alpha 7. I thought Alpha 7 had that one on lock, right? And it turned out that the circle actually closed on the high ground. I thought it was gonna close a little bit further south, but they were able to shut it down, right? They had the inside track. They were able to win the fight against Alpha 7. But
they really won it. I'll say this,
I mean,
right?
they did literally win it, but I don't know.
I understand your
feel
frustration.
like I'm disappointed. Right?
Yeah, I understand your frustration because from that position, I think everybody would have wanted to see, you know, a 10, 15 elimination chicken dinner from a squad like Talon, you know, but at the end of the day, they understand their position in the leaderboards. This is very early in the tournament. If it was later and they were in a position where they needed a lot more points, I would have been like, yeah, get outside, soak up those eliminations. But since it is so early, those nerves are so high, sometimes playing it safe does work out. And it's very unfortunate that DRX was on the other side to hold off Alpha 7 from pushing in just a little too early. Linux on that roof clutched it up with those first knocks.
That was absolutely huge that he was able to get up there. Without him, Alpha 7 win this, I think. They're able to push up to the wall and get that chicken dinner. But massive credit to DRX as well. There were a lot of teams on that western side. They were able to get up, get across with a duo for quite a while, able to get second place, push Alpha 7 down into third as well. That's pretty big news for this roster, right? This is a team that we weren't thinking we're going to do super well. Obviously, the survival stage, so much more impressive than it was in the group stages. They came dead last over there. Looks like they're going to be able to keep the pace up from survival.
Hey, and I'll tell you what, that's the time to do it, baby. Right in the finals, show up big, get some of that big money, folks. We got 3 more matches left. Don't go anywhere.
Tepeye saldılar, gel. Gel çıktım. Burak cepler var, dikkat var. Çok ilerleme kanka. Ezdim bunu. Nice. Of! Kim bu ya? Nice!
What they wanna live for. Why'd you prison me instead? Cut it, what's good from us? Escape what comes along. You two come upon to visualize who we are. Light, careless, no less, regardless of your mind. Destined to shine. Can I do what you wanna do? It's like a joke. My fear can't change my willingness in me. Wonder what they wish for, what they wanna live for.
Man, we are getting some spicy zones here today in the PMWC. We had a Primorse finish, we had a Heaven finish there, and Talon playing Heaven like you should.
Yeah, playing some good positions there. I mean, they had a really good early game split right there. 2 players in Alamo, 2 players also in Heaven already from the get-go. Upon the phase 3 pop, they instantly, like literally 5 to 10 seconds after the circle pop, regroup onto Heaven, and they're chillaxing the entire match and get himself a pretty easy win, I would say, but it was contested by Alpha 7 to like some extent. It was not free at the very end.
The Talons defend, though. They were able to defend it so well against Alpha 7. Alpha 7 did have, we were kind of talking about this with James too during that match. Alpha 7 did have some smoke nades left that they could have used. They could have been a little bit more aggressive. They used a lot of utility, though, trying to get up to Heaven whenever Alliance was behind their back. So it's good that they were able to get those elements, but Alpha 7, I feel like they needed to be a little bit more aggressive there at the end against Talon.
Well, you can see 15 points picked up for Talon. They need it, but DRX, again, another big finish for this team. 13 points. Alpha 7 getting themselves 10 points. We are starting to see some teams stand out against the rest. Yeah, that is correct, 7. You're not misreading this one. And then Power getting themselves 9 points. TJB getting themselves 9 points. And TJB, I think, is also another big talking point today. They're looking like the proper dark horse that, you know, Lars predicted.
They're making
whoa,
good moves.
Whoa.
I mean, you predicted them too.
Oh, thanks, Max. I appreciate that.
Okay.
How's your
I know I
dark horse
curse
doing,
teams,
Max?
but I also hear what you guys are saying. Like, come on.
How's your dark horse doing today, Max?
What?
He cursed him too.
What's going on?
Dark horse. Well, speaking of curses.
No!
Oh
no!
my gosh.
No! Okay, can we...
Let's talk about 4MV,
Change
Max.
graphic, change. That's all
Yeah, man, 4MV are struggling here so far today, and I had that predicted at the start of the event. Though the second I saw you predict them after the survival stage, I wanted to change it.
You should have. I feel like you're allowed to after Max picked it.
If Max picks your pick, you're allowed to change.
You're allowed to change your pick.
You have a joker. You can change. Instantly, it's just like, yeah, it's just
What do you want to go
another
for?
one.
Who would I go for? Old TJB now.
I'm actually kind of keen to like picking TJB. You know?
You know what? The way TJB has been playing, though, like this is what we've been talking about them. The 2-2 split as well that they were doing towards the north, and then on top of that, being able to push over Power. We were wondering which team was going to be able to push towards Power. Well, guess what? This team, and you can see the big difference here of what they've done in group stages and what they're doing now in main tournament, which it's absolutely insane. The eliminations, this was the big question mark for me. We're kind of talking about it at the beginning of the show too. This team needed to get the early fights narrowed down. We know that they can definitely get those elements. So far, they haven't been eliminated early on. I know it's been 3 matches. We still have a lot of matches left, but for the end of the day, I kind of want to continue to see these performances out of them. I don't want to see the inconsistency that we saw out of them during group stages and a little bit too during survival stage.
I expect that their consistency to continue, right? Like they've had 3 games. Sure, like they didn't all result in a win, but like they're just a good play after a good play after a good play. It is consistency. Like the IGLing on their side is absolutely top tier. It is so good, in fact, that they could very easily win this tournament with this kind of gameplay. I would not be surprised. Like TJB have leveled up significantly for the main tournament.
I mean, obviously it's a shame to lose in the group stage and not qualify directly to the main event, having to play survival, but there is an upside. You get more games under your belt, you come into this part of the event warmed up, and it helps you fix any of the problems you were having in the group stage by playing survival. So TJB, it's not necessarily the most spectacular way to get into the finals or potentially win PMWC, but it's getting the work done.
It's efficient. It's efficient, right? Like, would they be playing this way if they didn't play in the survival stage? We'll never know, right? But maybe they would have had a completely different approach to the game that would not have been successful whatsoever in the main tournament. So, man, the IGLing, again, top tier, and I really hope to see this continue in our next few matches today.
I like what you're hinting at, though, Jason, in regards for some of these teams to be able to play survival stage as well. I feel like it has worked out well for DRX. I mean, look at this team.
Sure,
We talked about, especially during group stages, I remember thinking about this team. It's like they had such a strong hold on certain areas, and on top of that, they just wouldn't fight. But now they're willing to take the fights to some of the other teams. They're willing to be able to third-party as well. I mean, I think, if I'm not mistaken, we saw them being able to third-party Tiamba after Tiamba ended up getting rid of Boom.
Yeah.
That was great timing out of that team. That's something that we really haven't seen out of them before. I mean, you can see the stats right here. 1,300 damage. This is kind of why I was cleaning my eyes earlier, because I was like, wait, is that the DRX? Yes, it is actually DRX, and they're continuing to play the way that they played in survival stage.
Yeah, that fight on the southern western side was a mess, though, okay, it's fair to say, but it was one of the only good positions to play. They have to go for play, they have to go for the push, and sure, you have to fight for it, but if you win that position, guess what? You make it to the top 3, you get placement points, you get eliminations, and most importantly, in a position like that, you can keep using cars, and you get extra utility from those enemies you eliminated. So DRX completely leveled up here into the main tournament, and I'm stoked to see it continue.
Yep.
You know, I'm also stoked to see.
Oh.
What, Jason? Oh, thanks for asking, guys. Our commentators, we got Blank and Jackie to be joining us now on the stage, the desk, the cube, whatever you guys are calling it these days. Gentlemen, what's your thoughts on the first half of the day?
Ooh, cool. Very awesome. Love it so much so far. It's been some pretty cool games so far. Talon, off the back of that heaven push, the claw came through big time. Some great nades, some great positioning. Alpha 7 just could not handle it. But Alpha 7's also been doing well, really well, Jackie, haven't they?
They have, mate. Yeah. They have. You know, maybe they can keep it going, maybe avoid a second place, gun for the trophy. Who knows? We're only here on day one, Jason. A lot to see.
A lot to see indeed, and I think we're all excited to see how the rest of today and, of course, the next 2 days play out as well. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We'll catch you guys in just a few minutes. But it is time to check in with our overalls, get an idea where our teams do currently stand at the moment after 3 matches played in the day. Ooh. And TJB will be in first place. And, of course, as expected, Alpha 7 in second.
On brand.
The thing for me, TJB, I mean, you kind of have to look at the placement points for that team. That was the big question mark for me. During group stages, I was mentioning earlier, I have to mention it again, that team was either you were going to end up being in the top 3 or you were going to end up being between 10 to 16th place. So it's good to see that that team is currently being able to get those placement points. Out of Alpha 7, what I'm enjoying is their quick rotation, especially in that last match. They rotated so quickly and avoided a lot of fighting. But I feel like at the end, they were just sitting down in Mansion for a little bit too long, that at the end they were just being way too passive. They got to be a little bit more aggressive on those finishes.
But looking at the bigger picture here, Seven, I do want to think about it. We've had very specific circles throughout all our matches, especially the true Erangels, right? There's a lot of wiggle room right now. I feel like if we get some sense of normalcy, normalcy, is that even a word? I don't know. If it starts to get like a little bit more like normal, by the way, is it normal? Okay, Clara says it's okay. I feel like we're going to see other teams like rise up into the rankings really quickly.
Yeah.
Going to get up
normality.
There, so normality. That's a better one.
Better, yeah.
So both are fine, he says. Fine.
Don't trust a Brit when it comes to
I'll run away with it. Cool.
All right, well, you guys at home, you have noticed the players are using the PMWC Violet Thunder set and S12K. We've seen a lot of S12K play. I wonder if it's because of the sweet new skin. For you guys can pick it up for yourself at home, and this does obviously celebrate the PMWC. What are you doing here?
I'm just...
It kind of...
Yeah, you get the trophy in the back, kind of like the shirt, you know what? Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't really want to. I didn't want to see Max's backside today, to be honest. Also, while you guys are watching, make sure you follow PUBG Mobile Esports over on TikTok, and I'll post a video of you doing your favorite Victor Dance, either in game or out of game, and use the hashtag PMWC Victor Dance to be entered for a chance to win $3,000 in virtual gift cards. Hit us up with your Victor Dance, Max.
No.
No. We both pointed at you. Go.
Okay.
All right, you're lucky. We have to go over to our. Okay.
Oh,
we're going to go to our casters instead, but let's head over to them, and maybe they can tell us about their victory dances.
Wait, how was it, Max?
It's crazy how good Maxman is at those victory dances. Every night after the broadcast, we see him practicing. Back at the hotel, he's always got new moves. Jason never dances. He's too stationary. We need to get Jason dancing, I reckon.
I mean, we do, man. He's just still.
He's too stationary. He doesn't move.
He doesn't have much sparkle, does he?
His knees don't
like
have the
mineral water.
The aggression to it. He's like mineral water.
It's still mineral water.
Not ideal.
He comes out with some of the good nutrients, but
yeah, he helps you when you need it.
He's got no sparkle,
but he's got no zing,
no pizzazz.
Yeah, that's what we need from you, Jason.
Yeah,
not what you need from us. What everyone else needs from us is some commentary on the games, and that's why we're here.
That's right.
Mate.
Yeah,
that's why we're here.
We're yapping. We're getting to it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we're in game
like a little dog.
Yeah, like Kale's dog, really.
Floof in the building.
Floof's in the building. But yeah, we're heading into game number 4, guys. We're heading over towards Erangel, our last one of the day, the first day of the main stage here, where we've had some surprising teams get themselves towards the top. Tongji Bao absolutely getting the opposition just crushed, quite frankly, doing very, very well. Flower is blossoming within this environment. It's beautiful.
It's his season. It's his season. And it's also the season of the GT20 Pro. Get your hands on it. Improve your gameplay inside of PUBG Mobile. Like we've always said, Blank, you want to be the best, you need the phone.
Yeah.
That's our catchphrase.
That's our catchphrase. A good one, right? 120 hertz to put the hurt on the competition. So I think that, honestly, that with GT20 Pro yet, we've been nagging you for a while. All right, if you don't have it by now, you might be new. That's all. That's the only thing I can think of.
You've just tuned in.
You've just tuned in which case,
grab yourself the phone. It's awesome. Cybermecha design, specially made for you guys. Plane path over towards this western side, up towards Severny, and shooting range started over in Primorsk. We had our second game ending over on that region where we saw Tongjiabao get themselves that nasty 2v4, which was lovely to see.
It was indeed, mate. It was indeed. I mean, you know what I'm quite glad about, actually, is just the momentum we're seeing from TJB now. Because Tongjiabao looked so good in the survival stage with the calls they're making, the fights they were taking, the nades as well. That's what surprised me. And if that carries on, how effective they were, showing off, we're the big grenadiers on the block.
Yeah.
I want more of that. Give me more of that nading.
That's what we need. At the end of the day, utility usage was on point. They've got the utility belt strapped on every single player there, and they're good to go. But they're dropping up towards Severny to start things off. Not a lot of teams actually challenging them out on this side of the map. No Kameshki splits, which are obviously not the greatest, but it does annoy the rotation from Severny because a lot of times you want to head around the top of Stalber, deny those sightlines in Yaz. So an interesting start of the game, but a very western playing path for a very eastern circle. This does create that little bit of uncomfortableness in this game.
You talk about uncomfortable, things have been a little bit uncomfortable for Alliance today. Not the rip-roaring performance that we were seeing them previously. And it's a shame, bud. It really is a shame. I think they hit a huge stride. Look, they had so much momentum behind them. Comms were clean. Every time we tune into them, like the decision-making they were making on fights was really fun to watch from the way that you could see they were communicating.
They're panicking.
They are a bit. They are panicking
They're
a bit. But you know, one way to stop panic, Blank, wake yourself back up, splash of water on the face, dial in.
Yeah.
I don't know if they would have had time for the shower. I feel like it was pretty
5
quick
minutes, got a lot of time.
Yeah, just like power shower.
All right, guys. admin. I did an admin shower break. All right, I'll reset my mental.
Everyone's confused. You doing what?
What?
Sprint on.
What?
Comes back. I'm ready.
I'm ready. Hair's drenched.
I've dripped on the screen.
I can't see. I've had that a lot though, but the phone's kind of good. You just turn them off and on, reset it.
Yeah.
The water doesn't even matter.
You're fine.
Yeah. I stopped shilling that phone. It's all I could talk about.
You can't help it, bro.
I can't help it. It's a good phone, man. But yeah, over towards the eastern side, we do have Team Liquid already in the circle. Average elimination so far for DRX and Erangel, 8 so far. That's on average of 2. So honestly not that bad. Twisted Minds get themselves a nice start to the game, considering the last game they basically stopped playing as soon as they hit the ground, down to 1 player immediately. But Obscure will take down one of the players there from Alula IHC, who are now fielding Alex. A big turnabout, honestly.
Yeah, you were happy to see it. You were beaming from, from side to side of the
I was
cheeks.
real happy.
Yeah, you
Big
were happy
grin.
with that. And he's still alive, at least. He's there with the rest of the squad. He's not the man that does go down the opening moments. It was Obscure that was up on the hill. Obscure, one of the ways that I think he's really impressed is actually his reliability when he is a solo. Him and Ratto Boy have been so good at playing off angles when they just get stuck into fights based on timing. But Obscure's the one that feels like he has that big gut punch to open fights.
Yeah, like a lot of the owners kind of was on Ratto Boy and some of the other players over on Twisted Minds, but you're right, Obscure really does enable that, right?
Yeah.
He allows that to happen, doesn't take too much credit for it, and that's fine. Talent, here over on their Erangel stats of an average elim of 4, which would mean, yeah, their last game on Erangel must have been pretty poor compared to their chicken dinner they were able to pick up. It was a cool one. We enjoyed it.
Yeah, nice to watch. Perched up on the roof. It's a crazy game.
Oh, what you doing?
That's the Obscure connection.
There's kind of good shots on the M16 as well. Very controlled. Very nice. Here's Axel. Talon, over towards Power, who really haven't had the most awesome day so far. I really had hoped Power would do a little bit more. He is a good nade, though, onto Axel. Opens and closes the door in frustration. Slams it. Like he'd just been told off by Papa Power.
Papa Power's not happy. Seems like they're a bit frustrated on this one. Making some moves to open it up. You're going to be able to get your man back up as well as they play for the revive. Al Hadji, he can be a real mean machine. We've seen how powerful some of his shots have looked.
Ooh, that's
sad. On the getaway. That's unlucky.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually good that he did move out because I was likely to be a flush, actually, onto him. Misery comes through the DBS. This could be big moves here.
Misery He loves company. Let's see if he can find any. That power that gets struck on by the might of the DBS. Flick back up from Easy.
It's me.
Oh, hang on a minute. Is there any more to be said here? A lot of damage done. Basically just a solo, reeling to try and recover things. Al-Haji from the top rope peeks on in. Lots of damage out, Blank, but he's suffering. So low on HP, and they've closed the gap.
Yeah, 2v2 right now. Yoru tries to get up close towards him. DBS, though, is available, and he's over-egging it just a little bit. Slight overconfidence. Fidan's now down and flush, but that's a good shot from Al-Haji. Very dangerous jump up, though. I'm not sure about that. And now Easy has to pull things back together.
Felt like an overcommit on the second peak. It was a nice first connection up close with the DBS. And this throws Easy into basically panic stations mode. That's also a backstab. Ocio from Reject, all the way in the back line, spots out the down man of power, unloads the belt, and actually hits onto him. So Easy realizing, I've got to do something soon. I can't let Al-Haji expire.
Yeah, he needs to pull him back a bit, and even just a 2. I mean, at this point, 4th game of the day, 14 points accrued. It's not ideal. I mean, they're definitely not bottom of the barrel right now, but still, things could be better for Power. We know that they can play a much smoother game. Talon, though, coming back off their quite an awesome chicken dinner for themselves, only to lose one player early on is slightly frustrating. You'd like to keep some of that momentum rolling forward, but they do come to a dead stop, at least at the beginning of the game. Most teams have shifted their way across the eastern side of the map, other than Alula IHC, who are playing a very different game, apparently, still in South George. They just love the apartments around there. Couldn't we have the circle on the west side, guys? What do you think? We could pull an old Max man, just lasso it.
Pull it in.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I've seen him, you know. He stands there with a big long string. No one notices, but he's just outside of the blue. And what he does is he slowly moves it to where he wants the team to win. It's a Maxman classic. I don't know how he's been getting away with it for years. Xavier, though.
You've exposed him.
I know. I'm sorry, Max. I've let you down. Ooh, Twisted Minds, though. They might not be letting themselves down in that encounter. Xavier opened it up, but too much of a space between them, really, in terms of the quick trades. Finding a refrag from that is going to be awful. Even IWNRX sees the opportunity on the down man. Here's the rest of the cavalry finally arriving on scene. They've got utility for it. Molotov on the top floor, nades in through the doorway. You spread yourself out a bit. Rat, oh boy, slides around into the building, barely gets away with some HP to play with.
It's like running away from nades. Molotov runs upstairs, the whole floor's on fire. He's not having a good time.
Ooh, all right, though. Nades keep on going. Obscure, going to feel the brunt of that one. He was on the backside of the stairs. DBS, what? More like the street sweeper, going up, cleaning up everyone that's upstairs and trying to take them down. The burning building, making it more uncomfortable. Nades out the window, seeing if they can clap back. It's getting awkward on the pathway with the vehicles as well, but Lamborghini, he's just going to back off. Still got nades to play with. Twisted Minds, try to slow it down and heal up.
How many Dacias is too many Dacias? There's 3 outside right now. Lamborghini coming through, trying to hit them with the backdraft on this smoking building. Uh-oh. That explosive power, but Lamborghini's struggling right now. There's so much utility being invested. Everyone is just getting a bit crisped up by the flames. Good old barbecue between Xavier and Twisted Minds, who are holding their own.
Hey, that's actually kind of a sick nade on contact there. It takes Lamborghini down, so now it really is a parking lot. So many broken vehicles outside as the nades are hitting. For Miracle Vibes up in the Elim feed as well. As they unleash, that's power in their elongated battle versus Talon that starts to resolve itself. Here's the push up again from Xavier. A lot of damage on that initial move in. So you're basically one man looking for the opportunity. Meanwhile, that's exactly what Boom are doing. They've seen this going on. They strike from the sides. The unload with the Bizen's good, but the first man switches out to the secondary. But again, it's the shotgun that clears its way through. And Twisted Minds buckling now, all on Ratto Boy.
Shadows trying to strike from the shade here. Keeping himself elusive with the smoke, but it is Ratto Boy. Like you said, last player alive. Pretty good player on the team.
Barking at him. Movement. The DBS giving it some real bite. We want to fight with shotguns, though. We can both do that. That's what Ratto Boy's saying. Oh, Ratto Boy, you are menacing.
The S12K in the air, flying shot round the corner. Barely saw him. Hello, goodbye. Took the door off his handles. And they just could not handle Twisted Minds when it came down to it. That was a crazy engagement. So many Molotovs, so many nades. I'm surprised the Twisted Minds were able to move from room to room like a paranormal figure and stay alive. That was great. Loved it.
Whew, in the meantime, to kick us off, dude.
Yeah, in the meantime, half the game's gone by. But yeah, we're heading down towards the southeast, towards Milta Power, Lipovka. Specifically, it is Prison towards the center, and we are locking all of these teams towards the center of this circle and throwing away the key. They'll have to challenge each other out. Team Liquid, very nice little position down towards the low ground, but they'll have to shift positions now as we get IWNRX towards that high ground that does look over towards the eastern side. I think Boom, as well as Vampire Esports, quite happy just to sit over on that western side. Alliance, on the other hand, would like to get a move on, just a little bit. So they need one of these games that has sort of decent eliminations, but there goes Alpha 7.
They get stuck into a fight versus Reject. It seems like OCO has been knocked off of his trajectory. Same thing could be said about Talon. They wanted to move up and make a clear shot into the new zone, but they ran into IHC Alula that spotted them from the elevated position. Alex got himself into a good angle. They now go for a wider rotate, hoping they'll have an easier time of actually getting in and repositioning. Could accidentally sandwich themselves between Twisted Minds and Alula IHC that are moving up a bit as well. Something to think about there. Meanwhile, on your screens, Alpha 7 in close proximity to Team Liquid and what remains of Reject.
Yeah, pretty difficult push in. I mean, for Alpha 7, they have had a fairly good few games so far. Again, Team Liquid, though, they do have this inside track, but they're sending Cardozin out over towards that southwest side, so he is just skirting along that high ground that sits down towards the south side of Prison. The rest of the team here is called back. That look, it's free. Again, this aggressive scouting as a solo does concern me at times, but I think that Cardozin is pretty confident to do it. They weren't sure of all of the rotations over in that group stage. Still made it through. But Alpha 7 will just stop short. I think they know that Reject's coming in from that northeast side around Lipovka, so be able to hold them out, get themselves maybe a decent couple of eliminations.
This could be interesting. Number 1 and number 2 in the overall rankings right now. DJB, Tongjiabao, and Talon. They were chasing them down, took a few pot shots from the vehicle on the move, but realized they don't like the look of the fight after taking some damage back. They cascade further away and set themselves up, finding an additional vehicle to work with as well, so they have more ground to cover now.
Yeah, very important. I think with Talon, because they were held up for so long with power, it's becoming a bit of an awkward rotation inwards. This is our replay from earlier. Some really good nades from Hygors to ensure that they actually were able to finish this fight out. He opened it up for Ratto Boy at the end of the day. Just this initial engagement where he gets caught off guard whilst he's trying to clean out some of the knocks. But yeah, it's just a nice little play from Ratto Boy. And they remain as 2. It's pretty decent. But they needed that. They were very low down on points. Here's Team Liquid, 4MV, taking shots over towards Tiamba as Bond hits the ground.
It's a really rough sequence of events for Talon. They instantly began to chase Tongjiabao, go down into the compound, get unloaded upon from the elevated angles with the surrounding squads, take so much damage that it's just a solo that's left alive now for them. So off the back, getting a little bit of momentum and a few points. Quickly, that zip begins to sink. Oh, for Miracle Vibes back on our screens, though. Not at the best day of it yet. Oh, outside of the blue as well, man goes down. That's the way their story ends.
Yeah, I mean, for Talon, it's just tough journey. Elongated fight versus power into running into Alula IHC, who technically were out in the blue for way longer than I think a lot of teams might have expected them to. Talon just can't quite find a comfortable rotate inwards. Next circle, centers up around Shelter. Very interesting ending. In my opinion, a lot of open ground, but technically there's a lot of these little places where you can get into the bunker that's underneath in Shelter, and you can post up around there, block out these stairways with vehicles, and essentially create yourself not the greatest of compounds, but an okay one.
An okay is better than not okay, so at least give you something to play with.
An okay.
Exactly, an okay. Which sounds like you're saying no thanks. Okay.
Okay.
Would you like that for dinner?
Okay. Right then.
Looks like Papa Pow's going to have to make a whole new meal now, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got to throw away the old one and cook something else.
Okay.
Oh, hey. I couldn't imagine that. A sad look on Al Hadji's face. It would be, be rough to see.
That'd cripple me.
Yeah.
Makes me sad. Yeah.
Really big too.
I just want Al Hadji to succeed, man. That's all I want. I think he's been trying so hard for so long. It would be sad if he doesn't. Boom, esports here. He's getting a check-in with some of the Arabic casters saying that they think that this team's going to do fairly well. They're a team that plays very well under pressure in the finals. Yumi being an extremely good member and strong fragger for that squad.
It's not looking bad for them. Oh, all right, though. You get a quick drive-by. I mean, TJB, relatively fragmented. Reject. Take a stab onto them. And, yeah, all right, this is a big old blade they're pulling out, slicing their way through the entire team, making a sort of fruit salad here. Reject. Where's this come from? Bit of confidence back in the camp. You'd like to see them have some upwards momentum. They've had a struggle of a day so far. They need big elims, and they need games with longevity to them. IWNRX, another squad that was proving to be such a hothead back in the survival stage. Now they're under pressure. A peek through the window. Alpha 7 roaming on in. They need to get themselves some points here. They know about that. The shot is pulled out up close, but they buckle under the pressure and they hard commit onto it as well. Swing it in from both sides. Smoke's going to cause some issues. IWNRX with Swain looking to fire straight down through the middle. His back could be exposed, but Mafioso pulls out the big gun and chews them to pieces.
That was a play and a half from Mafioso. I've seen this guy almost do a 1v4 before over on Miramar. Crazy player. Not really the player that a lot of people talk about on that team very often. A lot of times you're talking about Carrillo or even Revo. But I do think that Mafioso, when it comes to that clutch potential, he really has it. Showing it right there. Team Liquid annihilates Tiamba in the meantime as Al Ulai HC go over towards Boom. This mage, TJB, suffering so much damage around the map. And I mean, it's reasonable considering there's just no space available to play right now.
And Boom are feeling the might of the big booms. They've got nades being thrown all over the squad. A thin veil of smoke is all that's providing them cover. That one's pretty nasty. Right on target. IHC, Alula really getting stuck into this one. You fragmented Boom, soften them up. Can they commit to it to close things down? Really take the top off here.
Reject's trying to steal a lot of the eliminations away from Alula IHC as well. There's Ayala finding Alex from IHC. Godless trying to hold it down, but these some nice nades been sent out from Razy. He will be finished off before he can get that elimination or flush. And Boom just reveals the position now. So many squads just suffering. Everyone outside the circle right now just cannot handle it. Team Liquid, I think they played a really nice split on the line here over towards Alpha 7. They just cannot make it through. They have locked the gate up here.
Alpha 7 going around the backside of the hill. Vampire and Reject are the two squads that are on either side of the setup. If they turn towards them, can take a few pot shots on the momentum. They now see each other and begin to exchange a few blows. You get the drop down behind the tree. Uh-oh, first snipe across. It's good from Alpha 7 to get the connection back on the Vampire. Hard commit with the Molotov as well to burn him out of position and keep pressure applied. Uphill battle though. Corallo taking that hit back as Vampire strike once again.
Vampire trying to keep Newsy alive here, but Mafioso will finish him off, who's doing the lion's share of the work here for Alpha 7 at the moment. Definitely domination coming through from this guy.
He's making it look easy.
Yeah.
Smooth moves on the transition back to the DP as well. Trying to see if he can feast with the dinner plate.
I will say for Vampire, it's just not having Ravenclaw on the team just feels rough, man.
Yeah.
So good on the off angles, really set his teammates up all the time. Sort of felt to me like when Zerich left the team, where we had Effect playing. He just set Effect up all the time, and then they split up, split away. Suddenly you just have this situation where you just cannot play the same game that you're used to. It's really tough. It's really, really tough. So I feel a bit bad for Vampire. They've not quite worked out the synergy just yet. But there's Schweppes finding a nice shot over towards Audio from Alliance.
It's a nice way to get stuck into things. For Miracle Vibes on screen now. Playing a bit of a slower game, just using the nades to clear the top floor, and that one's on target. Alliance suffering a heavy hit, and once again go down early. Out of the runnings here in our 4th game, Black.
Yeah, a very, very tough game so far, and I think it has had one of the most difficult positions to be playing in. And I think I'm okay with that, honestly. I'm okay with really difficult games being played here at the main stage, because it really does bring out the best. We've had some circles so far where it's just favored one team. And it's been very, very difficult to deal with them. You saw that over towards Talon in Heaven. But this is a really good test of who is the best in the lobby. Team Liquid up to 7 elite elims. I'm not telling anyone I told you so, but I kind of told you so.
You might
they'll tell me off.
You might have done.
when they might jinx it just there.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if the casting curse is going to present itself, mate. I've said it now. It's too late. You've ushered it into existence. They're going to know.
Haven't.
They're going to know.
No, they're like liquid. They're like water.
What, they can't hear because they're made of water?
Yeah.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah,
Liquid
exactly.
doesn't have ears. That's what we've learned today.
They don't need ears.
No, because they're water.
They're water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy.
They crash like the tides upon their enemies.
But look at this. That water's got fire. That would make steam.
That would make steam. That would make steam.
Which would mean they would go up.
Honestly,
because it rises.
Right now, they are kind of steamrolling the competition.
That's crazy.
That's wild, you said. That's a nice nade. Not quite on target from Cardozo, though. Mythic is down. 2 elims to his name, but 7 elims so far for Team Liquid. Now up to a 6th place position, looking to leapfrog over the top of Boom. I think right now they are just equal points. DRX still has 4, though, in a strong central position. Not a lot of elite elims here, but they do like to favor themselves towards a central position where they can. They're able to play both sides of that coin, which is, you know, playing that aggressivity, as Mr. Maxman would call it, as well as a bit more of that passive nature as well, which I do really like. I really like that from DRX. And they're using it to their advantage, because it feels like a lot of the other teams inside this lobby are so mean, so aggressive, looking for fights all the time, baring their teeth.
Yeah, there's a lot of big bullies on the battlefield.
There is.
You know, you got a lot of players that rep themselves, back themselves in a lot of fights, and fair play to them. We know that there's a reason for the utmost confidence going into a game like this on the big stage. You've had long enough now, you know, there's no sort of doubt in your minds really in terms of the environment shook us off. We weren't prepared for it. You've had your time in the sun. You've just got to show us that you can blossom. Unfortunately for Reject, they go down and out. It was only one man that remained alive in OCO in a very uncomfortable spot. He's finished off. Alpha 7 and Vampires duking it out for so long. After they take out Alpha 7, you get a reposition from Tony K, but Cardozo's just been waiting for the go signal. That's the flare, and he engages.
Yeah, that's a really good shot from Cardozo, but not one I think Tony K should have let him have. He had cover to get to on that tree. He was running across to it, but I think he just panics in the moment and decides to double back. That is definitely the wrong choice there. Cardozo obviously will just capitalize on top of it. Up to 8 elims now for Team Liquid. Nice game from them. Baron gets a shot over towards DRX. Now Stone starts to move up. Tony K, though, has had a good game. 4 elims. You know, sort of the wonder kid on the block for the last 2 mid-seasons.
It's worrying, though, isn't it, then? Losing him. If there was a timeline for Vampire to start to spread their wings and soar back into the game, you might need a man like Tony K. They're not going to have that luxury.
Circle moves over towards that northern side, Jackie, which gives Team Liquid a lot of space to work with. Obviously, a lot of these teams are on the high ground right now. They have to move down. Hyunbin finds Apex with Soez, and Reefus will be flushed out here. So although not a lot of elims are found for DRX, they're controlling this space nicely. Now, I don't think 4MV was quite prepared to come toe-to-toe with them.
No, I don't think you are at all. You're going to be the Baron to lord over him here. Swing with a mighty scepter. I don't think so. Trap back on low HP. DRX paranoid about anyone starting to move up and potentially third party onto it as well. So for Miracle Vibes, their hopes and dreams rely on one man being able to play with the right timing. If an opportunity is given to him, he can't make a mistake now or really engage.
If you look at just even the utility count on DRX, I'm not sure how much further they can get in this game. They really don't have much of anything. They might be able to get a refresh on the death rates coming through from 4MV, but they're still not flushed out Baron. It becomes a really difficult thorn to have in your side here. DRX doesn't really want to show themselves down towards that north side of the circle, south side of the circle, sorry, where Team Liquid might be able to take shots. Their saving grace is the fourth man, right? They've got more angles to work with, and an open playing space like this with all the trees, a fourth angle can be the difference between a chicken dinner and not.
Gives you that extra line of sight, that early warning system, the proverbial tripwire to spring into action. And that duo of Vampire, still downhill. Liquid have had them locked, giving them no rotation points for a while. They've got a few nades still to work with. 3 Molotovs, 1 nade here. First going to be cast out over towards them. They have to barely move from what remains of the cover. Burned out vehicles, the odd tree. Baron's gone on a bit of a crawl as well. Tried to get himself into a better spot in terms of the positioning.
QXZ here actually has the Wizard Tower, so it's really not a bad position for them. And I think this kind of comes down to the next circle, Jackie. Nice shot from Stoned. We'll finish off 4 and V. That at least gives them a 3rd place there. So for Vampire Esports, they're pretty pleased with that one. Schweppes potentially spotting out Hyunbin, but no. Good angle from him. But they'll know of this spot. Yeah, exactly. I was wondering. It's a case of where you take those shots, you have to remove yourself. That's Cardozin going down. That's bad news. Chief needs to immediately respond, and he does.
Ooh, nice movement as well. Instant drop back down. He was exposed for a while there, but it works out in the engagements they've taken so far. Wide swing across, tracing the Vampire rotate in the vehicle. Hits onto Stoned and removes him from the equation. Fights breaking out all over the circle.
Right now, I think Team Liquid very concerned with eliminations, and also this back angle here from Vampire is really tough. I do believe that the Wizard Tower stays in contention. Ayala gets knocked out. They know they should push this one. They do find them immediately. That is dangerous, sticking the res there. In comes Schweppes, tries to finish him off. Might be getting 2nd place, but a good shot from Soaz will shut him down. Now it's just 1 player from Team Liquid, and they cannot flow through this one for the chicken dinner. It will be DRX to take themselves a lovely win from the high ground. Very well set up, very passive up until that point. But again, it wasn't a case where you get a lot of teams who have that passive nature all the way to the end of the game, and they're not prepared for that firefight right at the end. But I feel like DRX really set themselves up well.
Yeah, they actually got stuck into a few engagements on the angles, didn't overcommit. We saw that on the response, the infighting between the limited player pool on Vampire and Liquid coming back to haunt them. And it's nice, you think about, the way that all started with their swoop onto Miracle Vibes as well. Don't overcommit onto Baron. They were able to get themselves some extra utility to play with. And in the end, DRX take that one home.
Yeah, very, very well done. Very pleased to see that as well. I think that there is a lot of comments right now about how DRX is sort of this changed team coming into this tournament. Very, very well done. Team Liquid, though, they do get themselves a nice, hefty 2nd place. Quite a few eliminations, which is very nice for them, but DRX just continue pumping things up. So very, very well done to DRX. Happy to see it. Vampire Esports, also a slight emergence from them in this match. And I think from the position they were playing in, they didn't do too badly. I also really like Schweppes' play here. He's like, I'm going to pick up that elimination on Ayala, and then potentially I'd jump out and get Chief.
Yeah, he saw the timeline of, all right, how can I actually maximize what's left here? Like the limited points to gain. Went for it. Heads up maneuver, nearly made the best of a really bad situation. But in the end, the bad boys on the block were DRX, and they get their celebratory takeaway on this one.
Yeah, I think for DRX, honestly, a very, very nice game. Again, they look pretty calm towards the end there, Jackie.
Yeah.
That's the main thing for me. And I think that the fact that they were so calm, they're not feeling the pressure. They're not feeling the pressure too much, and it's super duper chill. We're going to take a little bit of a chill out session ourselves as we head to a very quick break, then desk, and then back to the games. See you soon.
From behind the stage, join me, Magda Ling from Alpha 7. First thing to talk about is, what was the Formula 1 uniforms about?
Foi uma homenagem ao nosso ídolo, Ayrton Senna. Há 30 anos que ele faleceu, porém é muito nosso ídolo, então nós quis fazer essa homenagem para ele.
We are celebrating our idol, Ayrton Senna. Unfortunately, it's been 30 years of his death, and we wanted to celebrate him.
That's a nice tribute. That's a nice tribute, and what a nice performance also we've seen from the team. What's the secret sauce for such a consistency we've seen from Alpha 7 from the first 3 matches?
Que performance maravilhosa que vocês tiveram. Qual é a receita secreta que vocês têm para a performance tão consistente de vocês?
Acredito que é muito estudo, muita confiança e trabalhamos muitos dias durante a PMSL, quando acaba a PMSL, e estamos vindo forte e só entregando o nosso jogo como é feito.
There's a lot of hard work. We studied a lot. We worked very hard and we're delivering it.
That's really nice, and we've seen it on the stage. And good luck for the upcoming matches. Thank you very much. That was Megan Ling from Team Alpha 7. طبعا شباب من المينا هي كانت بدايتهم باليونيفورم تاع الفورمولا 1 وهي فعليا كانت تريبيوت لسائق الفورمولا 1 الشهير من البرازيل وذكرى ال30 فعليا لوفاته ومثل ما عم نشوف استمراريه جدا رهيبه حضروا بشكل جميل وجيد وعم تطلع الثمار على الستيج وجولات جدا ممتازه 3 بالنسبه للالفا 7 هل رح يستمر رح نكتشف هذا الشيء سويا
Get Kalaris here back on the stage because our South Korean overlords are here to play, man. DRX, the team who finished bottom in the group stage, take home a chicken dinner.
Oh yeah, it's a good. Wait, gotta imitate me. Actually, that's a good sound effect right there. No, like DRX here, like again, completely different from how they entered in this tournament into PMWC. And sure, like this was a little bit of a freer game here, 7, but like the stats speak for themselves. Almost over 1,000 damage average per match here, and almost reaching 6 average eliminations per match. That is a great ratio to have per game.
We should say this though, because we looked at TJB. earlier on, right? And TJB, their eliminations went from like 1 or it was like 2 to like 8, right? And their placing went to 3rd as well. I feel like DRX are maybe not as lethal in terms of getting eliminations, but the positions they're playing are really smart, really well done, and they're avoiding fights long enough to make sure they can get those high
Almost
placements.
10 minutes extra survival time, by the way. Like, that's a lot of extra gameplay you're getting. Extra time to get eliminations.
The bigger thing out of them is that they're being able to take advantage more out of those spots that they're being put into, right?
Yes.
They're not being too passive. I mean, for them to be able to get 15 points total, I guess we want to see a little bit more eliminations out of them. To give them props, though, they were able to hold off 4MB. 4MB not having one of the greatest days so far with what we've been able to do. But, I mean, out of the group stages, that was a team that a lot of the people were fearing until you cursed them.
Yeah. Okay, just have to put that at the end. Like, DRX here not getting, like, an insane amount of eliminations off the back of this chicken dinner. I'm fine with it because guess what? You're playing that high ground position. You're playing Lumberyard. You are not able to get too much information and angles on teams around you, so you have to play very passive until you want to start leaving that position, which is what happened. They start leaving, they get 5 eliminations, they wrap up the win in style. So yeah, happy with DRX, and I want to see that hopefully continue.
Luckily, I still got the camera. I wasn't on me. I was mocking you the entire
I was seeing in the background. I'm trying to not pay attention to you, Jason.
I was going to say, luckily for DRX, they kind of have Team Liquid towards the north just taking care of all the teams. Not only was Team Liquid, I mean, early on, you were kind of pointing it out to me when I was wondering how they ended up with so many elims. They were sitting on top of Prison. They were able to get a lot of eliminations, not only on Tiamba, on Alpha 7 as well. And something that worked out very well was seeing Ayala take down the last player of Reject, allowing him to move to that kind of Wizard Tower and providing a little bit more coverage for his team.
Yeah, those Wizard Towers are very strong on that mountain if you don't allow teams to get too close, otherwise you might get in a little bit of trouble. You'll be okay. I really do move that much. You're making me very self-conscious.
I didn't say anything. I'm laughing at him.
They're just wait. They're just testing me to see if I
No, like they do it when you guys can't see us. Okay, I'm not crazy. I swear.
That's a nice head bump. Jeez.
That's gonna make our top reaction for tomorrow. I'm gonna tell you that right now. But also, like Team Liquid, a good placement of them, good points. But also Vampire, to be fair. Vampire were like the very bottom of the leaderboards with like 4 MV right above them, able to get themselves propelled up in that last match. But you can see here, 1,600 damage done. And honestly, for Liquid, we have seen like individuals step up, right? It was Mythic in one of our earlier Erangels. I think this one was Ayala 7. So we're seeing Liquid start to like warm up into this this finals.
Not only just players, we're going to see the whole team just step up in a way. I mean, they started off the day in Sanhok not very hot, but ever since then, they've been able to get, what, 11th place finish, then 5th place, 10 eliminations. The one before this one, it was 7 with 2 eliminations, and now with the performance that they were able to put up here, this is kind of what we want to see out of this team, right? And on top of that, we're going to be going into Miramar, which has been one of their strongest maps.
I was just about to say, like, during PMSL, Team Liquid on Miramar, it was their bread and butter. They were doing really, really well on that map. They were very consistent, especially when it comes to maybe eliminations, not so much, but like making it to the late game, they would always make it top 5, top 4, top 3 scenarios, right? So Team Liquid, going into this, they could rank up even higher at the end of this first day.
I kind of want to talk a little bit about my dark horse, TJB. They went back to what we seen it. Yeah, both of ours, you know, got to give some props to the birthday boy. But this team, once again, just having issues with their early fights. They got eliminated so quickly. That's the one thing that team definitely needs to adjust. Those early fights, every single time it happens, they don't end up being able to. I feel like they're not able to win that fight, and there goes their whole game plan.
Yeah, while you're talking about TJB, I want to take the conversation over to Alliance. Man, they are not getting away with their splits, by the way. Like, teams are moving so quickly, there's no room to split in the late game.
Yep.
If we're talking about early fights, how have neither of you mentioned yet Power and Tower?
Yeah.
What is happening? I feel like 3 out of the 4 matches they fought extremely early on, or they fight at least some point in the match, and then you're going to be playing handicap the rest of the game.
I just took the information and threw it out. And I'm like, I don't really care.
Can we take you out and throw you out of the stage or bring Polaris back in?
That's kind of hard.
Yeah, well, for you guys who are watching, by the way, at home, make sure you log into the game. Check out the eSports Center, check out the PMWC section, and make sure you guys subscribe to that so you're notified whether we go live or any news goes out. You're not going to want to miss this one. I know Max already subscribed. I need to actually go do that because you can get some sweet...
I got that parachute. It's really cool.
Parachute,
yeah.
of course,
Nice.
the border. I believe we're going to head back to our casters here. So we get into our first Miramar of the day. 2 matches left to go. Blank and Jackie, take it away.
Thank you, Jason. We are in position in the commentary booth, and we're going to be bringing the fire in the booth. So we've got the fire extinguishers on standby, just in case it gets a little bit too crazy in here, because we're hoping for some inferno-level games, Blank. We want these teams to turn up the temperature all the way to, I don't know, at least 40 degrees.
I want some volcanic eruptions in this match, honestly. That's what I'd like to see here over on Miramar, the hottest of maps, the hottest of spots. But, ooh,
That's a lukewarm playing path.
Oh, man.
I've seen one. That's nasty. Down towards the south side, very, very far away from anything on the north. So if you're dropping El Pozo, Tierra Bronca, La Cobraria, horrible position. But you're not going to be in a horrible spot if you grab yourself a GT20 Pro and outplay the rest, playing on the best.
Oh, that's right. You won't even care if you get a horrible playing path, because you'll be so good on the GT20 Pro. So good. Exactly. That you would just embrace it and absolutely pop off in your games of PUBG Mobile. That's why we're always telling you about it. We're not going to stop. We're not going to stop. And neither are the games until it's over. But that's in a while.
Yes, it is. Still got 2 days. 2 days, 2 long days. All right, okay, 2 long days of lovely PUBG Mobile action coming right at you here in Riyadh at the PUBG Mobile World Cup, at the ESPORTS World Cup.
Oh yeah, that's right. A big old fixture. And some exciting games to get through. All of these teams gunning, of course, now to be in the runnings to actually have an opportunity to lift the trophy. If you haven't seen it, it is gorgeous. A fantastic way to commemorate the fact that you are the team that walks away as the #1 here at the PUBG Mobile World Cup, at the ESPORTS World Cup.
I'd love to get my hands on that trophy. Unfortunately, I just do not have the PUBG Mobile chops on me to make it happen. But some of these teams, one of these teams will. A nice playing path for the circle, I would say. I think most teams pretty okay with this one. The unfortunate nature of this is that a lot of teams are going to be bunched up very early on. You're likely going to see some early fights, some early engagement, some late looting in this game, which is always a bit awkward, right? You don't want to be late looting, late shopping. You know, you never get the right things.
No, you don't. That's the thing. You can have a shopping list, but usually it's kind of hard because it's like, you know, the shop's closing. You're like, oh,
it's nighttime. You're crazy.
I'll grab that. I'll grab a leek. I'll take the leek.
I don't need the leek.
It's kind of an onion. I'll take it home.
I guess I'm making a soup.
Yeah.
But really, you want to make a chicken dinner?
No, exactly. And that's the problem. You can't make a chicken dinner out of soup.
No, you cannot. Tiamba get themselves a glider. Okay, cool. I like it. Pretty quick. Get yourself in a position very nicely. And again, I think that this works out particularly because they can pick themselves with a nice spot over towards the north side of the circle, potentially an El Azahar. Pull up. Thank you. They can pick themselves up a nice, I think they just went for the ramp play. That was kind of cool, actually. I like that.
Momentum.
Yeah, a bit of momentum. So they went for a early shift up towards that north side, but it does mean the lads behind them might be able to loot one of the buildings closer in El Azahar, whereas these boys will be able to go a bit further and loot elsewhere. So they're going to distribute the loot between themselves more evenly with that one because those two guys are going to get into El Azahar a little bit earlier. So I like that play. Alpha 7, on the other hand, they get all of El Pozo to themselves. This is a fantastic start for them to loot up the entirety of the stadium as well. Beautiful.
I've always found the glider noise incredibly satisfying. It's just kind of like, you know, when you're trying to sleep and you want some kind of like nice hum in the background, like a fan on in a distance.
PUBG Mobile glider.
Imagine that.
Noise.
Like 10 hours of the glider.
Yeah.
Lo-fi remix through a bathroom door at a party.
That'd be good.
Yeah.
I'd really like that.
Someone get on that. Tweet us.
Your mate plays PUBG Mobile while you're trying to sleep in the other room.
Just the ambient PUBG Mobile sound.
That would be good.
That's actually kind of genius.
I get that one made.
It's an untapped market.
It is.
An untapped market. This is potentially $1 million idea we've just given you.
Yeah.
So
learn PUBG Mobile in your sleep.
It's just your voice. And remember, guys, you want to loot
as frequently as possible, but not too frequently in the late game. You want to make sure that you're looking for your rotations. Are you asleep yet? Because I'm about to start reading a book.
Chapter 1.
Chapter 1.
PUBG Mobile. How to.
PUBG Mobile.
With blank.
And you.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that could be good. I'm imagining no one would listen to that.
I mean, well, maybe.
Potentially.
You never know. We'll demo it. We'll give it a go.
Yeah, we could
see if the people are interested. If not, we'll scrap it.
We'll invest some time into it.
Yeah.
I mean, DRX has certainly invested some time and in between the break, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
I think they've done a lot of work to ensure they can get these big points. My main concern is whether they can continue into tomorrow, because this feels like the guys in the desk highlighted. Great analysis, by the way. They were highlighting, look, between the group stage and now, there is a massive shift in the performance for this team. It's not a team that I would personally have pegged for a #1 position at this time of the day. But it is Tiamba. It's IWNRX, Kine, here, round the side. Hello!
Mate, that is a meaty one. That'll give you a rush of adrenaline. The door opens instantly. Big Papa Pump says hello.
Oh, he's teasing him.
Oh, he's baiting him off. Gets the first and the follow-up as well. Oh, he's raising absolute terror. Oh, mate. What a cheeky boy.
I mean, almost half the team there. The rest of the team was just not available. This was Tiamba who obviously took the glider. That's Bond and an XC down. And IWNRX will pick themselves up a cheeky 2 points off the back of that. Yes, they're down to 3 players, but taking down Tiamba, who had the entirety of El Azhar to work with. What a great result that's been.
Losing Bond's a bit of a sight for sore eyes as well, man. Like, Bond was having some huge plays at this very event. He was able to pull out some
Miramar
moves. Exactly.
Yeah.
Like 1v4, where effectively he was just the king of the castle.
He really was. Laying down the law. Getting some levies on the go. Very nicely done. Tiamba tries to escape. Wolf is taking some very over-aggressive shots. Tells Swain where they're coming. They try to isolate one player, and they do grab him. Zedwolf cannot spot him out, though. Swain had all the time in the world to potentially peek over the edge there towards Shan. I mean, the call should have come back from Zedwolf, so sort of curious of how this has all gone down. A little bit wrong now for IWNRX, but both teams just sort of taking each other out.
Yeah, you're going to be sweating a bit on this one. The 1v2 is one thing, but then the longer the fight goes on, the more awkward it gets, especially with the zone starting to come in as well, and you trying to fragment your mind between two sides of how you want to play this one, get away without it resulting in your team going down. Worse for wear out of this encounter. Zedwolf does link up. Him and Frozen on the move up. Monster trucks doing tricks.
Yep. The monster's got wings, apparently. Alpha 7 taking a shot there. That's onto Mafioso, who was pulling out some pretty clutch moves last game. Alula XIHC actually getting a bit of payback, but I think he's very much in a resible position here. McGrellan moves across. We'll pick that one up.
Okay. Bit of a reposition on the drop down. Alpha 7. Sniffing out the Lone Ranger of Godless, who moves into a different angle. He actually peeks from the back line just as you're going to reposition behind the rock, knowing he's now in a good spot to get an angle on you. Luckily, it's just a few bullets. It's not really going to have you too worried, as you can tuck back in, play with the squad from the elevated angle they've got, and have a good assess on where exactly Alula IHC now are. Oh, that's a nice tap in response, though. That's actually from Twisted Minds. Of course, it's obscure. It always is.
Yeah, he's very good at, like you said, getting these opening picks, Jackie. Revo taking heavy hits, and Zol will find that one. The original members of the IHC gang, all the way from Zeus. Carrillo looks to pick up Revo here. Surrounded by enemies. Mafioso scared to peek as the circle pops up towards El Pozzo. Despite all this, Alpha 7 had so much space to play. Yeah, now they're in a position that's worse for wears. And Team Liquid takes up the position. I believe that's Cardozen down. Unlikely he'll get back up on his feet, as Regiosio will easily be able to pick that one up. I think he must have got spun out in the vehicle. It's now just 3 players for Team Liquid, but they are not unused to playing this. Since in the group stage, they were basically 3 the entire time, Jackie.
That is a good point. They were having to play effectively as a trio for an awful lot of those games. Now, this is the second time we've seen this in quick succession for the side of Reject. They detonated the vehicle onto Cardozen, then followed it up. Now they do the same thing over to DX Xavier, getting that one off from quite a substantial distance. The rest of Liquid are at least near each other. They have cover as well with the compound. Alpha 7, after their moves, still continue the fight they were stuck into previously, and it's Alex that's out of cover, now near the compound that Godless has grabbed himself. Basically a small layer of protection, with a smoke being the only thing that's given them a somewhat shroud.
Yeah, I think for Alex it's a very difficult spot to res. He has to technically push his way back, but there's going to be shots being sprayed through the smoke here, and yep, there you go. Carrillo will pick him up. In the meantime, Duello and Regi on the team of Reject are just tearing Team Liquid apart after they had a very strong position on the outside of the fields that sit on the south side of El Pozzo. So yeah, pretty frustrating position for Team Liquid to be in, considering they had what I would say a kind of a nice rotation in from that northern side. And there are so many teams down towards the south. If only we were able to keep maybe 3 or 4 members up there, potentially Team Liquid has a really, really good game off the back of their last one where they picked up 2nd place. This could have been a time to get the wheels moving.
Instead, it's just a little bit of looting for Reject. Swoop in, grab what you can, make out like bandits, and start to make your next move. Been choosing good fights that have worked for them so far from their position. Talon on screen as well. Their initial move, bit of a look over the lip, see if you can potentially find an opportunity to fight onto the 2 teams ahead of them, as they do spot out DRX and Alula IHC. IHC that have suffered heavy casualties in this one, in the fights they've been thrown into. A lot of damage, not much opportunity to restock the supplies they've had to use as well, so that could be a problem. At least for Demo, there's a fair few things in his backpack.
Smart rotate from Alpha 7. I like this actually from the team. You can see it on your screen right now up towards our northwest side. They know that El Pozo was fairly cleared. They haven't been up there in a little while, so potentially teams come through, but they understand where the playing path was. It was unlikely there's going to be too dramatic of a rotation up towards that north side, but they can really play off the back of this now. Potentially try and head over towards that slight western split of the ridge side. I think they've played that many times in the past as well in some of their games, and they get a lot of success from the back of it. And because we do have the backside, that ridge kind of cut off by the circle itself, they can dominate from that position. I'm 100% sure of it. So for Alpha 7, this is a good game in the making. They just need to play smart going forward.
Is it something that's going to be able to repeat its way through them? That's the big old question. These were the connections from Reject that we saw popping up in the ELEM feed when there was a response back from Liquid, hoping to make up for the mistakes. But it only further pushed the issue.
Yeah.
Tongji Bao on screen here as well, and that's Power. They've been a little bit quiet into this one. Maybe we'll get a chance to see if they've got any moves. Flower taking heavy hits from the side as well. A lot of bullets downrange. TJB. They're in a real of a rough spot here.
Yeah. You do have TJB just kind of sort of floating through the air there with Flower, dodging the bullets. A little bit ethereal. I mean, we'll get the heal off. Vehicle's slightly burning, though, and I think it's a difficult decision to take that one onwards. We see this circle a lot, though, don't we, Jackie? And this is the type of circle where most teams know exactly where to go. I mean, IWNRX currently playing up towards that high ground that sits over towards the ridge on the eastern side can be a decent spot. You do have to sit up there for a long time, so loot can be a little bit of a problem, but it's Alliance coming up towards Vampire, holding this spot all the way over on this southeast side.
Oh, mate, look at these nades. Everyone on Vampire priming them, getting ready to see if they can get that opening knockoff or at least splash damage to make it easier for the actual weapons up close. You got the push on the side from Tony K. It's a vertical angle that he needs to be aware of, and the nades bouncing in deal so much damage to ruin the opening gambit from Vampires, panicking in the corner, stoned, firing out so many shots, but they close the gap by pushing on 2 separate positions. Sandwich him. Find that one for free. Is there any room to reply? It doesn't look like it, as Alliance compound crash pays off.
They just cut through them there easily. An Alliance, that looks a lot more like the Alliance we're used to in that group stage. Godless gets the bus back on 4 wheels, but yeah, that was a very nice push from Alliance. Much more what we expect from that team as well, so sort of unfortunate that we don't see that more often here in the main stage. There's still a chance here for Alliance to bring things back at the end of the day. Only 17 points. I mean, first place is DRX with 45, but they are very far ahead of most of the teams. Next circle will be a big one here. Are we going to shift up towards that northwest side, make things very uncomfortable in that fielded area, Jackie?
Oh, it's a good question. We're seeing how much damage can be done from Talon as well, mate. Up on the hill. Misery was the one that took the first pot shots when the bus was flipped. Did a nice load of damage. They healed themselves back up, but they're still inside of the zone. They've still got room to play with. Whereas the same cannot be said for Alula IHC. You have to once again play to get your teammate back on his feet. You know you're exposed from such a wide angle.
Goodness me. It's a surprise they actually got him back up on his feet. Honestly, Demo close to death there.
Yeah.
Just comes back from the brink like a revenant. Regiocio, what is Reject doing this game? I
don't know, they're just fighting.
I like it. I like it a lot. Power now on your screens versus TJB. Nades go over the top to instigate a fight here. And Long's looking for some more, but he exposes himself to Alliance up on the top of the hill. Again, all these teams will have to move out. Power currently has that inside track, and we'll be waiting for a lot of these teams to come in, but it's whether they can actually withstand.
There you go.
Withstand and withstand the brunt of the teams that be coming their way on that southeast side.
Well, as we've seen, heavy is the hand of Al-Haji. He's able to lay the smack down on anyone that gets close to him. Is this going to be a raw fight to be thrown into, though, as they make their move? Alliance put the pedal to the metal and close the gap over towards the zone. Liquid taking pot shots towards them. Power in a close second chasing, and TJB wait it out.
This is a full-on run coming through from both these teams. Now, I think the Team Liquid picks the right position in this building, but it's going to be a huge amount of teams coming in. The saving grace is the fact that there's two teams trying to fight this at the same time.
Oh yeah, they're getting thrown into the hell in the cell right now, and it seems like Al-Haji again is able to punish up close and aggressive with the shot. Team Liquid gone down early, out of commission, even though they had the pre-setup inside of the building, and now the nades are soaring into the compound, beating down on the confidence level of Power, as Alliance have so many to work with, and they are lighting it up.
Lots of nades going through here for Alliance. They got the full refresh over on Vampire, but they do lose one player in the process. This is not a bad position to play, gives them a lot of defense early in the game. Xavier goes for a crazy split. They're thinking this is going to end inside the field, and they're going to have all the positions to play from. They even got high ground on the eastern side. In comes TJB, though, looking for the fight here. But Al-Haji and Co holding them back.
That was TJB that waited. They bided their time up on the hill. They didn't follow suit when everyone went for the chase, the reposition into the zone. Here's the barrage of damage, up close and personal, clearing out angles as they're able to strike back. Al-Haji, though, he's been so mean, so consistent with the DBS, cleaves his way through them. The butcher knife swinging. He gets himself in position for another one. A quick bandage, quick reset, goes for the swing. He wanted to take the fight to them, but he gets himself back into cover. TJB have to heal as well. Al-Haji could make a monumental play on this one.
Al-Haji all on his lonesome here versus the final member of TJB. It's only by himself. Al-Haji with the DBS. Looking to lay down the heavy hand. He can't make it, though. And TJB will hold Power out, but that's the best we've seen them in a while. In the meantime, the circle sends us up towards the field. Xavier, they've got plenty of areas to play, and Lamborghini moves further in.
Well, here we go. The crowd going ballistic off the back of the plays, trying to give that man energy in the moment. But the power is gone for now. The fight does not end there, though. That was just a bullet point in this elongated bout that's been continuing for so long. You run into the burning building. The fireman maneuver, but he's not ready for the flames. The first man for Alliance suffers through his own fault on the engagement, and TJB still looking to build back off of this one. Can they win out? It's a 1 versus 2, a duo versus a solo in very uncomfortable territory, and another third party rolls up. Reject. They've been taking fights from a distance, but now they want to show what they can do up close.
Regiocio blows onto the scene. Alliance, 2 members. Your Leons, the 1vx champion over in the group stage. Cluck as well, who's hit some nasty nades this tournament. Barely lives with his life there. Reject looking to clear them out, pick up this position for themselves. There's absolutely no teams around them, so this could be a Reject flush here. But Regiocio goes down. Cluck extremely low here, Jackie.
Cluck's clicking. Dealing damage, but the sideline works out well to be able to isolate the fight. He barely pulls back, trying to keep himself alive, but he's now just a bit of bait. Another way for you to reel him in, see if you can shut down versus what remains of Alliance, just the single solo. And TJB, similar scenario.
That's nasty!
Oh, up in the building, throws it up the stairs. Goodbye, Alliance, as the might of them buckle under the pressure of Reject, and the last man from TJB still alive. 4 players from Reject remain.
Bao just patting only on his back right now. What a defense he's had from inside the building. The Guardian shield up, blocking any kind of approach towards him. Doc takes a Molotov, will back off for 4MV, but almost exposes himself. And once again, it's DRX, our current top dogs in the server right now.
Near miss on the nade. Keeping his belly down in the dirt. Taking little peeks for information where they present themselves. It's a rough fight. It would all go down to the timing of when he takes these engagements and potentially if a third party opens up an opportunity. Hello, Twisted Minds. They've moved in. They've got the vehicles in a bit of a split, but they're taking a ton of damage on contact. The vehicle goes bye-bye, and so do two of them, falling down to the ground. Buckling now as DRX are full focus on fighting through Twisted.
The M249, too much to handle there. As bullets rattle onto the floor, and Twisted Minds similarly look like they're going to be hitting the floor soon. Ratto Boy cleaned out. 2 players left alive, but directly moving in towards DXavier's purview. A dangerous opposition. Talon themselves a nice split themselves, but it's Alpha 7 who I've been looking at this entire game. They've had so much information, so many windows to play, and they've been vaulting through all of them. But it's only versus all of the players from TJP. So far, one's down. Pulls the pin on the grenade, that's dangerous. Swings back and forth, Zara takes him out finally. That looked bad though.
You could see the thought process, but the timing on it from Reject. Outmaneuver him, struggles to recover from the situation he was left in, and he goes down. DRX have moved up as well. Hearing the commotion, the dinner bell being rung by Reject. Meanwhile, the other teams that moved on out. Talon further back, playing with a nice split as well. Lamborghini trapped on his lonesome. Twisted Minds that had to bail out after their bout versus DRX that left them torn to pieces.
DXavier. Love this position for them with Shadows all the way over on that eastern side, providing a little bit of that high ground support to the 2 players in Lamborghini and Paragin looking to hold out Talon. You'd love to see it, but DRX slowly working their way through this circle, working through the problem. And Reject, currently the problem that's in front of them. How do they solve this? How do they go about it? Obscure goes down. Just a shoddy there, and Divine tries to hit the shots, but he's baiting out so much from him.
He's getting information, relaying it back to the rest of the team. Sniffed out the first player. More to be done though. IWNRX in the meantime take a heavy hit. Haven't had to say their name in a while, and we won't for the rest of this one as they go down. Out of the runnings, Talon starting to move up a little bit. They had that info onto Lamborghini so long and low. Oh, wait a minute. That's Ocio. He strikes again. They're still finding opportunities even mid-fight to steal elims.
Ocio finding the flow in the game. Nice nade over towards Talon from Yoru. Lamborghini will set that one straight. Has another nade, immediately pulls it. He knows the angle to go for. Oh, another!
The exchange of nades between these 2 teams. Lamborghini, it looks like he might want to actually move up on this, and the splash damage is a gigantic opportunity to potentially fight off the back of that. Misery, really feeling it now. This is going to be punishing. It's uncomfortable. Trying to decide if it's even worth going for a bit of a maneuver to get his teammate back up here. Meanwhile, boom, expire to the might of Alpha 7 that have been out of the fight for so long. Lamborghini does close the distance, but the crosshair honed in, and the hit connects from Misery.
Oh, it's a nice play from Lamborghini. You can see the thought process, but the execution, very bad. Last player alive is DXavier's Shadow, currently on the high ground, one of the only players left remaining in this position. So many solos, just trying to eke this game out. McGrellin's already made his way in towards that north side, giving the anchor point for the rest of the squads.
Only 2 squads at full power, Alpha 7 and Reject, but 2 very different setups from both of them. DRX went down to a 3-man unit. They've been playing on these angles. They were trying to be baited out into the initial warning shots that went across from Reject, but they're not falling for the same tricks anymore. Playing more of a 3-man setup in a line, so if there is a peak, they can trade for one another.
The best thing about, wow, right towards the center, and Alpha 7 has a killer position in the circle here. The difficulty for DRX is right now Reject's controlling a lot of the good cover. Obviously, the hay bales that's already been picked up by DRX is going to be so important, but eventually DRX is going to have to come out into open ground where Reject should be able to get some pretty clean shots off of them. This is a good read if he finds it, but switches the position too early. The airburst is way, way too short from Duello, and that's the last nade. At least he got the position baited out.
He overcooked it, but it could still be the start of the dinner that they're looking for. They've got smokes. Got utility for the cross. They know there's so many angles they have to be switched onto at this point. There's no easy fights for Reject. You're going to feel uncomfortable due to the positions that are so close from DRX.
It's a big game, potentially, for Alpha 7. The jump towards that top side. Shadows just has such an insane position, but it's Reject getting taken down. Hyunbin, Soes, all just launching themselves upon Reject now.
They started to move out, and the second they do, they lose 2 men. They go from being in a good position in the battle of attrition to now starting to buckle. Oh, Divine, you do something delicious here. Dives in through the building. Doesn't expect the off angle behind the door. Easy clean up onto that one. Mop and bucket level plays. OCO, the only one that's left. Trapped so far away. A thin smoke blocking the vision. They get their bellies down on the ground. That's DRX now crawling forward. OCO, if he can spot him, maybe he can inflict some damage. Another fight breaks out onto Talon as well as Alpha 7 swoop on in and clean up that.
Alpha 7 just has this dead to rights here. Regioso tries to step up. Divine like a beeline over towards DRX. Couldn't handle him, but DRX starting to sting the opposition on the other side of the map. Up to 9 eliminations already. It is insane that DRX be able to keep this up. Hyunbin with a hell of a shot over towards Revo.
Oh, that is filth. The distance and the decisive blow that gives them time to play with. It's a 3-man squad, but they're playing with the might of a 10-man unit. Every single attack seems primed, and they know where Tianba are. They've got the vision honed in, looking for a peek on the left-hand side. First tag starts to strip his HP away. Show a little bit of skin, and you are out of the game.
So close, almost on target. You can see him through the grass here. Takes the shots, and they're on easy mode right now for DRX. But 7 bullets remain. DRX might just be out of juice here. Revo tries to step up, but immediately gets stepped back down again.
Force off the same position he took the aggressive peek from last time. The Mini 14, taking pot shots and dealing huge damage. That's going to buy you time. Alpha 7 could split and move up somewhat, get an angle from the sideline here.
This should just be an Alpha 7 win, honestly. But DRX are making this so much harder than it necessarily needs to be. The shots they've hit, Alpha 7's looking a little bit scared on this one. Even if they do win the game, and they should, by the way, I think that they'll be feeling like, goodness me, this is one hell of an international lobby here. They do go for the outward split here. Very nice rotates from Alpha 7 all game. Similarly to DX Xavier, DRX has had some smooth moves. 13 bullets left in the chamber for Soes. Unlikely to get more done, and they probably will take the 3rd place just because Hygor has been able to get into that hay bale. They've got no smokes left.
Hardly anything to play with. Oh, that connection is really going to ruin them. You're just losing everything now. It's a matter of time, a formality before they expire. An Alpha 7 that have played a smart game, positionally been on top the whole time, look to take their head off, run away with the chicken dinner, and it is going to be the self-nay. Twisted Minds accept it, and Alpha 7 take a first.
Second one of the day for this team, and they are gunning for that top spot. It has eluded them for so long. They said they don't feel any pressure at this event. This is where they're going to perform. The boys have got the synergy in the handshakes too. The other teams will be shaking in their boots after that last one. What a fantastic game from them. On the rotate from El Pozzo, back up towards that top side. Easily done. Very, very, very well played by the boys here.
Good zone control. Smart splits when they needed to get angles. And ammunition comes back to be the thing that haunts DRX. Though, they stole away a fair few elims with their plays, man. You've got to be said, from an uncomfortable spot where Reject are just making it awkward, they were still finding opportunities all over the shop.
I mean, for DRX to lose a game, sort of because they just didn't have anything left in terms of utility, just shows how good of a squad they are when it comes to making those rotates. To get in that position, they had to make an early rotate for themselves. And I think for DRX, they really do use everything in their power to get these wins. So, you know, it's efficient usage of a lot of the supplies that they have on board. And I like that from DRX. They're not letting a single game be sort of a lukewarm one. They know they've got the momentum today. They know that they've got that fervor, and they're going to take that and try and earn as many points as possible. Because like I said, I'm worried for tomorrow. Will that flow all the way through? But if they can get a huge amount of points here, Jackie, it's good news for them.
It really is. Will they stay in flow state? Are we going to see DRX continue with that pace? Can Alpha 7 potentially take another win? All big questions. Get the answers after the break.
Alpha 7 getting their second chicken dinner of the day and tying the record of Vampire of 2 in a day. If they can pull off a win in our final match, they'll be getting themselves an extra 25K and probably a first place on our overall leaderboards. But gentlemen, a good play, a smart play, a methodical play out of Alpha 7.
It was really great. I mean, they were able to control the north. The circle kind of did bless them a little bit, but the proactiveness, right? Something that we were talking about a little bit with what happened in Erangel whenever Talon was able to edge them out. I feel like Alpha 7 was a little bit more aggressive. I mean, we even saw Max was mentioning Revo being able to kind of pop himself on top of those hay bales, getting some angles on people on top of the smokes. Overall, though, Alpha 7, not a bad start. I'm glad that they did end up tying it, though. Two wins in one day.
They knew exactly where they needed to go when it came to the fields towards the end, right? Holding that north side means that you can effectively kind of reserve what would be that barrier of hay bales for you, as long as all of the other teams down towards the bottom are kind of lodged in a bit of chaos that's going on in this game. So for Alpha 7, perfect transitions. The game really came to them towards the end.
And a big bounce back, too, for Miramar. I mean, this was the biggest question mark out of them during group stages. And they were just so bad during Miramar. It's good to see them being able to start off hot here on day one of the main tournament.
Well, speaking of the chaos, by the way, Cars, we did have down towards the south side of that zone with DRX and Reject fighting, where DRX comes out on top and gets themselves 10 eliminations in this last match. But they also took down 4 Miracle Vibes again. And another match.
Did. Not
4MV is struggling today.
Not a good time for 4MV, I think. I wonder why. DRX, of course, actually, to speak really, I would say bluntly about DRX in those very last moments, deny. Deny all 3 points if you possibly can. If you're that far ahead or at the top in the standings overall, just deny these points, because there was no world you're getting anything else from that game outside that hay bale.
Well, and the worst part was, who was the one that took those eliminations?
Alpha 7.
There you go. Taking a look at a head-to-head here between Alpha 7 and DRX so far in the day, which should be our #1 and #2 teams on the overall leaderboard, and they are almost exactly the same.
I mean, I feel like the biggest one is the Illims. We've been talking about it. I feel like a broken record too, because I keep talking about it with DRX. I just didn't expect this team to be able to perform like this, especially with what we've seen in the past. And then on top of this, a 6 actually even edging them out in regards to them. 6.6 Illims, more average survival time as well, better average placement. I mean, this team right now has got it going on. I'm just a little bit worried we might end up getting a bit of a D+. The only difference though between this and what D+ did during day 1 of group stages is that DRX is actually not being given the circles every time. They're kind of fighting for positions. So for anybody out there that might be thinking about those changes, great improvement by DRX.
Really quickly, these are the updated numbers actually. DRX out-eliminating Alpha 7. Considering we saw them be so passive in the group stage, for them to out-eliminate a team from Brazil, I think is super impressive.
I mean, there've been moments where in the past, South Korea as teams going into global tournaments has been slow starters, but then risen to the occasion towards the very end. Maybe we're seeing that here from DRX. They did win PMPS over in the region, so by all means, if this continues on here, I mean, it's not only the fact that the circles aren't necessarily coming to them in a lot of scenarios. However, Lumberyard finish, I would say that they were controlling huge swaths of land to eventually be able to take big points in that game. Big points, I want to say.
They're kind of doing what Alliance was able to do in group stages, being able to control a big area, right? In regards to like splits, what they were able to do. I feel like that is the only team. Alliance is not even currently able to do it. That is the only team that's kind of able to mimic a little bit of what Alliance was able to do during group
that's
stages.
The thing. It's not as wide as what we were seeing from Alliance in the group stages, but you can't really, at this level, at the main tournament, you can't really get away with as wide as it was by Alliance. So they're kind of hitting the middle ground in some of these games, and it seems to be working out.
I'm going to ask you too a very blunt question here. Do you think this is DRX playing really well, or do you think it's other teams not playing well that they've been able to get themselves this far up in the leaderboard?
They're playing much better than in the group stage. I'm going to put it that way for now. We'll see. I mean, there's 2 days and 1 game left, so everything could change.
I definitely think it's DRX playing a lot better. I mean, for them to be able to do it now 2 games in a row, I know 4MB is currently not in this position right here. We will end up showing them, but for them to be able to do that to a team that was able to do it in group stages, that's impressive. For me, TJB, I mean, only yes. What a performance out of him, but TJB now having 2 games where they don't end up having 4 of their players, but only yes. My goodness.
I'm glad you brought that up, because that longhouse, it can be very difficult to defend. And there were a lot of situations where Alliance, especially when they're trying to push on, gives him 1v1 after 1v1. Admittedly, they were under a little bit of fire, but I thought they were going to push it as 3. They lay down the smokes. It felt like almost 2 of them was like, oh, there's a wrecked car here. Let's fall back. We've kind of been flummoxed a little bit. But yeah, for only S, a great performance to hold that down.
I mean, that was a weird situation because Power crashed it before them, and then TJB crashed on top of Power, and Alliance was just sitting there watching. I'm surprised Alliance didn't actually force the fight earlier on to take advantage of the chaos.
It's to be expected to a degree. When there's so little to play in a circle like that, one of the last bastions of hope is something like the Longhouse. So you're going to have a lot of crashes.
Oh, man. Max just keeps cursing teams. For Miracle Vibes, the team that you actually ended up picking, Jason, in last place right now with 13
I mean, I picked
place.
it before the event started, and then Maxman jumped into my pick.
You see it? Max! Why
Poor Max.
You know, he could say, oh, they're just playing bad today. But also, while we were watching that game, Max was like, oh, look at Revo. He's actually playing really smart here. He's on top of the hay, bro. He's got a smoke down. He wasn't even looking at the screen. And not even 2 seconds later, Revo gets knocked.
He's waving you off. He's saying, shush, don't say that.
It's so true, though.
It is
as soon as he talked about Revo, he's like, oh, yeah, he's doing this while we're really well. And then automatic knock.
I mean,
guys,
at least they got
what's
it back
going on? What's happening?
What's happening here?
I just don't know.
He was on the high ground, and then he was knocked.
If you want to do the Max at home, guys, what you got to do is you've got to shake your hands a little bit and do a figure of 8 with your head. Like, just don't know.
Send the hairline back a little bit, too.
It's a good time.
Yeah.
You know what? We're going to move away from this. We don't need to berate Max any longer, but we are going to head down to the stage with Banks, who has an interview with one of Seven's favorite teams, Team Liquid.
Oh.
Welcome back to the STC Arena, where I am joined by Mythic from Team Liquid and Mythic's dad, Alexandri. Absolutely amazing. Just to kind of represent to you guys how the vibes are here at the PUBG Mobile World Cup and the ESPORTS World Cup. We've got families here, we've got people from all walks of life, all over the world, all sitting here, all watching and cheering on their favorite teams. But Mythic, let's talk business first, okay? How are you feeling so far? We're 4 maps into the main tournament. What's your outlook? What's going right and what's going wrong?
Vamos falar de negócio primeiro. Estamos já com 4 mapas. Como você está se sentindo? O que está funcionando? O que não está funcionando? O que está dando certo? O que não está?
Acho que a gente está desempenhando o jogo bem. Na primeira queda a gente não foi tão bem. Um spot novo, bootcamp, a gente nunca tinha caído lá. Trocamos de spot e no restante dos mapas estamos caindo normal. E tá tudo encaixando direitinho, só encaixar ali o finalzinho para sair a vitória.
So it was something new. We never fell there. We changed it, and now we're just gonna carry on, and everything is going to work well.
Everything's going to work out. I like the positive outlook. Alexandri, how does it feel to be in the crowd at the ESPORTS World Cup, PUBG Mobile World Cup, to watch your son competing on a stage like this?
Como tu te sente de estar aqui assistindo teu filho no palco, neste palco, de estar na audiência assistindo teu filho?
É uma emoção muito grande ao ver essa estrutura e saber aqui que nós preparamos um campeão. É muito orgulho para um pai ver o seu filho em destaque.
It's amazing to see all the structure, and I'm so proud to see my son that we prepared a champion, and it's amazing for a father to see that.
I love that you've made it all the way out here to celebrate and to kind of watch and cheer on your son as well. It's really heartwarming. Having a son of my own, I hope that I'll do that later on in life as well. Mythic, how does it feel for you to have your dad in the crowd cheering you on? Does it give you an extra boost of energy?
Como você se sente, Mythic, de ver o seu pai na audiência para te dar essa emoção, para te ajudar a te apoiar?
É muito gratificante, né, ver o meu pai sempre assistindo de pertinho, viajando para os mundiais. E acho que a palavra é gratificante de ver um pai orgulhoso do filho.
It's very gratifying to see my father always following me very close. He's always traveling to see everything, and the word is gratifying.
Love that. Dedication, absolutely brilliant. We're fighting back tears here at the STC Arena, but we've got more maps to play to round out day 1 of the main tournament. So for now, it's back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Barney. A really cool interview there, actually. Getting to see the inner workings of not only someone that is playing on this stage, but how much it means to the whole family.
He loves
the support that's there. That was really cool. Also, had a cool voice.
Yeah.
That was cool.
Just take my job.
Yeah, I think so. We need him in the booth.
Yeah, we do. He was good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that one.
Maybe we need to get dad interviews in.
Barney, if you can find any other dads in the building.
Yeah, come on, Big Barnes.
Yeah.
Sort it out.
Get it going. Get it going, Barney. That's on you. What?
Find their dads.
Yeah, track them down. Get them on for an interview. It's cool, man. It's a different outlook.
Yeah.
I respect it.
But bring on the ones that have the awesome voices.
Scouter, Barney will scout.
He'll scout.
Yeah, he'll know who's good. He'll know
right.
who's good.
You're off the team.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, heading into our final Miramar of the day, then we've got some fun stuff planned for you guys.
Ooh, don't spoil it.
I'm not spoiling. I'm just saying.
Oh, don't spoil it.
Fun stuff on.
Oh, don't spoil it.
Ooh. Calm down.
No spoiling.
No spoilers. Can't spoil this map though, because I don't know what's going to happen. You're going to have to find out alongside with me, as we do have a northern playing path down towards the south. Potentially DRX does well again. That sounds like a reasonable prediction to me.
It does. I think all of our predictions are always reasonable. Something that will give you an unreasonable competitive edge, though, is the GT20 Pro. If you want to be the best on the server, grab yourself that phone, get out there and show just how good you can be at PUBG Mobile.
Not only will it give you that edge, it's got great rims on it as well.
Yep.
The bezel-less gameplay is gorgeous.
Nothing blocking your vision.
Not at all. 120 hertz as well, you are going to be zooming. Over towards this map, though, we do have teams heading out. Less rough, I would say, than our last playing path, which was funneling a lot of our squads down towards that south side of the map. Take a look at our top player stats there. Mafioso making his way in at highest damage. He has been having a great couple of games here for himself. But Revo not far behind with 2,300 total.
Been a good day to be an Alpha 7 fan, I would imagine, with some of the moves we've seen them coming out with. They've had some new stuff in their gameplay, it's felt like. Repping themselves a lot in the fights. Mafioso, like you said as well, he's been looking so damn good in those uncomfortable cleanup situations where you are fighting down a man.
little bit of that clutch gameplay required in those situations, and I think it's always nice to have a player who's playing on point there. We do already have a player from TJB kicking the bucket on that north side of the map. Losing one player this early on and a third place position at the end of the day is a real feels bad moment for them. However, we are going to be having a little rehost.
Yeah, a bit of a reset on this one.
Reset, recalibrate.
And then get you back in. Do you want to rehost Riddle, Blank? Would you like one?
Yes. Have you got one?
Yeah, I've got one ready for you. I've gone outside.
Okay.
Okay, actually, hang on. A man's gone outside.
You've not gone outside.
No,
it's just a man.
It's not me. Yeah, sorry, right.
Okay, it's just
a man's gone outside.
Yeah.
But it's raining.
Okay.
Yet there is not a wet hair on his head. Why?
Okay. Man's gone outside.
A man's gone outside, but it's raining.
It's raining.
But there's not a wet hair on his head. Why?
Not a wet hair on his head. Has he got an umbrella?
No.
A man's gone outside.
Yeah.
And it is raining.
It's chucking it
It's
down.
pouring.
It's really wet out there.
Team Liquid is just raining down upon him.
Yeah. But there's not a wet hair on his head. You can play along.
He's bald.
In chat. He is bald. There
He's
you
bald.
go. Hey.
Hey.
See? Because how would his hair get wet?
That's right.
There you
there's
go.
none on his head.
He's got it. He's got
Ooh,
it.
I think that's the first time I've got a rehost Riddle
Well
right.
done.
Oh, it's very good.
Proud of you, mate.
Yeah, did you see that little light bulb moment?
Yeah. He's bald.
He's bald.
Yeah, he is.
That's
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
I hope you enjoyed that at home as well if you played along in chat. I didn't see it, but gold star to whoever would have said the right thing. I'm sure some of you got it correct.
Well done. Well done. Well done to anyone in the crowd that got it as well.
Yeah, you never know. And the crowd is actually loaded today. It's been really cool to see how many people we've had turning out for what is the biggest stage, what is a huge, huge part of the event here. It's all been leading up to this, and you've heard how vocal they've been. There's not even a crowd mic in the building. They're just that damn loud.
Exactly.
We can hear them.
Can we get a bit of a crowd chant from the Power fans who seem to be really giving these guys some gas here? That's what we want.
There we go. Let us hear it. If you're a fan of Power, bring the energy up. Power
Bring
gaming
the
fans,
volume.
come on. Turn up the decibels. Give us the cheers for Al-Haji. There they are. All right. Woo. Swift rehost. Keep you on your toes.
Yeah.
We'll get things resituated and get back in. This is cool as well.
Cool.
The whiteboard for the drop spots.
Yeah.
I like that. That's actually really smart ingenuity there.
They've moved.
Yeah.
I can move it.
I can
You've printed
reposition
yours
that.
out, haven't you?
Yeah.
You fool.
Oh, is yours manual? Mine is dynamic.
Womp womp. This is very awesome. I do like that. That's a cool new addition on the block.
Yeah.
Printers in the bin, whiteboards in.
Well, here we go. Save your energy for this one, everyone in the crowd. It's going to be a big game. Last game of the night here. An important point in the competition for our viewers at home. Strap in, get yourself ready, as we're going to kick this one off again, getting back into the action now.
We've already glazed the GT20 Pro enough. Let's head straight into the game here, watching as this map does unfold before our very eyes like a lovely piece of origami that I'm about to destroy by unfolding it.
Yeah. Crush it. There you go. You can hear the crowd getting excited for this one as well. The anticipation for the game that is about to come as the playing path is locked in. Our teams are getting out, making their move, ready for this, Blank. It's a good day for PUBG Mobile here.
It really is. It's nice to hear the crowd pump for their boys over here on Power. And imagine there's some more fans over there as well. But Al-Haji has been playing a good game so far. Not quite towards the top of the tables just yet, but there is time. There's still time.
We haven't hit that clock just yet.
Only a third of the way into the games here. 2 more days to go, and those can be some very crucial days indeed. Remember, we did have Power make their big comeback on day 3. So maybe that's when they come alive. Team Liquid very central at the moment over towards Saint-Martin. So they head over into position. Reject feeling themselves a little bit on the last game, I would say.
Oh, I think so. I think the confidence levels are coming back up. Group stage, they had some monumental moments. They barely squeaked their way through, clearing into that benchmark spot to be able to avoid the survival stage. Now they have to come out swinging. You currently sat in 9th place. The elims were good from the previous matchup, but the longevity of it wasn't there. Can they finish the day with a big upwards draft?
That's what they'll need. And be able to ride that draft up on high. Tiamba dropping in. IWNRX once again looking to potentially engage against one another. This is a scary little bit of a prospect. IWNRX and Tiamba basically last game took each other out, which was an unfortunate way to start their game. Mafioso, ooh, some sweet moves on the motorbike there.
Crowd absolutely erupting in excitement for this one as well. Situated close towards the power side of the stage. That's got to feel good to see.
Yeah, the home crowd advantage is kind of big because it's very hard to get down in the games when you've got all this support coming through. It really is helpful.
Can do a lot for you knowing they're chanting for your plays, chanting your names here at the STC Arena.
Alula ISC dropping down towards 10th place. Alliance in 13th, not at all what we expected, but you know, there is rumors going around, but this team just cannot play under massive amount of pressure. The plays that they had in that group stage were unbelievably good though, Jackie. Very nice to see. You wanted more of that. You really did want a little bit more of that. Unfortunately, they've not been able to show that to us here so far. So far.
As it's not done yet. It's still early doors. It's about the optics of how you play throughout the entire of the playoffs. Don't let things drop out your hands and slip away early. A little bit of looting, getting suited and booted going on for both Power and Alpha 7 with the quick rotates out the windows, nice little techers, so you can get yourself some extra gear in a shorter space of time. Alpha 7, of course, they've had a good day of things here, trailing behind only with 5 points of distance between them and the team that's now on your screen in DRX.
Yeah, DRX have had a really good game today, a good day today, actually. And I think it's just been a case that there's not really been many maps where we've seen them do badly. I think every single time we've seen them hit, you know, 6, 7 elims, around about that caliber, which is that's a very difficult team to catch up to. A team that's getting consistent points every single match and just bumping themselves up the leaderboard. Because it gets to a point where you're like, oh, we really need a big game. We need a big game to catch up. And not only that, we need to profit over the points that they're getting every single time. And if you just have a bad day and DRX is just practically skipping through these games with not a care in the world, just picking up points here and there, they're just going to lap you so quickly. Twisted Minds on our screens. I think we hoped more would come from this team, especially after watching their survival stage. Currently, they're up against Talon, and Misery has not a clue in the world of where Hygor is. The trigger discipline is there. Will he let them get away?
He didn't like the engagement. Oh, waits his timing out. Sees if he could spot out a second target before actually unloading, but now puts the damage in, closes Misery's chapter in this one.
Talon again losing some players pretty early in the game, and they had a pretty good start, what we would say an extra spicy start over on one of their Erangels, but they haven't been able to follow that one through here, Jackie.
Not been as consistent. That was the big question we had. Is it something that's going to be consistent from them and sustainable? Team Liquid trading blows with PMWC as it goes both ways there. Damage done inside of the building. Oh, nade round the corner goes a little bit too far to remove Flower from the equation. And this could be a battle to remember between these two teams. Liquid need to get a leg up in this one.
Yeah, they're directly competing for PMWC's position. With Mythic down early in the fight, the best he can do is provide information back, but that Molotov will clean him out now as Flower will get the finish on. There's a nade coming up from high. Sent in, Ayala and Chief looking to clear out these buildings with Cardozin providing cover from the backside. Nade goes in, GK first, likely to go down first too.
GK first, not really in a recoverable position here. Little opportunity to catch your breath for Liquid. Pop those stims, get yourself top back up. That's GK first expiring as he won't have a chance to remain alive. Oh, quick peek up from the back. Ooh. Flower unloads, throws the clip in the AK and slays on the rotate out. Team Liquid thought they were slick, but now they slip.
That's a really good read there from Flower. Pluck the words from the paper as Team Liquid tried to write the script of escape for themselves. So that is upsetting, and I think for Team Liquid, they can play as 3. They cannot play as 2.
It's going to be far harder for them. An outcome that TJB, although they lose GK first, they'll still be content with how it looked like it could have gone. It's bumpy territory for them, but they survived the initial test. And Liquid, if they had an opportunity to build themselves back up in this game and shut down TJB, then yeah, maybe things could exchange hands on the rankings. Now it's looking like they might be late for the date, like the Hadron Collider.
Right now, they are kind of playing very, very strongly, Jackie. It's a difficult one to handle for TJB because I think they had some pretty strong games. Like Colaris was saying, some of the positions for some of these teams who are up towards the top were very influential, especially over in Primord. This was a good stand-up, though, from Flower. I mean, that's what you got to do in that situation, though. You can't cower away. You just have to hit some big shots, especially if Team Liquid's going to give them to you like that. I think particularly on the buggy, it might have been better for him to just crawl away before getting in because you are on that elevated position in the back of the buggy, especially in a situation where there's the window looking directly at you. Problematic. So is Power Grid, and that's where we're heading here, over towards that western side. The electricity in the arena now fizzling around Power Grid.
It's the name brand, but will it be the name that's being chanted? Can Power lay claim to the point of interest that is their namesake? On the rotate for now, we'll join their POV. Vehicles galore as they make their move. Twisted Minds as well. They've still got all 4 players alive, but a bit of chip damage has been dealt onto each and every one of them. Meanwhile, Alpha 7, just in the distance from Tong Jiabao, DRX and Talon, close towards one another as well.
Derek's down a player. First time in a while as well that we've seen DRX lose a player early. A lot of times they like to play out their endgames as 4. They're a bit more of a family squad in that way. They do like to have all players up and alive in those final moments to make the calls, to make the plays off the back of one another. Just really chaining together to get themselves the best kind of performance in those scenarios. But we still have 16 teams here, Jackie, at around stage 3. Pretty difficult to squeeze all of them into this circle, I would say.
Yeah, not the biggest circle, but a big collection of teams. No one yet to fully be removed. No one's opportunity snatched away from them. Some in far better standing than others. There's always room to climb. The grouping down from 5th to 8th isn't that far off each other. If you could have some big elim games, get some momentum, have a finish that gives you that chicken dinner, then who's to say there isn't a big shuffle towards the end of today to at least break into that top 4?
Yeah, I think that for 4MV in particular, they haven't absolutely gutted themselves in these games. I mean, 14 points is still not a horrible starting point for them going into tomorrow if they just go out now, but I think they would like some more points. And you're right, the grouping isn't horrendous, but tomorrow's going to be the big one.
Yeah.
Because that'll be when teams are going to decide, look, we're either going to set ourselves apart from the pack or we're going to fall behind. And that is just the way it will be. Today is a little bit more of a grace period in the sense that it is recoverable by tomorrow. It does also require teams at the top not to fly too far ahead and potentially have their own off days. Yeah, at this point in time, the grouping is looking a little bit forgiving towards the middle side of the lobby. Alpha 7, though, already in a crazy good spot for themselves around Power Grid, getting set up, siphoning a lot of that electric for themselves and using it to get themselves in a great position going forward.
Absorb the energy in the air and channel it into your gameplay. Everyone moving their way in towards the zone. The space between squads is becoming finer and finer, on top of one another with these angles. Vampire, there is a potential snake in the grass behind them, and a man from Tiamba that's been biding his time. It's a bit of a ditch you can play in, so you do have cover from either sides. Boom are the squad that are ahead of them. They begin to rotate. So Vampire hopping in the vehicles. Looking to get themselves a getting the gas on the go. That's the peak back up. This is what Boom were waiting for, and the first contact's good for them. Instant knock.
Razy has to back off. Does hit some shots back towards him, but very unlikely that Vampire will be able to get their boy back up again as Newsy left out in the cold. Tony K just moves on forward and directly into the clutches of the duo from Team Liquid.
Uh-oh. He realizes what's waiting over the corner. Oh, a bit of a crash into the man. Only forced out of the vehicle. He's going to get the first hit off. Tongjiabao suffering on the engagement. A reply back from the distance. It's Reject that won a third party. They've been lurking in the wings in every single one of these fights, always stealing away elims. And from the high ground, they bring the damage to TJB and look to further add insult to injury to Vampire.
Reject right now with the Reject radio just calling in the shots right now where these players are moving across the map potentially to get themselves some third parties. It's awesome to see Team Liquid escape a pretty tough fate. They saw about 3 teams coming their way about to crest that lip, only for Reject to save them so they could see one more day in this map. Vampire dropping smokes, trying to keep themselves as protected as possible. 8 in the back pocket for Schweppes there, but for how long? As Sarah, who's been having a very awesome day. The sprays have been insane.
It's all about that tracing, that tracking from such a distance. Even a small movement can throw the crosshair off due to how far away they are from one another, fighting downrange from the elevated angle. Sarah always makes it look easy, though. We've seen that today. He's been very on point with his gun skill. This is Liquid that were given a lifeline. They're still down by the 2 vehicles, debating if they do need to reposition, get out of their zone coming in.
And again, this is a weird one because we have a lot of that low ground down towards the south and then that plateau around Power Grid on that northeast side. This could really change the dynamic of the game of whether things get very uncomfortable for our southern teams. But it's pretty kind. But it will keep that high ground in. A massive slope to be played around with. This is going to get difficult, Jackie, going forward. Alpha 7, still just waiting in the wings though. Ready to pounce.
15 teams still in the running. The only one that's exited stage left in our last matchup of the night is Tongjiabao. Tiambas rotate on our screens now. Alpha 7 off to the wayside. Twisted Minds nearby as well. The Xavier, they've been thrown into some really bumpy waters over the course of these games. Here we go, Obscure. He always likes to instigate these fights. He spotted the reposition. Belts them with bullets. Shot after shot, putting pressure on Tiamba.
Said about TJB exiting stage left, but it's Obscure who is in the theater right now, putting on plays for the team from Twisted Minds. Ayala goes down, that's the Tiamba. QZZ finds Ayala, and it will be Stone to pick up Cardozo as he scrambles over the lip there, only into the waiting jaws of the Vampires themselves. Sink the fangs in. Try and draw some kind of life force, because from 14th place, it's not looking good.
Reject have kept their eyes on Vampire for so long. Once again, looking for an opportunity to strike, but it's the nade from Tiamba. The dance of their demise. They chuck out another one, keeping them trapped in position. It's very uncomfortable for Vampire, and the nades are on target.
And there's got to be one that hits. Schweppes has to swing so far wide as the bombardment happens behind his back. That might tag. It's a little bit too far away, so they don't have the information on it. There's a lot of investment. That's a good one. Will hit some damage, and that's the main thing. They have an idea of his location. NXC looks to move to the side, but the shots, I think that's from Reject. Sara stepping back up once again now that he's finished with Boom on the other side. In comes QZZ.
Oh, shotty. Switches to it in close range, but couldn't handle the might of Tiamba that closed it down. Oh, hang on. It's not going to be any room to breathe here. Alula IHC, they've moved up. High ground control favoring them in their fight versus Twisted Minds. Instigating it with the nades once again. IWNRX find the backline stab onto Paragin.
Yeah, Dick Xavier struggling here as the boys from IWNRX start to crest over the hillside. Nades go in, explosions galore, shrapnel all over the place, but IWNRX fighting through the carnage. Frozen will drop back down, will get a finish off for himself.
And Reject even find an angle, the third party onto this one as well. Just going from pillar to post, swiveling their heads and taking shots at whoever looks like they're near.
That's
that
good.
Elim. Nade rolls on up. IWNRX are playing bowling. And that one's a big old strike.
Sara from Reject sets his size upon Boom. Sara's been having one crazy day today. Shot after shot. Putting these teams in dismay. As he just plays from the high ground right now. King of the hill. Might have to leave it, but no, with that circle that keeps them in. This is a position where you can pick up a bunch of points.
Reject looking like big stage players in today's games. That momentum carrying over. Their eliminations slowly building. Alliance been quiet for some time. 2 Elim points to their name. Spot the reposition from Alula IHC. Bullets into the back. They can jump in the vehicles as well. Look for a bit of a rotate on this one. See if you can get yourself in a better spot to play off and have that elevated peak onto the rest of the squads. Still all 4 players alive for Twisted Minds. Ratto Boy on the split as always.
12 teams alive, 40 players still up at stage 5. This is sort of unheard of. But it is Reject that I've got my eyes upon there. One of the best positions. Demo looks for one on power, looks for the second with the DPS, tries to move out the way, but he gets shunted into the buggy, quite literally splatted like a bug.
You could see the change in his mind there, the decision making. Didn't want to fight the rest of the squad, just wanted to hard confirm the Elim for Miracle Vibe, spotting out power. Their vision blocked by the smoke, it goes both ways. It might give them cover, but it makes it awkward to hit the actual connection across. And they start to see bullets zipping towards them. Back off from the position, don't overcommit to the fight versus power.
A quick shot at the trophy there, that's what all the players are fighting for here. The PUBG Mobile World Cup at ESPORTS World Cup. Regiocio came close to the match. He's got support from the rest of his teammate, potentially trying to bring back some of that ammo. He will just send away as Divine gets absolutely slammed on this high ground. Could not peek out one bit.
Intervention from him. Keeping the pressure on. Talent, in the meantime, being nipped at by the zone for Miracle Vibes, looking to third-party snapshots on the vehicle, not quite on target. Aren't able to commit off the back of the opening. The Reject have presented them, and Reject waiting for an angle, waiting for an opportunity for them to reject the opportunity that Power can level themselves up in this matchup. They split. Verdan goes for the cheeky maneuver. Gets himself in a better spot to try and heal himself back up. Up on top, though, that's Sara's domain. Strikes from the elevated peak, burns the first man, does damage onto Hyunbin as well. And he is ruining them right now. Reject are looking like they're really starting to build into this one.
Yeah, this is a crazy position. I think it was S2G who had one hell of a game from this spot, and you just have so many sightlines. If the circle keeps coming to you in this position, it can result in one of the biggest games of your career. So I think that for Reject right now, they understand, and Sara understands that his position is pivotal to this match. He needs to make sure that he's taking calculated plays where he's not exposing himself to too many teams, but can still try and absorb as many points as possible off the back of the Elim, because this is exactly what this position is designed to do. Next circle, about to hit. If it keeps Reject in, this is their opportunity, Jackie. This is the window.
Could be their time in the sun. It'll all be decided on the next zone. The beating heart that gives them another chance. The blood keeps pumping in their favor. They've still got zone to work with. They don't have to give up on these golden positions.
Japan just thrown a lifeline here. And they'll grab it with both hands. Regiocio scouting from underneath. Now they've got to be very careful about ammo count. This is the big thing for them, because you don't want to take too many shots. Now that the circle encloses on them, they can start to play a bit more of a slow game. Going for a 15 Elim match at this point with a chicken dinner is possible. Boom. attempt to move up, but Sarah's got eyes on from earlier. He knows where they'll be coming from. IWNRX looking to hunker it down in the warehouses over towards that northeast side, where if you've got 4 teams with 4 players all up, ready to duke it out on that northwest edge.
Baron strikes from the side onto DRX. More damage done as they keep it going. That's the first knock onto Reject as well. They get a taste of their own medicine as IWNRX find an angle to take the shots across to them. A battle breaks out between Twisted Minds and Alpha 7. The vehicle detonates, Twisted Minds losing their legs. It's all getting a bit bumpy. You got to tuck in, Guiz out, going for the quick heal. Nade coming down onto him, looks pretty good.
Rolls just a little bit short there. Leon's taken down on Alliance, and Doc joins in onto Audio. Al-Haji will clean up. Now Alpha 7 need to move in. They've been biding their time on the backside, but now they need to head to the front like a linebacker here in the game. Need to barrel their way through Tiamba. Sitting in front, providing the defense.
Reject in the meantime, buff out the damage. Heal up the boys. Keep themselves in a good position, sitting pretty and sitting low. Sitting out of a comfortable spot, but still finding the odd opportunity is exactly what Power have been doing. Al-Haji had that distant connection onto the other squads. He's trying to see if he can get a bit of an assess on the lay of the land here, spot ahead and decide what the best course of action is. You get the nice 2 angles, seeing how focused he is here on the arena as well.
Concentration an all-time high right now for him. McGrellin down in the trenches right now. Holding out. They know they need to use these sightlines to their advantage, but Tiamba is in a rough spot right now. The ham and cheese between the 2 slices of breads of the teams that surround them.
Once again, who is it that pops up in the elimination feed? Reject, taking pot shots, stealing away potential points from other squads by the timing, the decision-making, not using that much ammunition, just getting those last hits off when it matters most. Alpha 7 see the fight that's been breaking out for quite some time, know they can swoop in, put pressure on Tiamba, whilst Twisted Minds keep their attention, but Rattle Boy's nade is good. Nice connection back onto Bond. There's the follow-up as well from Obscure.
Alpha 7 wants a chunky game here. Get themselves into first place, and with DRX suffering down towards that south side, this is the game to do it in. Tiamba, 1 player left. Obscure has to make himself rather obscure. Ashan will go down to Twisted Minds up to 7 elims now. Obscure up to 4 elims himself. Some great nades over the top, and Tiamba gets stomped on.
The beat of the drum silenced. Baron throwing out close nades, giving himself a bit of protection on the push-up. Al-Haji's lurking close. The rest of the squad protecting him in the back line. That's a connection onto Al-Haji. Power, don't overcommit to this. They've been playing a slower game. They want to see if they can get themselves in a good spot. 3 elims to build off the back of. The energy in the arena looking good for them as well. OCO again on the peak up. Can't quite get the tracking on target to strike against Alpha 7's move in.
Good plays from Alpha 7 as well, leaving 2 lands behind there as backstops. Makes it very difficult for Regi OCO. Hit these shots. Divine has to hit the deck here. They're going to wait for Alpha 7 to move further in now, Jackie.
Okay, this is the sandwich split. Both of them coming in from either side for Miracle Vibes, set up into 2 duos, looking to rely off one another's contact. Zara strikes onto Fadan. Power trapped between 2 teams, being shot in the back from the elevated angle, and full focus on the 4 of them that are in front. First knock's good, onto for Miracle Vibes. Al-Haji wants to top himself back up, have some extra HP pool to play with, but his teammates are going down in the meantime.
Alpha 7 going crazy versus Twisted Minds right now. Oh, nice nade from Baron. Will take down Al-Haji and more come through. Fadan taking down the backline. That was their backstop. Now removed by Sarah. And Power crumpling under 4 Miracle Vibes here. And the vibes are good right now.
Oh, Reject aren't stopping with the amount of damage they're being able to scatter across the battlefield. Twisted Minds are gone. Inflicted so much damage. It's all Reject in the elim feed. DRX in the meantime are taken out of commission as well, so the top dogs in the lobby are gone. The hometown heroes in Power are gone. We're starting to finally burn our way through these teams. Room for Alpha 7 to move their way up, 55 points. This is also a big game for Reject. 11 eliminations. We said it could be a huge one if they get those big elims and take a chicken dinner from it. Alliance, 1 man, trapped, shots in the back. He's panicking.
Mate, he got the loot crate on top of the mountain as well. That's insanity. Like I said, this is a position where you can jump so high in the rankings. If only the circle goes to you. And Reject have been blessed. But there's an awesome shot from Mafioso to open things up over towards Duello. Luckily, there's a player up there with him. IWNRX about to launch the nades up. They have to be good, but looks like they're going around the corner over towards Boom. Sarah maybe getting ready to unleash a spray here. A hail of bullets for up on high.
It went from being rough on the ammunition to having a big old belt of damage to unleash. Sweating bullets literally from the top of the hill and washing over other teams. Meanwhile, IWNRX, a bitter pill to swallow.
Nice.
The aggression from Boom that live up to their name and blow IWNRX away.
Regiosio and Divine looking to hold back the team from 4 Miracle Vibes. Duello has a nade. There's the first one onto Doc. Regiosio will finish it out, jumping through the air. There's a player in there with you in the concrete, though.
They're amongst them now. Reject. They've had distance for so long, but this is where they could crumble. Up close, the aggression starting to be thrown at them. Nades cast out. Apex wants to move in. Strikes from the side. Takes away the edge that Reject have had for so damn long on this one. Sarah replying back with the bullets, realizing their grasp on the game is slipping away. Divine down on his last legs. They go in for the hard commit. Apex grabs that one. Sarah with the nade round the corner. Bobbin, weaving. In the meantime, Alpha 7 thrown into the fight versus Boom.
4 Miracle Vibes been fighting through a very tough match here for themselves, but managed to scramble up the hill, and now are scrambling the Reject radio. They can no longer communicate one another. They're both so far away. Duello right up on the hillside. A bit of a disconnect coming through for the team as 4 Miracle Vibes live to fight another day. Duello might have the sideswipe though, Jackie.
The elevated peak. He could comet across. If he gets a clear line of sight, takes down the first target, the distance between the timing from Boom's rotate to get stuck in to do anything, having to cross round the ridge of the rock could give them an opportunity. Sarah starting to move in as well. The pressure being applied, everything coming together now for an intense final fight between these three.
Stage 9. This is where it all ends. Can Reject get their name in the game? On this last match of the day, 12 elims, but a little bit more would be nicer. Apex underneath. Sarah crawling around like a python in the sand. Looking to strike, and Duello's been spotted.
They've sussed him out. They know about the angle now. The element of surprise was the big boon for him. But he might have lost his edge. His blade might be dulled. Sarah waiting to strike. He's the one that's repositioned and got himself into a spot that could potentially toy with the minds of 4 Miracle Vibes. Duello, hello, that's the nade down. Big connection. That one was yummy.
Sarah now has to handle 2 players for himself. The repeats coming through. Apex starting to move forward. He doesn't have assistance from his teammate. Apex flies through. Sarah finds the first.
Sarah strikes. Crouching round the corner, pounces in with the aggression, fragments for Miracle Vibes, and keeps it going. They want a big elimination game and want to run away with a chicken dinner to boot. We're in a 2 versus 2 in terms of the manpower left. It's awkward for Boom. They're panicking now. You got to make your way round the corner. Duello's got the high ground. He knows exactly where you are. They can't go for the pickup on Yummy. Duello wants to go down, deciding when the right moment to strike is. A barrage of bullets strikes onto the first. Reject run in, and they will take it home. Reject with the chicken dinner.
Slice the opposition in half. Move through the lobby like fruit ninjas. Not letting anyone step to them, and this was the game that they needed from up on top of the mountain there. What a game from Reject. You always believe, Jackie, and maybe the belief is coming a reality.
It doesn't matter what anyone else says. Reject everything that isn't their own gameplay inside of PUBG Mobile. They stick to their guns literally from the high ground, laying down other teams, stealing away elim points the whole game. And when it comes to the clutch, they prove that they know how to handle it.
Divine might have been denied in that fight, but Sarah, what a game that boy had. That was unbelievably well played. The 1v2 versus 4MV, the 1v3 onto Boom from Duello. What was this game?
A reason to support this team. Show-stopping showmans on the stage. Huge game. We saw the potential. we're debating 15 elimination games and then taking a chicken dinner. They do one better. They make it a reality. And might have given themselves a chance. That's one hell of a way to end the day.
What a sick game that one was. 4MV, you got to give them credit. It was a good run up the hill, and we talked about 4MV needing some big points here. And they do find some of them, but it's Reject who come away with the bag, Jackie.
Oh, yeah.
Again, Sara. I think he ended this game on like 8 eliminations with some shots over towards Boom as well. It was insane work. And I mean, he was the guy up on top of the mountain as well, early game, getting a lot of those shots. And although the Reject radio got scramble, didn't seem to matter in the end. They were shouting to one another for that victory.
Whew. Yeah, they really did bring the heat.
We
were saying it could turn into an Inferno, and it was a Reject-sponsored Inferno at that. Mate, that's magnificent. Huge plays there. That's an intense finish, Blank.
It really was. And I mean, I hope to see more of those here in the main tournament, because this has just been a pleasure to watch so far, Jackie.
It really, really has. So let's not keep you any longer. Let's get back down to the studio and enjoy that one.
Yeah, thank you so much, Blank and Jackie, and it was an exciting and exhilarating finish. However, Cloris, talk to me about Boom.
Me?
Talk to me about Boom.
Me?
Talk to me about Boom.
I do think maybe they should have had a little bit of a better read on where Rejects was in these late game moments. I mean, they had to have known somehow, be it kind of footstep cues or any information that they had on the high ground when they eventually came off, as Yummy did. They probably could have made a better meal of that, if I'm going to be honest. A better chicken dinner, Robin.
Oh, that was light. I thought you were going to go in even more.
No,
I thought you were going to absolutely roast him, because we thought that Boom was going to end up winning that. But hold on, Max was in second place?
Can it be?
Well,
what?
We were told off stage that you relinquished your prediction, right? So as soon as you did that after the previous game, all of a sudden now they're doing well. It's
I got
crazy.
too many threats on Instagram DMs, yeah. I have to move away from that one. So now they start doing well. They're going to win the whole thing, maybe? No, oh, no.
And he cursed them again.
Well, I thought he changed his pick to Alu IHC.
I didn't change my pick to the team that does bad every game. That's not my fault. That's not me.
That's not what Rebel said last game, but okay.
Well, fact is, 4MV, they've been non-existent today, able to show up here, but Reject, 27 points. Like, on leaderboard, that should have shot them up extremely high, because we don't have necessarily a big gap between all these teams just yet. So I'm curious to see where they're going to finish off with, and we're starting to see maybe a little bit of the magic of Reject at 1 PMGL.
Yeah, now we don't have those weird circles from the start of the day. We've seen other teams able to rise up the rankings a little bit here. So our PMGO team here, look that way. They're doing... I can just see you moving in the background, but no, they're doing really good here. It was a weird circle, right? That kind of terrain around Power Grid. Actually, I was impressed with how Alpha 7 were able to survive for as long as they did and got as many eliminations as they did, because leaving Power Grid when teams are already in the circle, in those good spots, is a really tough transition point.
Oh, you're pointing to me?
No,
you want me to explain?
Yes.
Okay, fine.
Give it to them.
In fact, I mean, so Power Grid actually is a great spot for this circle, obviously, right? However, there are 2 trenches that really run alongside Power Grid, which teams can exist in. And if you've got a decent amount of utility, you can actually dislodge teams from there. But they do impede your progress quite significantly in terms of speed. So for Alpha 7 to dislodge those teams and get to where they were, good for them. I thought maybe they'd have a good run of it, but again, high ground teams like Boom being where they were, it's kind of their kryptonite in that moment.
Boom absolutely just stopped them, though. Alpha 7 would have had a chance, but Boom was just on them right away.
Who's 7? Who? Boom.
Boom. Now wait.
Boom. No,
wait. One more. Wait.
I'm not doing it, no. Well, let's take stock of things. Let's do a quick little recap of the day so you guys can see who won all of our matches. And it was, honestly, and still is, a pretty crazy day considering how things have ended off. We saw Alpha 7 get 2 chicken dinners on the day, potentially have been able to break our record of Vampire getting 2 for themselves with TJB. The Dark Horse by Cloris, of course, the only one to actually pick them as a Dark Horse with the win, doing fairly well in the day as well. And then DRX continued that momentum from the survival stage.
Yeah, DRX having some really good positions in these matches, right? They are moving a little bit quicker.
Yep.
There was that kind of a hill finish over on Erangel over on the Lumberyard that was like pretty free, but outside of that, they are fighting more. They're willing to take fights. They are in central positions a lot quicker in these matches. They have changed really significantly from the group stage until here. Hopefully you don't see a D+ Kia. That's my hope.
No. I mean, we kind of talked about this earlier, too. This is a completely different team than D+ Kia. They're not being just, besides the one you talked about, Lumberyard, they're not being fed those wins. They're actually fighting for it. They're winning those fights, too. I mean, we saw them eliminate back-to-back 4MV. That was impressive.
Okay, well, speaking of impressive, let's take a look at our overalls and see where our teams currently stand for MV. I believe they've gone out of 16th place, but we're going to start over at the top. And Alpha 7 have actually surpassed DRX because they win in the tiebreaker of chicken dinners.
I mean, 7, you know what happens when Alpha 7 start off the finals in first place?
It's on the second day. It's on the second day. If Alpha 7 goes into the third day in first place, that's when we see a little bit of I feel like the pressure gets to them. They start playing completely different. So
a little bit of throwing.
Just a little bit. Just a tiny bit.
Oh, I hope not.
I hope not too.
They're going to win eventually at one point. They have to.
Why are you hating so much on Alpha 7 is going to win?
Because it works. It works well.
I'll have a jersey tomorrow. I'll put on the Alpha 7. Actually, I'll wait until the last day. I'll wait until the last day.
You're going to invoke some curses here, this guy.
I'm not Max.
It's about time Alpha 7 claims a title, right?
Yes.
Like, it is about time. Maybe we have it happen here. If they can continue on this form, very easily could do.
We say that every time. There's
We do say every time.
Maybe this is the time, and it's not the time.
The thing is that we were even talking about, are we going to be seeing any teams being able to get at least 2 chicken dinners in one day? We were a lot of us were saying no. It's good to see that Alpha 7 was able to pull it off. And this is what we want to see out of Alpha 7, being able to start off hot in day 1. We don't want to see them playing catch up in the later days. And I feel like that's such a big change that we've seen out of Alpha 7. So it's good to see that the improvement pattern has continued. But I have to wait and see how this team's going to perform on the final.
Yeah, and I kind of want to go on to Kalaris on here, like talking about Xiamba in particular.
Yes.
Their placement points, 6 placement points for 26 eliminations. What I've been seeing throughout the rest of the day, they've been going on like these sweeping edge playstyles, but then teams are so quick to send it center, there's no more room for them to really occupy in these late game scenarios. So maybe giving up some of the elims for like better positions might allow Xiamba to just rank up higher on more of these matches.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see a roster change maybe tomorrow for them coming in. Obviously, they were not fielding Ling Yu today, and I wouldn't be surprised if they kind of revert back to what we saw from them in the group stage regarding their roster overall. So maybe that's a change for them to make and challenge for the top.
Yeah. Did want to say Reject on 49 points, 27 in the last match. They over doubled their points from that one match alone, making themselves into top 3. But if you take a look at the second page, some things are definitely going to be standing out here. Vampire in dead last at 16th place, D Xavier in 15th, Alua IHC in 14th, and Alliance, our group, I don't want to say champion, but our group winners, down in 13th place.
As we expected, right? That playstyle, those splits is just not going to work out because teams are just so fast now. They see the circle, teams are in the car, ready to rotate into that position, and those splits are just not going to work out for them, and they have to change their playstyle completely now, and having to change your playstyle at a stage like this is just really going to make you have a hard time in the finals.
The thing with Alliance too, during group stages, we're seeing them get away with a lot of little things, especially in the finals whenever they were actually able to get those wins, right? In the final circles, we're like, okay, a different team would have been able to kind of cut that off, and I feel like that's the adjustment that we have seen so far today out of all those teams. Whenever they do end up seeing them maybe being a little bit more split, teams are able to capitalize on that.
I mean, you identified the middle ground, which was DRX's kind of medium splits through some of these games, and it can pay dividends, as we've seen here throughout the day. I think we'll see more teams try and employ it tomorrow, but again, the more teams that do try and employ it, the less likely it is to succeed, because then there's just no room at all.
And just to go quickly back to our leaderboards there, at the start of the day, we noticed that Alua IHC was playing Alex over Rogue.
Yep.
Right? And we also saw Shadows in over Chua for D Xavier. Both those two teams are very far down the leaderboard. This makes me wonder even more, like, why did we see these roster swaps happen when they didn't play a single group stage match?
I don't know. They're also not playing hot, right? They just don't have that experience now, so like maybe that is actually reducing the kind of point average per match. So I really, again, don't know what's happening internally to make those decisions, because if you make them play in the league stage, maybe they just pop off because Shadows is playing, Alex is playing, but them just playing in the main tournament, they're just not playing hot at all, and it can really hurt you.
Imagine being Chua and Rogue, and like, yeah, you got your team into the main tournament, and now you're not playing.
Especially with the way Alua IHC was playing towards the end there.
They were doing really well placements when it came to group stage. Don't know. But what I do know is we're going to take a look at our Arcadia plays of the day here, and or even maybe just play of the day. I'm not sure who it's going to be because we honestly had so many crazy plays in the day. I was it for a second, as you saw. I was thinking maybe Own the S should be there, what we saw. On
it was good.
Yes.
Yeah,
that was fantastic play.
I won't be surprised if it was in here somewhere, to be honest. Because
Yoru had a
show a few
great
plays, right?
Yeah.
Well, this was the very first match we had with Yoru getting... How many eliminations did he have? Because they had 10 eliminations total. I think he was on like 7 or something.
He was like 7, 8 something.
Really high up there. Almost breaking the record.
Yeah. It was 8 in the first game.
Yep.
They got 10 elims and he got 8.
There you go.
That was nice. P90.
P90.
250 ammo on that P90.
It's brutal if you get into close range.
I think three teams had that P90.
Yes.
They're just like, I'm picking it up. Oh, still
It's a
ammo.
really good gun. It's a really good gun. It's a really good. Yeah, I love the P90.
I would too. I mean, we've been able to use it whenever we played the new mode.
Yeah.
Ocean Odyssey.
In the tornado.
It's nice.
Straight down.
Whenever I'm playing with Max, I don't give him the P90.
Only S wasn't there? What?
Really? Oh, I kind of took my eyes off it for a second.
Oh,
Don't worry, I mean, at least Max will loot the cheek pad. Our MVP of the day. That one's a tough one, because like we said, Yoru had 8 eliminations in that match. Talon obviously fell off a little bit as the day went on. I'm not going to make you predict, because honestly, I think it's too difficult, unless you want to go for it.
Mafioso played really well today.
Mafioso?
I think it might be a DRX player. You know what?
I'm going for an Alpha 7 player. It's either Revel or Mafioso. Hevel or Mafioso.
I'll try Soez. I like the M249, so I'm a bit biased.
Commit, Max.
I don't know right now.
Commit! Don't curse them though, but
TJB player. Okay, TJB player. All
right, let's take a look. Who is our Sony MVP of the day? Mafioso.
Hey, got it.
Good job,
14
Max.
limbs on the day.
The thing is that they kind of defaulted back to their playing style that has kind of made them successful, right? With Mafioso being able to hold that anchor spot, allowing the team to kind of go out first. I know a lot of us were kind of questioning, but this is the role where he excels the most, and it's good to see him perform really well because during group stages, he was the one with the least eliminations for his team.
Mafioso has been excelling at playing around smokes, by the way. Like, he's been min-maxing his positions around those smokes, trying to get as good an angle as possible.
Except for Revel.
Okay,
Except for that one time.
Well, tomorrow,
We know what's
Mafioso don't
crazy
try to
about
play around
this, though.
smokes.
14 eliminations are MVP. If you were to times up by 3, you would get 42, which is still 11 eliminations short of our milestone, Tony K at 53.
I am of the opinion with the skill level that it is across the board, it is going to be nigh on impossible to break Tony K's record here.
The only one he can be is like the winner, the amount of winner chicken dinners on a day, which is 2 currently. You can get 3, but outside of that, it's going to be so tough to beat any record.
Actually, total winner chicken dinners across the main tournament is Vampires with 4 currently. And
total,
if we almost had
3
Alpha 7 getting 3 on one day, so they could catch up.
They really could indeed.
There you go.
We're talking
Alpha
all
7
about
fan
Alpha
with
7.
me, yes.
Talking about how they're #1 at the moment. We're going to see if they get even higher tomorrow because I'm Maxman. Now we're going to head on the stage actually with Sandstrom has an interview with Alpha 7.
We're back in the SCC Arena as we are wrapping up day 1 of the main tournament for the PUBG Mobile World Cup here at the ESPORTS World Cup. And I'm joined by Mafioso from Alpha 7 who are currently tied for first place. Mafioso, you guys managed to get 2 winner chicken dinners in day 1 of the main tournament. How's the team feeling?
Vocês conseguiram 2 chicken dinner no tournamento. Como vocês estão se sentindo?
Olá, boa noite. Acredito que no Brasil é de dia, né? A gente está se sentindo muito bem. Foram 2 wins, mas nós sabemos que poderia ter sido 4, 5, porque a gente entregou algumas partidas, mas no dia de amanhã a gente vai chegar com tudo e vamos garantir mais um winner para casa.
Hello, good evening. We know that Brazil is day still. We know we could have been more, but we gave some of our competitions, but tomorrow is going to be better.
We shall see. I mean, if it gets better than this, it is going to be quite difficult for the other teams to follow up. But I want to ask you, when it comes to previous international tournaments, we're used to seeing Alpha 7 in day 1, day 2 of the finals or of the main tournament of the events where they're in first place. But day 3 seems to be the day where you guys struggle. So how will you make sure that it doesn't happen again here at the PUBG Mobile World Cup?
Em competições internacionais, vocês geralmente ficam no primeiro dia, vocês ficam em primeiro, no segundo dia também, no terceiro dia quando vocês começam a ter mais problemas. Como vocês estão querendo prevenir com que isso aconteça, que isso não aconteça aqui?
A gente trabalhou bastante nosso psicológico. Eu queria mandar um alô para a nossa psicóloga, a Yolanda. Ela vem ajudando a gente bastante. E aqui na World Cup vai ser diferente. No terceiro dia a gente vai entrar, vai mostrar nosso jogo também e vamos sair campeões.
We have been working a lot in our psychological states of mind. We would like to say hello to Yolanda, our psychologist in Brazil. She's been helping us a lot. And we're going to do different on the 3rd day, and we're going to get that.
Well, I cannot wait to see that. And when it comes to Magrelin, he seems to be the new addition to the team. So what is his role? How is he impacting the team? How is he helping you guys out in the PMWC?
Falando do Magrelin, ele é uma adição nova para a equipe. Como ele está se encaixando na equipe? Como que está funcionando isso?
Cara, o Magrelin vem surpreendendo a gente bastante. Apesar de pouco tempo, ele vem fazendo um bom papel na nossa equipe. Todo mundo aqui sabe que ele é muito bom de bala. Então ele e o Revo ali, o duo deles é imparável. E eles matam todo mundo nessa World Cup.
although it's been just a few days that he's been joined us, he's been doing great. They're doing very well, and they're going to shoot everyone.
I like that. You know what? Sometimes it does take quite a lot of time for a team to kind of get used to playing together, especially coming into a tournament of this size, but they seem to be doing pretty well so far. And that is a wrap for us on day one of the main tournament. We're going to head back on over to the studio to wrap up the first day of the main tournament. Take it away,
I
boys.
have to say, coming down the elevator today, I was with some Alpha 7 members, and I did say, hey guys, good luck. And they said, thanks. And the first place. Just saying.
This was the worst story of all.
Okay.
Wow.
It wasn't really a story. It was just the fact that, you know, maybe it's the Jason Bless. Cool. Maxman, who do you think is going to win this tournament?
Boy, me.
No. Should say Alpha 7.
No.
No, come on.
Stay far away from
okay,
Alpha 7.
He's going to attack me if I do
Yes.
like that?
I'm going to attack you no matter what you say.
Funny story, Maxman got stuck in an elevator with 4MV for 3 hours this morning, and then, I don't know. What's going on? I don't know, I was trying to follow his story.
Getting to hear them talk about how it takes a while to get used to your teammates, but the funny thing is with Alpha 7, they always seem to have a new fourth in their team, and I wonder what's going to happen, who's going to be their new fourth.
There's not. I hope this.
Ratto Boy, Alpha 7.
Pickup of the year.
Wait, I wouldn't be surprised.
We're not sure that he's doing all right at the moment, you know.
If Max said it, we'd have media outlets saying, Maxman confirms, Ratto Boy is joining Alpha 7.
I did say that.
Oh, gosh.
There it is, guys.
Now it's really going to be confirmed.
Yeah.
It's not happening. We're joking. You know,
Unless
there's somebody
right,
out there that's like,
we
what
were,
am I doing? You guys hear
what
what
are we
happened?
doing? What we're doing is we're actually not done with the show. Normally we would have ended things off by now. We actually do have some show matches coming your way today with some special guests. I'm not going to spoil it just yet because I still want to focus on what's happened today. I want to ask maybe what's your takeaways of the day? Your highs, your lows. We'll start on the other end this time. Maxman, you can think.
Yeah.
I can think.
Oh, that's kind of you to Max. I think overall I am impressed by DRX and kind of resilience that is going to be shown.
You did kind of destroy them very early on in this event.
Nah, he's turning into a believer.
I will still hold to the idea that South Korea has divided a lot of the power across multiple rosters. However, DRX is still showing that, hey, even this roster alongside, if they're controlling some space and stuff like that, it's not like their wins or like, it's not like their games that they've placed highly have been like huge frag games or anything like that. They're just playing spots consistently and steadily and allowing teams to come to them and ram into the wall that is South Korea. So DRX is playing it very steady. I like it.
You know, I don't remember who said it. I'm going to not, it could have been James, but I'm going to pretend it wasn't him. Is that we're actually talking about, I think it was you and I. Yeah, we were talking about when we were live streaming earlier today on Instagram, saying that it's kind of a shame that we don't see more slots given to like South Korea or Japan, because it seems like very few teams ever really get that international experience. And we wonder if more teams got that experience and they brought it home with them, how would it develop the region overall? How many stronger teams will we see come out of that region?
Yeah, you see very similar names coming out of the region very, very often, right? So like maybe if they get more slots in the future, you can see new names coming out and actually getting really valuable international experience to bring back to their region. That'll be cool to see. In the long term, who knows?
For South Korea, if you had the third team, it'd be Miramar and Sejong. And again, it's a lot of old ex-Duxan players, like Hoxie, for example, who was MVP and PMPS. So
we saw you guys too.
You'd remember the names.
What's your takeaway, Seven?
For me, TJB. I was hoping that they will break the pattern of being able to, the inconsistent pattern that they have showcased throughout the whole tournament. But to see that the pattern's still there, they kind of go from dark horse tomorrow to just like, you know what, if a team does see the option to fight them early, take that fight with TJB. They are just not willing to take those fights early on. They're not prepared. They're not willing to react quickly enough, and they end up just becoming free points on those early fights.
Okay, curse aside. 4MV, the sweep and edge play style is not working out. I want to see them try and play a little bit center if we can, and I think that that's going to be very successful for them. So that would be my request. Why are you guys acting like this to me? Come on.
They're doomed.
No, they're not. I believe.
Okay. Back to curse.
You know what, Max Ben? I'm going to save your life. Out of the way!
What?
Oh, that was amazing.
That was the Falcons fans. You Falcons fans, I knew you were coming after me. All those DMs were real.
You sealed it.
Oh, thank you. That was the nicest thing you've ever done for me.
Crap. And I'm going to get Falcon fans in my DMs like, why'd you save him? But no, we actually are going to be going to a show match here with Ocean Odyssey, which we've had, honestly, I'd say a great time on. Except you and I the other day. We got stuck on the whale. We couldn't figure out how to get off, and we went straight into the blue zone.
Oh, no.
But luckily, We made it back in zone in time.
Yeah, we made it in. It's fine. It was like, oh wait, I can actually jump out. You got a button made specifically to get off.
We
I'm like,
couldn't find it.
We didn't see it the entire time.
They took so long to realize that.
Was it under the rest of your UI? Why was it?
Yeah, Seven was just looking at us like, what? Where are they
I was like, where are you guys going? You guys are going outside of the circle.
We're going to Miramar, bro.
Calm down and go.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, we weren't flying back home.
I like how you give me that face and then you go back with that one. Okay, but
no, but we had a really good time as well. The Stingrays, I like the aerial battles that we've been pulling off as well, because you can have someone drive, you have someone on the back so you can shoot if you can see over Max's big head.
Okay.
Not possible.
I like how we're trying to always do those battles on the Stingrays. We're just like, okay, we're getting off. We're just gonna laser them down.
I mean, the thing is, those are really sneaky. You can hide like on top of trees as well. You can get on top of buildings really easily with it.
The reason why we're struggling, we need Kalaris with his exceptional gyro control, okay?
Thank you very much.
He's
Well, we
gonna
gotta
laser
get
them all down.
We have no chair in the hotel that swivels, quite like what we've had in the past.
Yeah, that's why.
Admittedly,
we
I've
can
been a
find
bit
one.
busy, so I've been painting a lot, you know? I'm
Oh.
sorry.
Maybe tonight. Hey, maybe tonight. Maybe. Well, it is your birthday.
It is.
So maybe we gotta get some birthday PUBG Mobile games.
Yes, I'm getting old.
we'll get some chicken dinner. Nice.
You know, you guys don't realize we talk about Kalaris with the gyro. Back during one of the regionals, we were playing a game together, and he legit, in his chair, swiveled around with the most perfect spray I've ever seen on a vehicle. And you know what? It was perfect. It made me want to get one of those swivel chairs.
Good times, good times.
Huh.
Good times.
It was a perfect gyro. The perfect gyro.
Beautiful, beautiful. Yes. This absolute legend of the gyroscope. But in the meantime, we do have those show matches coming up. For now, we're going to head down the stage with Barney to kick things off.
Welcome back to the main stage, where our first 6 maps of our main tournament are complete. But there is more. As many of you well know, PUBG Mobile version 3.3 launches its first ever underwater-themed gameplay, Ocean Odyssey. Defeat all of the enemies in the Ocean Palace in order to obtain the powerful themed item, the Trident. More secrets about the Trident and, of course, the Kraken await discovery. So, with that being said, I believe it is time to jump into our first ever Ocean Odyssey show match on Livik. Prepare to be amazed and enjoy.
For thousands of years, the beasts beneath the depths have waited, and now, with Poseidon's triumph lifted, they will awaken. A big kraken!
A giant kraken, Blank. It's
A
huge.
huge kraken!
It's massive. It came from a giant egg.
A giant egg.
A giant egg.
And that's what we're here to look at today. You can dominate the deep in the PUBG Mobile new mode, Ocean's Odyssey. Here over on Livik, we do have some players dropping in with us here. Who's going to be finding that Trident? Who's going to be using that Stingray core? Who's going to be escaping in the whale pod?
Oh, the escape whale. Mate, it does look cool. You get that instant pickup. You're out of the blue. You're into the zone. There's so much to delve into. We're going to sink our teeth into this one. We'll explain what's going on of all of those new features that you can get your hands on.
You can head on down to the Ocean Palace here in game, and don't worry about going down early, getting knocked early, because you will be receiving yourself a special respawn card so you can play in the Ocean Palace to your heart's content and then re-enter the game later on, just in case if you didn't get that elusive Trident.
And here it is, the Ocean Palace itself, a glorious, amazing bit of map that has so many sunken treasures, these chests that are scattered around the place. So there's plenty of loot for you to get your hands on, and it'll give you a fighting chance to scrap. You've also got the new addition of Forsaken Ruins. And Blank, these get me really excited, man. There's some special bits of gameplay tucked away in the Forsaken Ruins.
You can find yourself the Sea Treasury, located underground, like all the pillars at its entrance to open the treasury and find the treasure inside. We're also showcasing the new pop ultimate set, Inferno Fiend, which looks awesome. You have 2 color variants there. You've got the one on your screen, which is nice and glowy orange, and we also have the more phantom type of style with the blue.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about, that sea treasury locked behind the closed doors. What secrets does it behold? Well, you'll have to unlock it, doing a bit of magic to get in there and get yourself that all-important loot. And look who's on our screens, Blank.
It's our special guests. We have Zuxi and Luxi online here with us, showcasing the new match, the Indonesian legends right in front of your eyes here. Alongside with Microboy also joining us, and Ryzen from way back in the day. Very nice to see. Really, really happy to have them all here. We even have Rosemary, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, all the legendary names in one very cool show match just to show off all those new features. And this is one of them. Iron Pro's found his way in. He's completed the ritual and gets himself that treasure waiting at the end. And look what's just popped out of the chest.
So much loot available to himself, and including the Stingray core, which you can use to travel around. The boys on the desk were talking about and get yourself into some elevated positions. Look at this, guys. Geared and ready to go right off the bat.
But here's the fun part, like we were saying, you get that respawn, so it instigates more fights, give you more opportunities to play with the loot that you find here, with so much of it being densely packed. And Zuxi, he might be low, but he's trying to show those smooth moves. Not going to happen, though.
Yuhai comes in, finds himself the elimination, but quickly taken out by Ryzen. I love the friendly rivalry between these three, obviously. Ryzen playing on side with Zuxi and Luxi back in the day. Yuhai kind of being that uprising star that came after Zuxi and Luxi. Nice to see them all go head-to-head in that individual battle. You got Rosemary here inside the Ocean Palace at the moment. Not inside the water just yet. But you do have to swim through, but you will be gaining yourself some special abilities when in the water, including some water slices, a speed boost through the water as well. It's all very fun.
It is, it is. It's completely changed the way that Ocean Traversal works. Previously, you're not limited to being kind of slow in the water.
Hey,
you
there
can
we go.
instead move like this. You get that quick dash, the cool new animations that have come in, and like you said, the possibility to take really cool underwater fights as well. There is the air bubble, though, that is protected by this, the trident in the center of the palace.
It will grant you increased swimming speed so you could dominate the water gameplay and combat, including some unique skills. They're also available online, creating a water tornado for you and your friends to dominate with over in the match. Here's our water orb grenade as well. This one's an interesting one, Jackie.
It really is. The water orb grenade gives you so much freedom of movement. Also the fact that to an enemy, you're slowed. If you're inside of it, that radius is going to slow your movement. It's going to make you go into that swimming animation. If you're someone like Rosemary that gets it in the right place at the right time, you could help yourself out in a fight. Also, when you're inside of it, you get the positive buffs.
Get the speed on through, and it looks like Rosemary will be picking himself up the trident and summoning the Kraken.
The beast that has been lurking beneath the blue sea for so long will rise to life with that trident being secured by Rosemary. And like you said, it gives you that extra ability as well. You get a completely different swimming animation. You're faster in the water. It looks pretty damn cool. And up on land, you can control the water spouts. And this is the sickest one for me. I love this, mate. The movement capabilities that you're given with the water orb blaster are unreal.
Not only can you shoot it out and create water orbs in the air that you can grapple to and then dash out from, you can create multiple. So you can go from water orb to water orb, create some really cool rotations in your game and catch some players off guard who might not be as in the know as you.
Exactly. So it's one of those. You could use it defensively. You could use it aggressively. And it opens up new ways to play PUBG Mobile. Movement gets a huge buff inside of this update. And I think it's really cool the way that we can present new play styles. If you're a newer player, if you're an old school player, there's so much to delve into and get your hands on.
Vintor is here to move upwards. And here is the gleaming Stingray. I like that it's described as a cute pet. It can fly at any altitude and shoot bubble traps. It's mainly very good underneath the water in terms of speed, but equally just as useful as a land companion here to move around and mobilize inside the map.
Yeah, look at that rotation speed for possibilities that you're presented. You can keep yourself quite low behind geometry as well. So if you don't want to be a big open target, you don't have to be on the Stingray. You could use it really tactically.
Switching this Stingray into max gear here, 75 kilometers per second. It's very nice, per hour. Per second would be crazy.
That would be pretty quick.
That'd be nuts. That's the speed it gets to underwater, of course.
Yeah, it is rapid underwater, like big old Grand Rapids, mate.
But here we are back on land. So sad, but Rosemary, after picking up that trident, did get himself a nice P90 here. Using that to his advantage, as well as a med kit. He got two of them from that drop. Himself back up to full HP immediately.
Heal himself up. Get the reload off. And take things slow. 2 elims to his name so far. Of course, even though we saw the initial damage that came out onto Zuxi, onto Rosemary, when they're inside of that Ocean Palace, it doesn't matter. You can get your respawn, get back into the flow of things, and everyone's on the Stingrays. Look at the sheer movement we're seeing.
Yeah, it's good. They're getting from place to place. We're waiting for these circles to crunch in. Right now, we do only have 8 players remaining. Ventora's still trying to drop some nades underneath. The Ocean Palace will obviously be slowly flooded once the Trident snatched away and that air pocket is taken away in the game. So there's limited time you can be in here fighting within that air pocket. Ventora's was looking for the Trident. It's already gone, you know, because it's being flooded. Rosemary's just trying to fly away, maybe use the bubbles to his advantage. There you go, takes one shot. That was really well played. Okay, Rosemary's been in the game, that seems to be sure.
Yeah, he's clued on. He knows how to use it. Didn't even stick to the raw firefight. Just jumps on the Stingray. A second Stingray pulling in, though. There's a school of Stingrays now on our screens. He's parked it inside the building. Goes for the top floor peak. Rosemary wants to use the water bubble again. Knocks him back.
To open the door here, here's the water slice action coming through over onto Ryzen. It's Iron Pro trying to fight it out. Ryzen thinks to just dash to land, and quickly Iron Pro realizes maybe he's made a big mistake.
Oh, switches to the weapon just in the nick of time and is able to get the medkit off as well to heal himself out, showing that if you're not a fan of that instant engage with the water chops, you can still double back to land, but you got to be swift. Iron Pro knew to use that dash, those new water mechanics for his advantage.
What a smart guy there. He also has the recall too from that special respawn card that you're given for just entering the Ocean Palace. Just stepping foot inside that rain would mean that you get to come back once again, fight alongside all of the previous enemies that you saw inside that. Just a nice bit of fun. But if you do survive the Ocean Palace, you get themselves a bunch of awesome loot, which Iron Pro is using to his advantage.
Yeah, you get so much from it. There is an abundance of sunken treasure in the area. But obviously, it's not the only POI that's going to give you a whole load of good loot. We saw that with the treasury being cracked open. Ventora's trying to get the heal off as well inside the vehicle, being a bit cheeky with it down under the water. Iron Pro's still looking for him, thinks he can't be too far away.
Wonder if he can maybe slice him out of the vehicle here, Jackie, potentially. Onsem with his P90 as well, and his cool backpack. You gotta love that one.
Yeah, he's got the drip.
Oh, that was nice, actually. Well done.
The air burst into the water. Shallow waters now. Stingray coming in, though.
Yeah, in comes Zuxi here from up on high. Maybe he heard the explosion. He's just observing, trying to figure out where exactly these players are. Rosemary, no recalls available for him. Already used up his. We're in stage 2 now. 6 players remaining.
Things getting a bit more intense. Drop down
Oh,
from
Iron Pro.
Zuxi. Hello. And that's the cleanup. Ooh, there's the water dash as well from Rosemary, showing off that mechanic. Seems like he's out of ammunition on it, though. So can't actually make those quick moves as much as he might like to. It did get him into a better spot. And you can see all that mobility that you now have to play with. You've got to be smart with how you utilize it, and it could give you a big boon.
Yeah, just being able to throw those bubble traps out is really devastating. Onsen's just flying through the air. Ventora's trying to dodge the bubble traps. A good spray could be all it takes, but that thing's going fast, up and down. It's hard to track. He's not going to nade out the air. Come on,
Surely
man.
not. The speed of it.
He's playing with him.
Oh, mate, look at the repositions. The jukes. Those are some hot jukes.
Absolutely. Oh, maybe we need hot jukes in here for this kind of play. Rosemary did spot him out, though, took some shots for himself, and he's got the water grappler himself, the water orb blaster.
2 orbs to work with. Found a little bit more to top himself back up. And there's some of the treasure.
Yes.
That celestial sea treasure that gets dropped off on occasion. You'll notice it from the pillar of water that comes down with it, Blank. A gift from Poseidon himself.
For anyone that wants to pick it up, you got the P90 in there, backpack, water orb grenades as well, water orb blasters, a Stingray call, and a personal AED. Damn, Poseidon is feeling generous.
Thank you, Poseidon.
Base Poseidon.
You're welcome for your gifts.
That's Poseidon, of course. That's how he
Poseidon
sounds.
said that.
Yeah, that was him.
Just
that was
came
the voice
through
of
the
Poseidon.
headset.
Yeah.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, I think that was Poseidon.
That's crazy.
Onzen is having the best time.
He really is. He's loving it. The new mechanics here of the Stingray, giving him so much freedom. The roam. Rosemary, any smooth moves with the water orbs? What we got to play with here? Instead, favoring the classic gameplay.
Can you get the nade out? Smoke pull, Molotov pull, breaks down the door with it. I like it. I like it a lot. Both players playing around with an AUG and a P90 in the backpack. This could be a good nade onto Onzen's. Nice bounce on it. Not quite able to get him though, as Rosemary tries to take the high ground with the XM.
XM on the drop. Ooh, first shot's good. Nipping at the heels. Onzen's on the corner, trying to play the off angle, pre-fire the peak. See if he runs into it, but there's a man swooping in. There's that water orb as well. It blocks off the peak, actually. Rosemary, he'd be in uncomfortable territory if he wants to swim through there. The buckshot going up towards the Stingrays.
Onzen stealing a Stingray for himself, actually. You got Voki underneath. And Rosemary seems to be harassed by 3 separate Stingrays here in the air. Voki's just flying away. He wants nothing of it.
The marine biology coming out with a madness as the Stingrays glide through the skies. Those mystical beasts. Oh, he's
got him.
That's the orb down. Nice connection.
He's just annoying him right now. Doesn't do too much damage. Rosemary with the XM14 looks to take some shots, but Zuxi quick on the peaks, quick on the flicks.
He's just toying with him. It's like a water fight. Splashing bubbles all over the shop.
Just flying 360s around him now.
Oh, mate. Zuxi's got the moves.
Yeah, I mean, fair play. I'd do a dance off for that one as well. Like, come fight me. Come on, Zuxi.
Doesn't want to commit to it. Just going to keep soaring through those skies with the might of the Stingray. It is cool to see all these new mechanics, how they come together as well. Like we were saying, so much more freedom in terms of movement, quick rotates, quick aggression. If you want to swoop in, also the opportunities that present. You know, although it's a vehicle that can be used for a quick reposition, it's also quite a good bit of aggressive kit as well if you want to instigate a fight using those water orbs.
Yeah, some more dances coming out here. Voki's enjoying himself. The good thing about the Stingray as well is you get the Stingray core to work with. So the Gleaming Stingray, a very good vehicle, but it is accessible anywhere from the backpack.
Like you just saw there with Voki, spawning it in, dancing in front of his new Stingray friend.
We also just launched the collection system, so you can go get your rewards right now with PUBG Mobile version 3.3. Make sure you're checking that one out in-game. Because we got rewards for you. Because we wanted to reward you for being such loyal and having such good patronage to PUBG Mobile.
Boons for your efforts from Lord Poseidon himself.
Hedgie's still just flying circles around people right now.
Oh, mate. Look at the speed on it, the air strafes as well.
Mate, Zuxi's such a funny guy. I remember we went to an arcade one time and he just demolished me at race karting. It was like, he was just, because I was using it just in automatic. He had it in manual.
Oh.
And he owned me. Like, I thought he was good at driving in-game.
Yeah.
At the arcade, too good. I was like 8 laps behind the guy. Unfortunately, he does get knocked out finally.
His fun's been ruined.
But another one's come in to ruin the day. Oh, okay, that's cool.
That's nice. Oh! Oh, no. He thought he was slick with it. Using the orbs to reposition himself. You get the pull into the orb from a distance, and then you get the dash out, but he gets blown away by the splash.
Now you got 3 Stingrays in the air, all just rotating, repositioning. You got Onsen here. We got Rosemary and Voki. All still left remaining as Rosemary gets out for a second to maybe take some pot shots here with the M4 before he gets bubble blasted.
Rosemary grabbing himself another Stingray from the core. Spawning in a friend to help him out. Quick reposition, opts to drop down. Spam some bullets sky high. See if he can land the hurty-verties.
I like how Voki keeps angling himself upwards so he just can't get the shots off on him.
Ooh.
Cheeky dodge.
Near miss. Onsen's on the move in as well. He's hearing the bullets from the back. Does he spot the man beneath? You got the big old splash to play with. That's the first one. Dips into the blue, but you're so damn quick you can make your way straight back out.
Onsen here, looking for another splash, does find him, but just leaves him to it. Doesn't try to even finish him off. We're in stage 5 now, the circle's starting to close in. Voki's waiting, but it's Rosemary and Onzen's still having the time of their lives here on the Gleaming Stingray, here with Ocean Odyssey.
Voki, Stingrayless. Everyone else thriving in their lane, on their rays.
The equal of Maidenless. You're Stingrayless.
You're Stingrayless. You gotta have a Stingray.
Come on, man.
Ooh, water bubble for the engage.
Rosemary's bandying on top of it as well. It's so annoying to deal with.
Oh, he's got himself a Stingray. Okay, 3 of them in flight. A school of Stingrays surrounding one another.
This is such a funny game mode. Why don't I know if any of mine end like this? I just get bubble blasted, sent into the air and die.
Luckily here, there's enough Stingrays to go around. Rays of sunshine here in the show match. And who's going to take it? As things start to draw towards a close, bullets being fired out. Rosemary's dropped off the ray, but he's still beaming from ear to ear with the actual weapon.
Just 35 bullets, not a lot. Onzen's getting hit by another one. They're missing. He's got the moves.
Ooh, drop down from the ray. Has to connect with the XM. Clear in the corner. Does a little bit of damage, but Rosemary's down for the count.
Onsen last remaining here. Maybe he has to go for a heal, but Voki has a nade. Sending it over the top. Maybe it does the splash damage. Gets back in the Stingray potentially. Or just full stim up. Felt like he was pretty good on that, but he's going to go for it anyway. I like it. Being prepared.
Quick soda pop and on the ray. That's the damage done from the opening. Ooh, there's the turnaround, and that's how things go.
Nice one, Rosemary, taking himself the winner chicken dinner here on Ocean Odyssey with PUBG Mobile. It's out now. Have some fun in the Ocean Palace and the Forsaken Ruins. Get yourself in that sea treasury and be looted up and rich with both fun and loot.
Dominate the deep.
Oh, Poseidon's back again.
He's back.
Where's he come from?
He's talking to me in the ears.
Whoa. But you better do as he told you. Get out there, get control of that trident, and have some fun with it. A whole lot to play with, Blank.
Absolutely, and that's what we're here for at the end of the day. Although we just concluded some high-octane gameplay over in the PUBG Mobile World Cup here at the ESPORTS World Cup, we are, in fact, also about fun. Just in case you forgot.
No, exactly. And is there much funner than that? You can see just how enjoyable it was for everyone that was playing. And here is the next game mode that we're actually going to be showing off, Blank. We're keeping you guessing what we got going on today.
Today we got the Water Gargan defense with the aliens. They're back again. Return to play with one another. A little bit of nostalgia here for you guys at home who remember the glorious days of the Red Aliens. They're here for some tower defense gameplay. You can find the map code up on the top right there in World of Wonder. And here we go.
All right then, let's see if they can defend. We've got our cameras as well, and a good mix of talent. So we'll be teaching about this one at home, so you can experience it for yourself if you like the look of things. A nice fun game mode here.
You can leap to the elevated areas to gather some loot. And the red crates enable a player to build a special turret on the red carpet with a wide hit zone. We're basically playing a little bit of a tower defense gameplay here in World of Wonder. You also get yourself some shop tokens where you can buy some various upgrades. Again, the creativity of the PUBG Mobile players is boundless at the moment. It's so nice to see all of you guys having fun in World of Wonder after we released a lot of the new updates for it. Big shout out to the PUBG Mobile team who are constantly working on new ways to have fun inside of PUBG Mobile.
Oh yeah, giving you so many opportunities to play the game your way and have the best time of it. And this is what we were talking about with the turrets. You can now see after recovering those from the red crates that you're able to put them in position, and the sound that you're hearing signifying we're getting close towards this one kicking off. Can they defend? How long can they hold out? How long can you at home hold out? Let us know. Get involved with the game mode.
If you want to get involved with that game mode as well, the creation code is there in the top left, 7069685. So drop that into World of Wonder and you will be able to play just like the red aliens here up against the zombies.
With Poseidon's influence still being felt, of course, your ability to have that quicker dash, that new momentum, that movement that we were talking about that makes traversal through water so fun.
Luxy returning back to the fold as the zombies try and make their way on through. Upgrades being looked to had in this game to make sure that their water Gargan defense is as strong as possible. As we're getting the upgrades flowing through here from Luxy, who seems to be very rich.
Luxy the mechanic, building those turrets, getting an extra line of defense. Little known fact about Luxy, he did 2 years of mechanic school. That's why he's so good at this.
That's right. He's even got his little leopard pal here with him too. You can find that one in game. If you'd like to know more, make sure you're tuning into the PMWC, because we're dropping all kinds of new things. You can purchase weapons from the house plant to help defend your base as well. So if you'd like to not just let the turrets do all the work here, you too can get involved.
Yeah, a lot to play with. It's not just the turrets that you have to rely on. You can see another wave is approaching. You want to be in the right spot, using those shop tokens, making sure you've got enough ammunition to go around, and being able to hit those shots when it matters most. If pressure's being applied to one lane rather than the others, if your turrets go down, nip back to the house plant, grab yourself some more gear, keep it moving.
Yeah, you've got to keep yourself very much switched on during this, because it starts to get very hectic. You can upgrade your turrets as well with the special tokens you'll be picking up to make them even stronger. And there's varieties of upgrades available, so not just the one, you can have all sorts. You can see the nade launchers in the back, but a zombie's made his way through.
Uh-oh, pressure being applied. That's why we were saying you've got to think about focusing your fire, which lanes you need the upgrades on early.
Oh no!
Oh, that's not ideal. Friendly explosives can be lethal, and we see that firsthand onto Luxy.
Let's get himself back into the thick of it here, but they don't want to get too overwhelmed too quickly. Trying to get as many of these shop tokens as possible. Whilst Luxy, some of the other aliens here defend the base, Zuxi is diligently farming these plants for as much money as possible, whilst repairing the turrets up front.
Yeah, those upgrades coming into effect as well, you see the difference. Obviously, you can have the bullets for more controlled focus fire, or the increased range with the explosivity, that splash damage that could help you out.
We got the zombie guardian in the back there as well, summoning them all. Let's see if the aliens can go up against the zombies. They're holding out pretty well so far, Jackie, I'd say.
Yeah, not doing too bad. Been distributing their upgrades nicely, taking control with the turrets. And those slow shamblers coming towards you. But it's the special zombies you want to be switched on about, the ones that might take a little bit more of a hit, more focused fire from the players as well as the turrets to defend.
Luxy waiting for the upgrade to come through right now. Some more money needs to be pumped in. Big boys on the way.
Looking to do the chin chopper if he can get close enough. So they do set their eyes on him, try and light him up.
Shambling through. Not taken down yet, I don't believe. No, he's on his way.
Oh, look at him.
This guy's tanky.
Zuxi goes for the quick reposition, trying to favor the loot to give them more to play with, bolster the defense, and luckily, that's gonna go down. Say goodbye to that zombie, as he won't keep on moving.
Getting some more purchases in, looks quite low here actually, down to 30% HP. You do have unlimited ammo as well on your M4s and the weapons, so you can have as much fun as possible. Don't worry about conserving ammo here, just make sure you're taking down the zombies before they can get to you.
Do not want to let those zombies eke their way in towards your base. That classic tower defense style gameplay with multiple lanes, a lot of opportunities to focus on looting and the actual firefights themselves. But these big boys are coming in, shambling towards you. Luckily, they take out that man. Could have been a problem.
Could have been a big problem here. We have a whole host of fun game modes available for you in World of Wonder. This is not just the only one.
And they're all just as fun, I can guarantee that. We also have loads of other game modes within PUBG Mobile that you can play. If you weren't just interested in the regular mode, and even if you're not interested in the regular mode, we are constantly throwing out new updates for you to enjoy, like the Ocean Odyssey. Make sure to tune in, because you know what? You might put the game down and pick it back up again, and it's completely different.
Exactly.
A new thing to explore and have fun with.
So many different ways to play. Not just the competitive format, more casual modes as well that will keep you and all of your friends engaged. And they have been able to withstand the might of the zombies. They've survived the zombie attack. Zuxi, Microboy, Luxi and Ryzen have done it.
Could we have asked for anything less from the aliens? There was no way the zombies wouldn't get through versus this team. Remember, the map code is there, 7069685, to play some tower defense gameplay inspired by Ocean Odyssey.
Oh yeah, Poseidon has given you some huge gifts. There is a lot for you to experience firsthand. You've seen how fun it can be with some of the best players we could get involved with these exciting show matches. So go and give it a try yourself. It's available and it is definitely worth checking out, Black.
Absolutely. Again, I will reiterate it because it has to be done. We have plenty of other modes available as well. And again, we have to thank you guys at home for all your creativity in World of Wonder.
All right then, let's get back down to the studio. I'm sure they've got a lot to say about the explosive show matches we just saw.
Well, if I was going to put anyone on being able to survive the zombie apocalypse, I would definitely give it to Bigatron. I'm going to hit your eye. I'm not going to throw this at all.
No, that would hurt me. No, don't do that.
You have glasses on.
Paper, my one weakness. Oh, yeah, actually.
My one. He had protection, I don't.
Well, you didn't like paper cuts before.
I don't like those.
So, Close, I heard you had some thoughts, actually, to break down those two show matches.
Yeah, BTR. Well, it looks Zuxi and Luxi looking great, being able to defend from the zombie invasion. We almost defended our own zombie invasion here. And it was great positioning from them to be able to take out the big bloated ones. Very nice.
Yeah. As we just see in the show match before that on Livik.
Agreed.
Very hard to hit people on Stingrays.
Yeah.
Very hard. And Max,
very hard.
Yes.
You told me something that I didn't know about it. If you run out of fuel on the Stingray.
That was 7.
No, that was you, Max.
That was me? Oh, yeah, that was me. That was me. I said that.
What do you mean that was 7? You literally told me. You go in the water.
That was me.
That was your fuel back. That wasn't you.
That was not me. That
was me.
It was. It was.
I remember that hairline.
This is a great segment, guys.
I remember that hairline from everywhere.
No, you have to recharge it. It's
From
like
miles
it's a
away.
big AoE too. But we saw some players go down even though they hit the bubble and then they just get obliterated. So
I was talking about refueling the Stingray.
Yeah, like
that was
the
fun.
Stingray to like do a bigger AoE on your bubble.
Right, if you go in the water, okay,
Uh-huh.
you're able to refill.
Wow.
Just grab a trident, make a tornado happen. A water tornado.
A spout,
And of course, while you have the Trident,
Water tornado.
you need to make sure to have your Violet Thunder set because it looks so sick with the Trident. Obviously, in honor of PMWC, incorporates aspects of the trophy, and it helps celebrate this event and, of course, commemorate all the players participating in this historic event. Max has got his. I'm jealous. I need to go get mine.
I got in like literally 4
3
pulls.
pulls.
Like 4 pulls. Like I got it. Yeah,
It makes up for
every
all the
card.
times you didn't get the vehicles you wanted.
He never gets
I
the
still
vehicles.
want a supercar at some point. I'm gonna get it, but it's still not the case.
Someday.
Well, you know what? You at home, let us know what you think. Should Max get his supercar? You can go vote in the survey, not vote. I don't know why you're voting in the survey. You fill out information in the survey. Maybe there'll be a question about if Maxman deserves a supercar or not. But we all know what the curse he currently has. Probably not.
One B fans, no, he doesn't. He definitely doesn't.
Falcon fans, definitely now.
Falcon fans are crying right now. They're just like.
Poor Chase.
Why are they crying?
Why poor me?
You had an outro, and then they just
No,
talked over.
I didn't have an outro.
No.
Okay, that's
What's an outro? Cloris, what's our outro today?
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in for day number 1 of the main event for PMWC. We are back tomorrow, same time, same place, for more PUBG Mobile action.
Happy birthday.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
That's been the
to
thing
No,
with the
no, we
outro.
gotta get copyright.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
They wanna live for. Why'd you prison me instead? Cut it, what's good from us? Escape what comes along. You're too colorblind to visualize who we are. Light, careless, no less, regardless of your mind. Destined to shine. Can I do what you wanna do? It's like to choke. My fear can't change my worthiness in me. And wonder what they wish for, what they wanna live for.